Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Luce's clearance pace was already maxed out, dazzling to the point of overwhelming. Now that the fight was finally over, during this moment of downtime, they could finally chat about other topics. Anton's eye had flown back again and was now circling in the air, preparing for the next round of guidance, heading toward the music classroom. Luce had also figured it out. A lot of this seven mystery stuff was supernatural. If Confessions of the Disillusioned was highly effective against spirit forms, then this book might actually be more useful than a gun. So he held the book in his hand, straightened his clothes, and looked quite scholarly. He even resembled a university professor. The contrast in this image was strong enough that even Anton, flying toward him, was momentarily speechless, totally at a loss for words. The metal orb spun twice in the air, spotted Biamin in the gymnasium looking like he had nothing left to live for, and asked, "What's this guy?" "A passerby. His life goal is probably just to stay alive," Luce replied. "Fine. Also, Park Busong is probably designing a new game restriction over there. You cleared another game level after all. Be extra careful." Watching Luce's figure gradually disappear from sight, Biamin finally let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the ruined floor like a deflated balloon. His mind was completely blank, and he felt lost about what to do next. He'd already been kicked out of the game system. Was he supposed to just sit here and wait? What was Park Busong thinking of him? What about the people of Dahanmingwa? Given Park Busong's personality, he probably thought Biamin was useless. Was he currently cursing him out? Hopefully that guy wouldn't get wrecked himself and take it out on Biamin. Say what you will, but at least Biamin's judgment of Park Busong was on point. F***K. That fast? A game level tailor-made for that guy, and he couldn't even last an hour? Just like that, it's over. And why is there zero intel again? He just exited? Why are all these people so F***King useless? How is it possible no one could send back a single message? Over 100 psychic clones, and with one thought they can switch places. Even if they were 100 pigs, they should be able to say something before dying. F***K. Right now, Park Busong was in a full-blown impotent rage. He didn't actually expect to take down Sin, the top player in the world, with just 1 or 2 games. But the fact that his teammates always quit without saying a word, that he just couldn't accept. Meanwhile, since Biamin's game livestream footage had completely disappeared, the Dahanmingwa audience in the livestream, especially those who hadn't watched much of Biamin's first-person view, had begun speculating and bad-mouthing him. Yeah, this one's hard to defend. The slowest game level of all, and he still crashed and burned that fast dot. I checked, Biamin apparently has some Huagua blood. That explains it. Traitorous piece of sh**t, F***K. At this point, Park Busong didn't care about his image, nor did he want to say anything to his audience. For the first time, he felt a genuine sense of crisis. Sure, the games got harder the further you went, and he could add a ton of game restrictions, but if that unseen Sin could clear levels this fast, Park Busong was starting to feel unsure. They were all human. Just 3 games in, and the gap was already this huge? F***K. It had to be because his teammates were trash. That's the only explanation. Pure garbage. The game interface's suggestion screen had long popped up, but he hadn't used his authority to add any new restrictions for the black side. Now he wasn't so confident anymore, unsure how to ensure a 100% win. If he lost, he didn't even want to think about it. F***K. It's all because my teammates are morons. I clearly designed. Like a sudden realization hit him, Park Busong paused mid-rant, something clicking in his mind. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he began entering a new restriction on the game interface before him. If my teammates are all trash, then even if you're awesome, can you be sure your teammates are too? At this moment, Luce had been guided by Anton's eye to a special arts and sports building, now standing in front of a classroom on the basement level. This is it. This is the one place I'm sure is a horror mystery location. But exactly how to trigger it depends on the game. How to complete it, that's on you. Lusa nodded. He was already used to clearing levels solo. This feeling of autonomy was the freest for him. This kind of cooperation didn't restrict him at all. Alright then, I'll take care of this place first. You go double-check the others. Lusa's words were already a kind of polite dismissal. This was the most tactful way he could phrase things while in a state of wrath. Just as he was about to step in, something occurred to him, and he asked. Wait, earlier, you only mentioned 4 follow-up games. We've only cleared 2 so far. So, where's the other one? Hearing Sin's question, Xia and Tong replied. Yeah, that one's probably the most hidden. I haven't found it yet. I'll go look around some more later. Lusa frowned slightly, not because he thought something was wrong, but because his intuition told him Xia Antong's tone felt a bit off. He didn't say anything, though, just acknowledged with a sound and walked into the classroom. In the biology classroom, Xia and Tong sat alone in the messy, silent, empty classroom, legs crossed, chatting with Sin. When she had just said, I haven't found it yet, no one saw that behind her, a plaster sculpture of a pair of lips curled upward in a subtle smile. Who said there could only be one horror mystery in a classroom? But no one noticed either that, with her back to the plaster model, Xia and Tong was also smiling just a bit when she spoke those words. The all-seeing eye, how could it have any blind spots? I've got eyes on my back. And right in that subtle moment, the new game restriction finally arrived, fashionably late. Black side player has cleared the second campus mystery. White side player now issuing the second restriction. In this challenge mode game, every black side player must have a completed campus mystery on their record. The moment she heard that restriction, Xia and Tong couldn't hold back a smirk, almost laughed out loud. She lifted her head, expression full of meaning. Park Bu-song, oh Park Bu-song. Sin's mindset and behavior might be hard to analyze, but predicting you. Turns out, it's still pretty easy. Lusa stepped into the classroom in front of him and immediately paused when he heard a voice in his earpiece. Xia and Tong had nearly perfectly predicted Park Bu-song's thoughts, but Lu Su, on his side, wasn't quite clear how capable Xia and Tong actually was. The all-seeing eye, a legendary weapon, it was indeed impressive, but it didn't seem particularly suited for combat. Or rather, it hadn't shown any combat capabilities yet. She had to clear a level 2? Was this a joke? What if she failed? Would that mean his challenge counted as a failure too? That would be completely ridiculous. This game was a challenge mode match between him and Park Bu-song. The previous game restrictions never said what would happen if she failed. As he thought this over, Lu Su felt like the problem was even bigger than it seemed. Once inside the room, the door closed automatically, and a strange air rushed in, but Lu Su didn't care about that. He pressed his earpiece again and said, Did you hear that last game restriction? I heard it, Xia and Tong replied. You confirmed the game difficulty as Hell mode before selecting players. Only after that did the game assign your teammate. It's already confirmed on Park Bu-song's side. He has more than one teammate, which means he has more help. But for you, it was already Hell mode by default. That means, originally, the teammate you got me was meant to drag you down. She responded while walking around the classroom casually, like she was bored, occasionally fiddling with sculptures in the room and switching their positions. By now, she'd already rearranged every plaster sculpture in the room. Lusa listened to her explanation and, after a pause, replied, Well, at least you're self-aware. You don't hold back, do you? Enough nonsense. Out of these horror mysteries, are there any that seem relatively easy? Lusa's tone grew slightly serious. You can pick one that's easier. I'll go beat them half to death, and you finish them off. Don't waste time in the game. Xia and Tong. At this point, she still hadn't told Lu Su about her own situation, because she'd pretty much guessed how Park Bu-song planned to act. After a few seconds of silence, she pressed on the helmet of her all-seeing eye. The armor around her ears liquefied, extended downward to envelop her earpiece, then reformed its shape. Arbeit Epsilon. Then a thin neural spike pierced into her skull, and the pain made her frown slightly. But immediately after, without speaking aloud, her thoughts were transformed into sound and transmitted directly into Lu Su's ears. Sin, I hope you won't say anything out loud. What I'm about to say, the spectators can't hear and Park Bu-song can't possibly know. Only the two of us can hear it. Lusu. The weather at this school sucks. Xia Antong nodded in satisfaction and continued her mental reply. Long story short, whether I become your burden or not, it's not up to you. It's up to the game. The game has this purpose, so the stronger you are, the more likely it might backfire. And Park Busong is already working from that angle. But I think, in this case, maybe we can turn the tables on him. Lusa didn't really know how to act casual. Wearing the Wrath mask made this kind of thing harder for him. Hey? Why aren't you talking? In short, the upcoming games probably won't target you with restrictions. They'll try to break through me instead. Your task now is still to clear the game with overwhelming force. Make them scared. Make them panic. After that, I predict the opponent will issue another extra restriction. Something like, if any black side team member dies or exits, it counts as a failure of the challenge mode. That last restriction he added wasn't enough, so this one is inevitable. As long as you act fast and hit hard, I'm 90% sure I know what Park Busong is thinking. Xia Antong spoke quickly in her mind. Though only she and Sin could understand the conversation, and the spectators were totally confused, what she said was quite interesting. That was, she had completely accepted that Sin would clear the horror mystery and do it with rapid, violent efficiency. She didn't even offer a backup plan, as if everything was naturally expected. It was unthinkable that Sin would fail under normal circumstances. And Lu Su, hearing her theory, didn't object either. It was as though he felt the same. Their arrogance aligned perfectly at that moment. Neither considered failure even once. Based on the results of the previous 2 game levels, Xia Antong had already placed Sin at the very peak of player capability. Hearing no protest from Lu Su, Xia Antong then cautiously added, "So, I believe this can be used. If, after your next game completion, the opponent's added restriction matches my prediction. I hope during the next phase, you'll be willing to follow my guidance. I may not always provide a reason." She knew that Sin was difficult to communicate within his wrath state, so she had to raise her conditions during relatively calm moments. Otherwise, everything would once again spiral out of her control. And if Park Busong really used her as the breakthrough point to win, she wouldn't be able to take it. Lusa didn't really understand what she had in mind, nor was he sure of her plan, but he could sense her confidence. If her failure could really drag him down too, then that might truly be the one complication he couldn't ignore. But it seemed like she was confident she could handle it. "All right," Lusa replied. "Is this room the art classroom or the music classroom?" Hearing Sin's voice, Xia Antong pressed her lips together, unable to hide her reaction, like she'd just won a battle. Even though she was still inside the horror mystery location, and even though the sketch sculptures were unsettling, the mental pressure from negotiating with Sin had clearly been far worse. 2 challenge mode games in, and they'd finally formed a preliminary cooperative mode. Now then, everything was ready. She also noticed that under normal circumstances, Sin still had basic rationality and could be reasoned with. For example, just now, he'd even deliberately said something unrelated to cover things up. He could be cautious when needed. All right then, keep in touch anytime. With that, Xia Antong exited the special brainwave communication mode. Her mental energy was depleted, and her face went a bit pale. On the other side, Lu Su. "Wait a sec. So, is this classroom the art classroom or the music classroom? Why isn't there any response?" I wasn't trying to mislead anyone with that question. Lusa looked up, gave a casual glance, and noticed a portrait on the wall. The person in the painting seemed to be mimicking the Mona Lisa, smiling forward. I remember my teammate told me before, one of the horror mysteries involved a painting with tears, right? Lusa slowly stepped forward without thinking too hard about it. After glancing at it briefly, he walked up and gave it a try. "Is it you? What are you smiling at?" Not planning to cry a little. He just stood in front of the painting, staying still for over 10 seconds, as if engaged in some sort of mental standoff, staring back at the image. He didn't even know what to do himself. Normally, he'd wait for the other side to make the first move, then figure out how to deal with the target. But this time, his instincts didn't sense anything strange from the portrait, no sense of malice at all. This thing seemed a bit tricky. Was its ability to conceal its presence really that good? Just as he was locked in this silent face-off with the painting, elegant piano music began echoing through the empty room. Lu Su. He stiffly turned his head in the direction of the sound. In the corner of the room sat a Steinway piano with a red cloth draped over it, oozing with a classical vibe from the last century. At this moment, the piano was sitting quietly in the corner, playing elegant blues that felt like they had been stored away for countless eras, radiating a chilling loneliness. Luce swore that piano wasn't here when he first came in. It had just appeared out of nowhere. Which meant the horror mystery here wasn't the crying portrait, but the piano music in the music classroom at night. Just now, he'd been playing mind games with air. Lusu. ###. In that instant, the wrath mask, which had been fairly stable, suddenly showed signs of overload. The light patterns shifted repeatedly, eventually forming an angry face. TSK, that woman Sia Antong couldn't have explained it more clearly. It's not you, and you don't say anything. Fuming, he punched the wall straight on, smashing both the portrait and the wall behind it. Wooden panels and bricks flew everywhere. Portrait, can I even talk? Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a horror game? Why does it feel like a comedy all of a sudden? Can any expert analyze whether there's any deeper meaning to what Sin just did? That piano totally confused me. It just showed up. Even Park Busong would have slipped up here. If that piano stayed hidden, this stage might have stalled our guy for a long time. Apparently used to Sin's style, the audience in this horror game challenge still carried an oddly cheerful vibe. In the music classroom, all the curtains suddenly pulled shut. The room was plunged into total darkness. Snap! The sound of a fire striker flared. In the pitch-black room, a faint glow appeared out of nowhere where the piano sat. Seeing that dim, flickering light, Luce didn't move. He simply said, "What a heartwarming scene." The viewers who had just started getting into the horror vibe were speechless after hearing that. Only you could find this heartwarming right now, huh? The soothing piano music in the room felt like it could calm the soul, when suddenly, a clear female voice echoed. "Would you like to play a piano duet with me?" The voice was ethereal and flowing, matching every beautiful fantasy one could have. It made it really hard to say no. That voice is so beautiful, I think I'm in love. Hold up. Don't fall in love just yet. Didn't Blank tell Sin about each horror mystery's traits? I looked this one up. If this is indeed the night piano song, you're not supposed to listen, and definitely not supposed to play along. The viewers supporting Lucy were now getting anxious, but it was pointless. This information was blocked in challenge mode, and Lucy wasn't paying attention to anything they said anyway. Alright. So, guided by the ethereal female voice, Lucy slowly walked forward to the piano. Looking down, the keys of that vintage Steinway were dancing on their own, playing an intoxicating melody. "Would you like to play a duet with me?" The ethereal voice sounded again, tempting Lucy like a siren luring sailors from the deep sea. At the same time, a few keys began flashing with a soft pink glow, alternating as if guiding Lucy on how to play along. Lucy stared at the piano in front of him, went quiet for a few seconds, then gently bowed. "Your piano sounds nice, but I'm in a hurry." While the viewers were still unsure what he was about to do, some even thinking Wrath might have had a change of heart. In the next second, Lucy straightened up and, using every bit of his strength, smashed his fist down onto the Steinway. Courtesy before force.jpg. That elegant, vintage Steinway exploded instantly. No ordinary metal or wooden structure could have withstood that punch. Boom! The sound was like a full-blown demolition. The piano shattered like a toy set, its pieces flying all over the room. Some even hit Lucy, but disintegrated into dust on impact. Lucy couldn't care less about completion methods or taboos. To him, if the horror mystery was piano music, then smashing the piano was the most straightforward solution. The moment the piano burst apart, the light in the room dimmed, and Lucy's instincts flared again. There was something in the room now. As long as there's something, it's fine. Human or ghost, if you're here, you can be dealt with. Fierce, elegant, and heavy piano music erupted at the same time. Music could influence emotions, and each note was like a thread tugging at the soul, trying to lure it into submission. A row of blood-red keys flowed out from the piano. Yes, flowed, surrounding Lucy in a huge circle. The room turned oppressively dark. Amidst the gloom, the red glowing keys stood out. The original soft red lights had gone out. Lucy didn't move, then suddenly stepped forward and yanked down the classroom curtains. Dark. So D***MN dark. Outside the window, it wasn't daytime anymore. It was pitch black like ink, as if this darkness had never known the light of day since humanity began. Lusa pressed a hand to the earpiece on his ear and asked, "Is it nighttime now?" "No, you probably entered a horror mystery scene." Xia and Tong instantly guessed that Sin must have triggered something. "Got it." Lusa nodded. 10 minutes from now, if there's no completion prompt, remind me." After Lusu finished speaking, he ended the call and began focusing on the situation in the room. What he worried about the most was that his mind might get confused, causing his sense of time to become unreliable, just like how it suddenly turned dark outside just now. He needed an accurate sense of time, so he left this to the relatively safe Xia and Tong. If time itself wasn't malfunctioning, then it meant he'd entered a game scene, and clearly, a new horror mystery had been triggered. After all, the sound of a piano in an empty classroom late at night. "Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me?" That ethereal female voice appeared again, but this time, it was incredibly close, like a beautiful woman leaning against your shoulder, whispering softly into your ear. Lusa felt as if he were surrounded by a dreamlike starry sky, his whole body immersed in darkness, with a floating row of surreal, glowing piano keys hovering in front of him. The keys were circular, wrapping around Lusa's body in a massive ring, enclosing even his back. And Lusa's instincts were now clearly telling him there was someone behind him. It felt like something was pressing right up against his back, like a spirit attaching itself to him, murmuring its invitation in a sorrowful tone, like a resentful beauty. Lusu raised his fist and swung it hard toward the keys in front of him, but the punch passed right through the light and shadow of the keys, letting out a terrifying whoosh in the air. Realizing the attack didn't land, Lusu frowned slightly, turned sharply, and followed with an elbow strike, but even after a full spin, he didn't hit anything. That thing clung to his back like a parasite in his bones, completely inseparable. 7 mysteries of the campus. Why are they all spirit this and ghost that? "Hey handsome, wanna play a song with me?" The ethereal voice rang out again, right behind Lusu, with a tone that carried a teasing, even smug air. It sounded proud, as if boasting that Lusa couldn't do anything about it. "Lusu, ####. Don't you have anything else to say?" Sheet after sheet of music began floating around, golden scores drifting through the air, filled with different notes. The corresponding melodies now looped endlessly around Lusu. "Oh Thailand body yes." There were sorrowful love ballads, weeping and whispering. There were fierce, clashing war marches, like you'd landed on a roaring battlefield. Lyrical, blues, jazz, elegant, and vulgar tunes from all eras and countries played without end. Lusu even suspected he was hallucinating some weird internet songs. Like, Big Banana, Big Banana. He shook his head hard. A strong wave of emotion suddenly surged up. With all kinds of music in his ears, his emotions were being stirred over and over again. And those music sheets kept multiplying, spawning more as the songs continued to flow. The figure stuck to Lusa's back now sounded increasingly smug. Emotions had limitless power. When a person experiences extreme highs and lows in a short period of time, it's like bending a wire over and over again. It'll eventually snap. As long as Lusu remained inside without a solution, he would eventually fall, becoming a slave to the music. At least, that's what Fan Xian thought. Yes, Park Bu-sung had a lot of teammates, all highly capable. Many could even match Jiao Tian in strength. And she was the teammate planted in this level. Only now, she was feeling a bit defiant. Because Park Bu-sung had just given her instructions over the comm. Luce's last 2 rapid completions had left their teammates no chance to send back any intel, which had started to scare Park Bu-sung. Even a pig could sense now just how terrifying Sin was, so Park Bu-sung had lowered his expectations. He just wanted to secure the final win. Whether or not he was stronger than Sin, he no longer cared about that. In his eyes, who's the strongest didn't matter, being number 1 did. He'd already made up his mind. Once he became number 1 from this round, he'd use his family's connections and resources to crown himself a supernatural warlord and do whatever he pleased. Who wants to keep playing the game? Use an exit token and you're left with nothing. Lose the game and you might even die. He had so much money back home, why gamble his life? So Park Bu-sung reined in his arrogance for once, suppressed his idiocy, and started playing it safer. He gave Fan Xian one key instruction. Sin's ability is weird, maybe very strong. This level isn't that important. You don't need to defeat him, just stall as long as you can. Most important of all, bring back intel. In a way, Park Bu-sung never expected Fan Zian to beat Lu Su in this round. He was already planning future horror mysteries. But right now, Fan Zian didn't agree with that outlook. Her ability clearly suited this level. And this Sin in front of her didn't seem that special. She really didn't see how he could possibly beat her. Although she had been shocked when he shattered the piano with a single punch, that also directly upgraded the game scene to Phase 2. He didn't try to decipher anything, just went in swinging, raising the difficulty himself. Her assessment of Sin, all brawn, no brains. She had no idea how the others had lost to him before. Classmate, would you like to play a song with me? She teased again, deciding to take on the so-called number one. She really didn't believe in this bad luck nonsense. Are you human? Or ghost? Lu Su had turned around several times and still couldn't shake the thing clinging to his back. That sensation, no physical form but still stuck, made him frown deeply. I'm both human and ghost, Fan Zian said proudly. Lu Su was just making casual conversation, he didn't expect a real answer. But Fan Zian wasn't done. Play a song with me, short-lived number one. My ability is spirit possession, and the girl behind you is part of the game itself. Now, she's possessed by me. You can't catch me. Don't waste your energy. Lu Su. Who asked you? Why do people with powers always need to give monologues? When's that gonna change? So that means you don't have a physical body. I can have one, she said. The girl behind Lu Su, whose body had been ethereal, now began to solidify. From an outsider's view, the music classroom now looked like a beautiful scene of a man and a woman standing back to back. Fan Zian gave herself just enough substance to press teasingly against Sin's back, practically daring him to react. Solid or not, she could switch however she liked. Next second. Bang! Hellroar's fiery blast erupted. Lu Su fired a shot into his own abdomen. One shot, 2 kills. Fan Zian had already switched back to her human form the moment the muscles on Lu Su's back moved slightly. But it was too late. A muffled groan broke the elegant piano melody in the classroom. Anyone could hear the pain and suppression in that sound, making the otherwise chaotic yet harmonious notes discordant. Back in her spirit form, Fan Zian looked down at her upper abdomen. There was a bullet hole. Even though spirit forms didn't bleed, and pain was significantly reduced after switching forms. The sharp pain and the unstable trembling of her spirit form told her clearly that her condition was bad. Especially mentally, she felt absolutely awful because she had to accept one fact: she'd been shot. In her entire life, this was her first time getting shot. She had no idea what to do, and even less about how to switch back into human form later. Would it hurt a lot? But the most important thing was, she couldn't believe what had just happened. In her original plan, she just wanted to tease the top-ranked guy behind her a bit, and when he tried to counterattack, she'd instantly possess a ghost and fade out. Not only would that be provocative, but it'd successfully stir up his emotions to match the scene of this campus mystery. This guy, sooner or later, would be driven insane by her. But he just fired a shot? From that angle, she had no time to react. The only scenario where she couldn't dodge was if he'd aimed directly at her abdomen, clean shot, through and through. What kind of psycho is this? Sin hadn't gone crazy yet, but she herself was already about to lose it. Her mind was a mess, and even the song in the room started breaking off mid-notes. At the same time, Luce's voice came from behind again. His tone was steady, as if completely unaffected. Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me? The words Fan Zian had said who knows how many times were returned to her, exactly the same, by Lu Su. Fan Zian. She didn't know how to respond. All she could do was make a silent vow in her heart. She wouldn't switch back to her human form again, not until this man was dealt with. Do you realize I held back just now? Luce's voice was calm but suppressed, like he was trying hard to restrain something. Fan Zian didn't know what he meant, so she stayed silent. Due to the campus mysteries setup, she could only remain back-to-back with Lu Su in her spirit form and couldn't see what was happening behind her. He fired a shot at her and came out totally fine? What kind of savage is this? No, she couldn't stall. The number of notes had to keep increasing. As she thought, her phantom hands began dancing over the piano keys behind her. One music sheet after another floated into the air. Each one tugged at Luce's sanity, attacking his nerves, amplifying his rage points. But he was still calm. If I had aimed at my neck just now, you'd be dead. Fan Xian instantly felt a chill down her spine. Luce's neck aligned, more or less, with where her head was. Though it sounded absurd to shoot himself in the neck, she suddenly felt that the man behind her was dead serious. He would definitely do it. Out of nowhere, she was gripped by an inexplicable fear. She felt like she was walking a tightrope between life and death. Even in her spirit form, immune even to nuclear bombs, she couldn't feel safe at all. The man behind her seemed to radiate a repressive aura, ready to erupt and devour everything at any moment. Too bad you won't get the chance, Fan Xian said stiffly, quickly creating more music sheets, weaving a web, trying to control the prey trapped within it. You should exit the game now, Luce said again. Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me? That was Fan Xian's reply. She didn't know why, but she felt like that line just sealed her fate. I'm very sorry. The tension in Luce's voice gradually faded. If someone could have seen him, they would have noticed his pupils were slowly changing, his irises spreading out. Gradually, his eyes turned completely black. I'm not bloodthirsty, but I might lose control. This campus mystery was designed to manipulate emotions, so after this, he would likely lose control for a while. If he lost it, the unlucky one wouldn't be him. A wave of despair swept over the classroom, sending an ice-cold chill deep into Fan Xian's bones. Two black hole-like eyes appeared on the pale green wrath mask. Its mouth started cracking and melting. The confessions of the disillusioned suddenly floated up in midair, lining up alongside the sheets of music, causing them to tremble all at once. Then, Luce flipped open the book with his left hand and placed his right hand on the piano keys before him. Scholar's right hand, master-level piano technique. As he turned to the first page, the confessions of the disillusioned showed chaotic symbols, like a scrambled dictionary pieced together randomly, squirming with frenzied patterns. Luce stared at that disorderly mess, and with his right hand, began to play. Scholar's right hand, don't even ask how it worked, just know it could play the confession book like a music score and produce a melody. Immediately, a bizarre sound filled the classroom, completely out of tune. It was like a symphony performance in Vienna's Golden Hall being suddenly crashed by second-hand rows. In terms of emotions, Fan Xian's music targeted a wide range, tormenting with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But Luce only released one emotion, pure, unfiltered rage. That emotion was ferociously aggressive, instantly overwhelming everything else. Under the influence of the confessions of the disillusioned, the phantom music sheets and piano keys began to tremble violently. Fan Xian, what the hell is happening? No one answered her question. Luce's left hand flipped to the second page. His right hand played so fast it left after images. In the empty room, it felt like a horde of demons had appeared out of thin air, recklessly attacking other music notes, striking at the core of the formation Fan Xian. From the moment Luce said, I'm very sorry, to now, less than 2 minutes had passed. Fan Xian felt soul-crushing suffocation. Her spirit form was trembling uncontrollably. She felt like the ghost she was possessing could collapse at any moment. If that happened while in possession, she'd die too. But if she switched to physical form, with that maniac behind her and a bullet wound in her abdomen. When Luce flipped to the third page, Fan Xian finally made a decision. Exit. She turned back to human form and pulled out the exit token. But in just the moment it took for those 2 actions, that monstrous mask had already appeared in front of her. His right hand, carrying a tidal wave of power, swung round and smacked straight at her face. It was like a giant hammer slamming into putty. 2 minutes ago, Luce said, I'm very sorry. 2 bottles of poison are placed in front of you. Which one do you drink? A normal person would naturally say neither, but that was exactly the dilemma Fan Xian just faced. She didn't expect the situation to spiral downhill so quickly, and even less that the other party's counterattack would be so fierce. Her spirit form was on the verge of collapse. In the end, to survive, she chose the bottle that looked less deadly. But now it was time to pay the price. She didn't have Xia Antong's level of caution. Since entering the game and discovering that her teammate was Sin, Xia Antong had pulled out the exit token and hadn't let go of it. The spirit form gave Fan Xian a false sense of security, which also made her let down her guard. Luce's movement was way too fast, faster than a person's neural reflexes. So now, the scene was horrific, even a little nauseating. Boom. A single slap to the face actually produced a sonic boom, and even sparked a flash of light. The beautiful half of Fanzian's face instantly collapsed, her face shattered like it was molded from clay, with red flesh, shattered white bone, and droplets of translucent fluid spraying into the air. Forget about losing her teeth, even her gums got slapped out. The entire left side of her head was now too gruesome to be shown without a mosaic. That slap was vicious. On the other hand, this campus mystery's ability to stir up emotions was indeed strong. This was Luce's angriest moment in the entire game so far. He had nearly lost all sense of reason. The remaining eye on Fanzian's usable side was completely bloodshot, trembling violently as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Her whole body convulsed uncontrollably, not by will, but from the nervous twitches caused by her mental breakdown. The half of her mouth that remained was gaping wide, but she couldn't even scream, just let out some muffled groans of pain. Because the muscles of her mouth and the structure of her throat and tongue had all been destroyed by that one slap. The fascia of her vocal cords had torn as well, even her cervical vertebra had snapped. It was just short of tearing her whole head off. That one slap from Luce could have earned a plastic surgery PhD. Her entire body spun like a top from the blow, flipping several times in midair before slamming hard into the floor in the distance. Fanzian's body had completely lost control. Like a broken sack, her brain matter had been shaken into a puree. By all logic, she should have passed out, but the searing pain on her face and the terror in her heart forced her to remain conscious. The only thing she could do was grip the exit token with all her strength, like clinging to her last life-saving straw, refusing to let go. Just as her mind was teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, a hellish laugh sounded in her ears. Hee hee. In that moment, Fanzian, who looked nearly devoid of life signs, had a flicker of survival in her remaining eye. Exit, exit. That was the only thing left in her mind. The next second, a terrifying kick came crashing down toward her face. Fanzian disappeared, and the final kick smashed into the floor. Epsilon. But a chunk of flesh and a puddle of blood still remained on the floor. Maybe some part of her didn't make it out in time. Hee hee. Luce continued to laugh strangely. At this moment, the edges of his wrath mask emitted a dense black aura, filled with evil and eerie energy. The overwhelming aura blasted through the entire space. After Fanzian exited, her original spirit form, under the radiation of the confessions of the disillusioned, began to collapse rapidly as well. This was the first time such a bloody scene had appeared in Luce's game, and also the first time he had shown such a brutal side. Hee hee. Luce kept letting out that inexplicable laughter, standing there silently, staring at the pile of flesh at his feet. His right foot kept grinding down on the remains, smashing them, squeezing out juices. Eventually, he stomped a hole clean through the floor. One could see into the level below. This brutal scene was far more disturbing than simply shooting someone. Even the spectators were stunned. Through the screen, they felt a chill run down their spines. What's more, Fanzian just now was a real person, not some game entity. She was even a beauty. No one expected Sin to suddenly go from emotionally stable to this. Wait, I feel like something's wrong with him. This is way more terrifying than killing someone. I kinda can't watch. That scene just now almost made me puke. She's a girl, man. Did he really have to go that hard? Honestly, kinda a turn-off. Everyone was having a hard time adjusting. The ruthless and merciless way Luce struck had left a lasting shadow. Some viewers even realized it. Sin was clearly in an abnormal emotional state, and he still hadn't calmed down. Luce wasn't inherently a psycho. He was even kind of normal. But right now, he was in a state where rage had nearly eclipsed all reason. Although slapping his enemy earlier had vented a little of that fury, the feeling hadn't fully dissipated. Luce's rational mind hadn't yet regained control. He had known this might happen, so he had given a warning. If Fanzian didn't exit at that moment, then truly, her life and death would be up to fate. He couldn't control himself. Even now, the desire to destroy was still raging inside him. The floating music sheets in the air began bursting and fading away. This campus mystery was probably nearing its collapse too. At that moment, a voice came through his earpiece. It was Xia and Tong. 10 minutes are up. How are you doing? Lu so still couldn't control his frenzied mind, letting out another bizarre laugh from his throat. Hee hee. See, Anton? What the hell does that mean, bro? While she was still confused, not knowing what kind of episode the top player was having, suddenly explosions rang out one after another through her earpiece. Like a demolition crew had stormed into the village. Xia and Tong frowned slightly, unsure what was happening. She quickly directed her eyes over to the scene. 7 mysteries of the campus, the nighttime piano music in the music classroom, Black Side Challenge successful. Challenge progress, 3-7. Remaining time, 22:27:56. The system's voice declared the challenge cleared. The clear time for this round was exactly 10 minutes. This was the fastest challenge completion since the start of challenge mode. Fan Xian, in her defiant disbelief, had successfully half-killed herself and even set a glorious record. And when Xia Antong's eye arrived on the scene, what she saw was dozens of classrooms punched through, an entire floor of the building completely demolished. And in the middle of the wreckage, standing calmly and adjusting his wind coat, was Sin. What happened here just now? Originally, Xia and Tong had been a little confused after receiving the completion notice. Since they'd already cleared the game level, what was with that strange laugh and the sounds of battle just now? And even after getting here, there was still fighting? Did they run into some expert? Nothing. Nothing happened at all. Lu Su replied calmly, brushing the dust off his body. His tone was indifferent, and he held the Confessions of the Disillusioned in his hand, looking every bit the refined and peaceful gentleman. As for the ruins around him, that was, of course, the mess he had made during his earlier outburst, indiscriminately blasting his way through in a state of loss of control. Only now did the mystic cloak show its usefulness. If he had been wearing normal clothes, Lu Su would probably be completely naked by now. Totally worth it for an epic tier weapon. Because his rage had been released, and he had closed his book the moment they cleared the horror mystery, stabilizing his emotions, Lu Su's personal rationality was once again in control. He now appeared calm and peaceful, a total contrast to how he was moments ago, and even more so compared to the version of him who had just shattered Fan Xian's head with a single slap. But Xia and Tong looked at the chaotic mess around them. She couldn't even tell which classroom was which anymore, and was a bit speechless. She could pretty much guess that this was the result of Lu Su losing control just now. She had no idea who could have pushed him this far. He was forced to this point, so he just speedran the level in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the spectators who had been watching Sin the whole time were struggling to keep it together. Wait, did he really just switch personalities like that? Why is he using a completely different face when talking to his teammate? Is this dude not actually schizophrenic or something? In just under 2 hours of gameplay, Lu Su had switched between refined gentleman and rampaging maniac more times than anyone could count. But there was no helping it. From the moment he put on the Wrath mask, Lu Su knew he couldn't let himself go. He had to constantly wrestle control of his body from wrath. Rage was different from chaos. It was an absolute abyss, capable of devouring all reason. If Lu Su didn't want to spiral completely out of control, he had to constantly remind and restrain himself. So here he was, looking like he had a split personality, one moment going berserk and killing, the next moment looking completely harmless. Xia and Tong circled Sin a couple times and saw that he didn't seem to have any major issues at the moment. She thought to herself, please don't lose control completely. If he did, they'd be completely screwed. She'd probably have to bail immediately. Alright, we're on a schedule. Lu Su adjusted his wind coat and tucked the book under his arm. Where are we headed next? It's not that urgent, honestly. Xia and Tong glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours and couldn't help but throw in a bit of sarcasm. She could sense that the rage still boiled inside this guy, barely suppressed by reason. He was clearly still in a mood and looking for somewhere to vent. Then she added, hold on a sec, remember what I said earlier? We need to wait for Park Bu-sung to make his move. Since you cleared this level so fast, his restrictions coming up soon. Yep, Park Bu-sung was currently staring at the game interface, veins bulging on his forehead like some kind of vascular horror. Look at the time, only an hour and a half had passed. The game was already halfway cleared. After getting a sense of Sin's strength, he'd already come to terms with it. Losing wasn't entirely unacceptable anymore. Especially for this level, he hadn't really expected to take down Lu Su. Losing was just losing. He already had plans for what came next. But what he really couldn't stand was that system prompt. White side player Fan Zian has exited the game. Thing trash. And she didn't even send back any intel. Is she King serious? He'd already said it. Don't worry about winning. Don't worry about winning. If things go south, just run. You don't even have to exit. The key was to send back intel about the opponent. Talk about his abilities, his combat style, his gear, any special skills. Was that so hard? Why the hell did they all just bail without saying a single word? Once you exit, you lose everything inside the game. Park Bu-sung was seriously questioning reality now. Earlier he'd thought BM and skills were decent even though he only bought them a little time. Now Fan Zian? Great, 10 minutes flat. She might as well have handed out achievements to the other side. Is there really no issue with this? Park Bu-sung questioned the game once more. Game. F***CK. He cursed, then started talking to himself. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's still under control. It's only 3 matches, it's not over yet. He wasn't panicking because he had bet everything on the last 2 games. In one of them, he was confident he could kill literally any player on Earth. The difficulty was beyond imagination. And even if that Sin was absurdly OP and somehow cleared that level, he still had a backup plan. His trap would target another black side teammate, Blink. That meant Xia Antong. Taking out some unranked girl? Easy. Even if he lost to Lu Su, he wasn't losing this game. He'd prepared for both outcomes. In his mind, he was like a spider that had woven a grand web. The closer the prey thought it was to victory, the closer it was to failure. With a wicked grin, he wrote down the restriction he had already planned out. Black side player has cleared the 3rd campus mystery. White side will now propose the 3rd restriction. If any member of the black side team dies or exits, it counts as a challenge mode failure. The moment the voice sounded, Xia Antong broke into a smile. Perfect prediction. Dealing with Park Bu-sung really is a bit too easy. At that moment, she was already guiding Lu Su to the next horror mystery. Looks like I was right. Remember what I told you earlier? In Lu Su's earpiece, Xia Antong's voice came through. He nodded and replied, "Looks like your condition worked. Tell me, what is it you want me to agree to?" Back in the classroom, Xia Antong stood up, stretched her back, and started pulling gear out of her backpack. First, whatever happens, don't lose the earpiece. Second, when you're about to clear this level, give me a heads up. Got it. Lu Su kept his promise as well, not asking for a reason. After giving a verbal, okay, Lu Su took a deep breath and stepped into the room once more. Earlier, he had suddenly felt a bit bored. The scenes before him hadn't brought even a trace of crisis. Every time he entered a corresponding horror mystery, it was just an outlet for his rage. But just now, after Xia Antong finished telling him her conditions, he suddenly had a gut feeling like something interesting might happen. That Park Bu-sung, he couldn't possibly just keep handing out wins like this level by level. Surely something a bit more exciting would come later. Hope you can give me pleasure and thrill. Otherwise, my wrath will have no choice but to rain down on you. Walking into the room, seeing the spacious art classroom and the 200 square meter space filled with famous paintings, Lu Su knew he had arrived at the corresponding location. He relaxed his tense mind, letting the raging beast inside his heart slowly come out of its cage, ready to begin a new round of invasion. The pale green mask began to shimmer with a different light, slowly revealing a face that looked somewhere between angry and compassionate, with a strange smile. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking loudly in the empty room. This is the art classroom, right? Anyone feel like crying? We're on a tight schedule. Outside the classroom, the dark gold metallic sphere of the all-seeing eye hovered for a couple of circles. Once it confirmed Lu Su had entered, the light within the classroom began to twist, becoming nearly impossible to penetrate. She knew that Sin's game had already begun. So she guided her all-seeing eye back to her and took out something resembling an insulin injector, stabbing it into her temple. The scene looked pretty terrifying. Such a big syringe made all the spectators watching the game feel their teeth ache. But she didn't seem to feel any pain. In fact, once the drug was injected, her expression looked almost satisfied. Her eyes opened wide, pupils turning into a beautiful deep blue, like sapphires buried deep under the sea. There was also a strange confidence shining in her gaze. She was also a med-popped war god. The difference was, Luce's medication was for healing his body, so he could fight wildly without worries. But hers worked on the brain, pure brainwave amplifiers. The all-seeing eye would drain her mentally, and the stronger her brain, the more developed it was, the more she could pull off. At that moment, thanks to forced mental development and the drugs, her brain's capacity had reached 25%. As she lifted her head, the entire classroom, no, the entire world seemed different. Everything around her wasn't just objects. They reflected not just light, but information, their past and present. In other words, she herself was no longer the same as she was a few minutes ago. Having spent enough time in this classroom, this second horror mystery that had been hidden here all along and hadn't been triggered yet, it was starting to feel too simple. It was just reenacting a clearance sequence she had already mentally simulated 10,000 times. Standing up, she walked over to a set of sketch sculptures that had already been arranged and picked out a David bust. It was the standard handsome European male, chiseled features, lifelike carving. Even though it was a statue, it still carried some spark of human expression. A with circumflex betas. Xia Antong smiled. Compared to her usual calmness, she now looked slightly unhinged. She reached out and touched the David head gently, her tone soft, as if coaxing a child. He's already started over there. I've got a feeling he'll be fast. So, shall we begin too? Why aren't you smiling? Come on, give me a smile. I remember when you were behind me earlier. You smiled 4 times. Xia Antong caressed the statue's head, smiling at it, as the room fell into a strange, eerie silence. The next second, all the sketch sculptures in the room began to violently tremble, as if an earthquake had hit. The David statue, held down by Xia Antong's hand, began to distort, its expression growing twisted and angry. Ah, you mad? Told you to smile, and you still won't. I should introduce you to that guy, then maybe you'd behave. With that, Xia Antong grabbed the David statue and smashed it to the floor. Both of them were now operating simultaneously, starting a new round of game clearance, one forcing a portrait to cry, the other forcing a statue to laugh. Meanwhile, Park Bu-sung's lips curled slightly upward as he looked at the scene in front of him in mild surprise. Even though he was completely in the dark about the state of the 2 black side players after his teammates exited, he still understood the triggers of the horror mystery game well. Right now, both the portrait's tears and the walking statue mysteries had entered a triggered state. He didn't really care about the portrait's tears. That was the only game scene without any of his teammates stationed, just pure gameplay content. Initially, when matching teams, the white side had 5 players in total, including himself. Of course, 3 had already exited now. There weren't enough people to cover all the levels, and he hadn't pinned high hopes on this one. Considering Sin had steamrolled every game level so far, this one probably wouldn't be too hard either. The key problem was the walking statue. That was a scenario he designed from the beginning, set in the same scene as the first horror mystery to avoid suspicion and to forcibly split up the 2 players. In his design, the weaker one, Blank, would likely stay behind and end up triggering the game scene. And now that this scene was active, it proved his judgment had been right. Park Bu-sung was very pleased. This was the first good news he'd received since the game began. He'd originally planned to wait until Sin was more or less worn down, and then hit him with the strongest horror mystery to take him out directly. And the mystery on Blank's side was more like a trump card, a plan B. If it turned out that Sin was completely untouchable, then use the horror mystery to stall him. While he was trapped, unable to escape or assist, Park would go in personally and deal with the woman himself. Same outcome, right? He didn't expect it to trigger this early. Seems like the woman's luck wasn't too great after all. Good thing he had the foresight to prepare for all possibilities, setting up the game restriction that counted either black side player's death or exit as a challenge mode failure. She probably still hasn't realized she's already inside the trap. Thinking about how great things could turn out, Park Bu-sung began talking to his last teammate, with a bit of a bootlicking look appearing on his face. Strangely enough, the teammate matched with him wasn't just a top-tier player from Dahan Minghua, but also a little celebrity he'd been chasing for months. though he hadn't gotten anywhere with her yet. By his standards, getting with a minor celeb shouldn't be that hard, but maybe because he hadn't succeeded yet, it only made him want it more. Back when he was ranked first, he was full of confidence. Everyone was watching. But after failing several horror mystery rounds and his teammates dropping out, he'd really lost face. Now, finally, some good news. His plan had worked. One part was to show off, and the other was to delegate some tasks. Hey, little looks like we've got a bit of good news over here. Sin? Doesn't really matter what's going on with him. Whether he's strong or not doesn't affect the outcome of this game. I just want you to go over and take a look. While talking, he mentioned that Blank had already fallen into the trap. At the same time, he wanted this last teammate to go finish things off. That way, it's safer, and it kind of counts as doing her a favor too. After all, letting her take out the female teammate on the other side would earn her some credit. And he wouldn't have to lose face. I mean, he's the guy who's going head-to-head with Sin. How could he be the one to actively deal with a girl? Talk about killing multiple birds with one stone. Even though Sin had been steadily clearing the game and his own teammates were still trash, Park Bu-sung's strategies and setups had been working all along. Games are all about using smarts, not brute force. Just like in life. Only someone like me deserves to be number one. Victory. For some reason, even though Sia and Tong hadn't lost yet, Park Bu-sung had already mentally imagined at least 10,000 words of story. He was the kind of person with an extremely vivid imagination. His fantasy speed was way beyond that of normal people. In his game perspective, the viewers from Huagua who occasionally dropped in were all left speechless. Watching Park Bu-sung grin mysteriously, his eyes blank, dancing around from time to time, they had no idea what the hell he was thinking. Wait, what's he so happy about? Does he know Blank is almost done clearing that side? This guy looks a bit mentally off too, just his condition is totally different from Sin. What kind of brainpower is this? Is that his superpower or something? Since all the comments included some kind of info about the match, Park Bu-sung couldn't see any of them. Whenever he opened the livestream, all he saw were comments like, "Da Han Minghua is awesome," "Mr. Park is awesome," and the like. Since those weren't related to the actual game content, they came through. This was a massive information cocoon. In this kind of info bubble, it was easier for him to fantasize, to fully immerse himself in the little bit of good news he had and roam freely. Nigeria, Nairobi. The viewers could only be silently speechless, waiting for everything to unfold. Inside the art classroom. A wrecked mess of an art classroom. Lu Su was pressing on his earpiece, starting a call with Sia and Tong. It was time to follow through on what he'd agreed to before. At this point, every painting in the room was in ruins. Sunflowers, the starry night, and other masterpieces were scattered on the floor. Since they weren't portraits, Lu Su hadn't touched them. Mona Lisa's smile had a single hole in the center of her forehead. That smiling mouth couldn't smile anymore, and her eyes were now bleeding tears. The creation of Adam had been torn in two, the human figure shredded. Famous and unfamiliar medieval paintings were drifting everywhere. Frames shattered, canvases ripped, some on the floor, some pinned to the walls. Oh, and all the partitions and decorative walls in the room had been busted through. Deluxe turned to bare bones in an instant. When Lucy came in, he just started tearing things down. He had thought someone would be here, but nope. So the game progress was even easier than before. Confessions of the Disillusioned was now floating in the air, suppressing all the lingering spirits in the room. This game was way too easy. Luso honestly didn't have much to say about it. He finished even faster than the last one. Just one last step, he started looking for Xia and Tong. Hey, I'm almost done here. What's your plan? Since this level wasn't that hard, Lusu hadn't even gotten mad. He was still emotionally stable. Oh? Hey there, sounds like you really did finish fast. Hearing Xia Antong's voice, Lusu suddenly frowned and asked, Who are you? Xia Antong? She was confused for a moment, then seemed to understand something. She cleared her throat and said, Took a shot. Brain activities temporarily boosted. Maybe acting a bit different because of that. How much do you have left? Lusa looked back at the portrait in front of him. It was a full-body image, and the air in front of it was warping in a creepy way. Chest, hands, feet, he'd already driven steel pins into each of them. They were writhing in the painting now, tears in their eyes. Originally a terrifying scene, but for some reason it now looked kind of pitiful. I'm one shot away. Oh. Xia Antong replied, then turned to look behind her. Unlike Lu Su, her biology classroom still looked the same as before. The desks and chairs were untouched, no wreckage, no mess. The only difference was that all the sketch sculptures in the center of the classroom had been assembled into a 2-meter-tall figure, standing in a bizarre pose. Each segment of the sculpture had a small jet propulsion unit attached to it, giving it full 360-degree monitoring and control over its movements. Every time the sculpture tried to move its leg, the device at the knee would apply counterforce, precisely blocking and even reversing the motion. A walking statue? Every move you make is under my control. All these modules fused together created this undead creature in front of her, frozen in place. No matter what the horror mystery's final form was supposed to be, it had no chance of showing it. The statue of David's eyes were wide open, staring hard at Xia Antong. Xia Antong shrugged at it and said 7 words. Sorry about that. Physics. Then, she spoke into the earpiece to Sin. Okay, I'll count down 3, 2, 1, you shoot and handle things over there. Let's give Park Bu-sung, with his overly peaceful life, a little surprise. Surprise? Lusa frowned, instantly sensing that something was off. That wasn't how Xia Antong usually spoke. She must have done something on her end too, something that required syncing with him. Translate that? What do you mean by surprise? Surprise means 1,800,000 taels of silver, Xia Antong blurted out, then quickly collected herself and corrected, just shoot already. 3, 2, 1. One way or another, the horror mystery game in front of him had to be cleared. Lusa moved the index finger on his right hand and fired a shot straight through the desperate portrait in front of him. You even had tears in your eyes? One shot and boom. Immediately after, a dense series of explosion sounds came through the earpiece, crackling like firecrackers. Lusa frowned, not sure what was going on over there. In less than a minute, 2 consecutive system prompt sounds echoed across the entire game, like they had been perfectly coordinated. 7 mysteries of the campus, the portrait's tears, black side challenge successful. Challenge progress. 4 out of 7, remaining time, 22:14:26. 7 mysteries of the campus, the walking statue, black side challenge successful. Challenge progress. 5 out of 7, remaining time, 22:14:24. What seemed like a lot of 7 mysteries and various restrictions had felt overwhelming from the start. But now, in less than 2 hours, they'd made rapid progress, breaking through level after level, and even faster than before. Especially the last 2 rounds, no prearranged teammates, no prior coordination, everything happened just like that. Park Bu-sung had now been pushed to the edge of a cliff, suddenly facing a do-or-die moment, with no buffer left. But when Lusa heard the 2 successful completion alerts in his earpiece, he didn't look pleased at all. In fact, he furrowed his brow, a bit irritated under that light green mask. With grave. This seems like the horror mystery you said you couldn't find earlier, right? You wanted to clear it yourself? I could have handled it. Why create more complications? Lusa looked slightly annoyed. In his eyes, even if this move advanced the game progress, it also introduced unnecessary risk. He didn't know what Xia Antong's combat strength really was, and he didn't care to find out. From the start of the game, his plan had always been to clear everything himself, especially after the teammate restriction got added. If we didn't do this, he'd predict your actions. Doing this lets us predict his decisions. Xia Antong gave a rough explanation, but didn't go into much detail. Also, doing it this way lets us confine the opponent's remaining restrictions to a range we can anticipate and accept. She had prepared those lines in advance, but Lusa clearly wasn't quite buying it. So, what's your combat ability then? Xia Antong had a bit of a headache. Sometimes she wondered if she had overestimated Park Bu-sung. She still didn't know how much authority the game had granted him, which made her hesitant to say too much. The other guy was the hunter. If she managed to guess his thinking, then the roles of hunter and prey could switch. But if he found out she'd figured him out, that would create a whole new mess. All she could do was hope Park Bu-sung really was just a dumb *SS. So she carefully said, I promise, from now on, all battles will be handled by you. You're the key to victory. Keep your earpiece on, and stay alert for the next restriction. Lu Su. Turns out, Park Bu-sung really was a dumb *SS. Caught up in his heavy daydreaming, he didn't think too deeply about strategy or counter-strategy. Maybe that's a flaw all people in dominant positions have. When he heard that 2 horror mysteries had been cleared simultaneously, one of them even by Blink, his eyes nearly popped out. What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Why are your teammates so good at fighting while mine are all brain dead? He never once thought maybe his own judgment had gone wrong. Instead, he just started flailing around in panic. Because Sin was too hard to restrict and deal with, he had already used all 3 restrictions on Blink, tying their fates completely together. Now, if he had to come up with a whole new restriction plan to perfectly shut down Sin, he was honestly out of ideas. The sunk cost was too high. If he didn't target Blink, it meant his 3 previous restrictions were wasted. And with 2 games ending at once, he now had 2 new restriction chances, but no clear plan. The last 2 remaining games were both really tough. One of them was his trump card, originally intended for Sin. The other trump card, the one he thought had gone unnoticed and was aimed at Blink, the walking statue, yeah, that just got cracked. So now, the only horror mystery that still gave him a sense of security was that last super strong one, but he had 0 intel on the 2 over there. TCH, guess this is the only way. His mushy brain struggled to turn, but eventually, he stumbled upon the only option left. Forget using the trump card on Sin. Just find a way to hit Blink with the hardest game and be done with it. So, with no time left to do a proper review or rethink, Park Bu-sung started entering his 4th restriction in the game interface. Black side players have completed the 4th campus mystery. Now, white side must issue the 4th restriction. White side team, Park Bu-sung, will now be able to see the movements of black side members. View only, no dialogue. As soon as the voice dropped, 2 blurry screens popped up in front of Park Bu-sung. The game had eaten up one internal condition, but finally, he got to see something none of his 3 teammates had sent anything back. Sin was always wearing a mask, so he still looked the same. But Blink, this was the first time Park Bu-sung had ever seen his face. The helmet covered over 60% of it. Unless you knew the guy in real life, there was no way to recognize him. Why the hell does everyone keep hiding their faces? While he was watching, Sia and Tong in the screen suddenly looked up and waved at his direction. Park Bu-sung instantly felt awkward. He had no idea how she found that angle, but they had locked eyes perfectly. He turned to the other screen, Sin's screen, only to see Luce's light green mask with an indifferent expression, looking straight back at him. His foot suddenly caught on something, and even across the screen, Park Bu-sung was startled and instinctively dodged, nearly falling over. When the other guy suddenly pulled out a gun, Park Bu-sung's mind went completely blank for a second. The fear stripped him of basic judgment, and he instinctively chose to dodge. But in reality, he and Lusu were still far apart. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even in the school space anymore. No matter how powerful Sin was, it wasn't likely he could shoot him across different dimensions. But emotions aren't rational. In that moment, Park Bu-sung couldn't help but feel fear. Seeing that pale green mask, an alarm bell rang in his heart. As time passed, he no longer had the confidence he started with. He glanced at Lucy with some unease and saw that pale green mask was still staring at him. He couldn't help but ask the game directly. Hey, does the game show where I'm looking from their point of view? It doesn't. This was the first time the game responded to him, but the answer was still just as perfunctory. Click, then how the H*LL are they seeing me? There wasn't much time to think it over. Park Bu-sung had to hurry and write his next restriction. There really wasn't any time to waste. What should have been a sure win round had now become a life-or-death gamble. As for Sia and Tong, the reason she could see was simple. She had thoroughly decoded the room over a long period of time and was overly familiar with it. She knew exactly how much sand was in the gaps between each brick. If the airflow changed even slightly, she could sense it. So, she had a general idea of where she was being watched from. Of course, this only applied to that room. Outside of it, she'd be just as clueless. As for Lusu, it was even simpler. Pure instinct. Wrath just followed his gut. Sia and Tong stared at the spot in front of her that felt like it was being watched, and whispered into her earpiece. I'm guessing this guy's about to start placing restrictions to force me out. It might be hard to kill me while I'm in this room. Just as she was thinking that, Park Bu-sung's update came through. Black side player has cleared the 5th campus mystery. Now it's white side's turn to set the fifth restriction. No member of the black side team may stay too long in a single horror mystery scene. Xia and Tong. Sometimes things go so smoothly that I start to feel like I'm being played. Originally, her plan was to play along, figure out the opponent's strategy, and use the overwhelming force of sin to disrupt their thought process, keeping them moving under her control. A with circumflex epsilon. It was supposed to be a simple role reversal game between hunter and prey because she hated that feeling of someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes. But now it felt like too much. This wasn't a hunter-prey dynamic anymore, it was a puppet and a spellcaster. The opponent's strategy felt like a perfect reenactment of her own thoughts. Now, they were basically at the final stage. The decoding and mental games were more or less over. Honestly, Park Bu-sung wasn't all that bright. Of course, she had taken a neural-enhancing drug and was under the blessing of the all-seeing eye, so thinking he was dumb was only natural. If everything went smoothly, whether they won or not now depended entirely on whether Sin had enough brute force. And just then, Luce's slightly irritable voice came through. These restrictions seem to be mostly aimed at you. Weak opponents only pick soft targets. Xia Antong? Yeah, she realized under the Wrath mask, emotional intelligence didn't exist. So what's the next level? Hurry up. Don't get yourself in danger before I clear this. If I lose because of you. His tone grew clearly threatening by the end, but somehow Xia Antong, with her now boosted intelligence, got the feeling he was just trying to scare her. I'm not in any danger. I've guided you and destabilized Park Bu-sung's mental state. My part's done. The one in danger now is you. Xia Antong found a chair, sat down, and crossed her legs. Actually, all the earlier setups just made it look like he was targeting me. But in reality, the danger was meant for you. Luce paused at her words. Clearly, under the Wrath mask's simple thought patterns, he didn't fully grasp what she meant. Let me ask you one thing. You absolutely believe in your own strength, right? Xia Antong said seriously. The next two horror mysteries might be a little odd. If you suddenly get thrown into a hellish situation completely unprepared, do you really think your combat power is enough? Hell. Xia Antong could tell his tone changed noticeably on the other end of the earpiece. I am hell. That one sentence nearly pushed the already overlocked Wrath mask into full-blown overload. Okay, then just follow my lead. There was no time to waste. Xia Antong didn't say another word. The gray eye drew a line through the air, flying toward Luce's location. If Sin really couldn't win the fight, then there was nothing she could do either. On campus, a girl in 12-centimeter high heels with a girl group aesthetic was talking to Park Bu-sung, discussing what he called the most critical moment. Her name was Yi-ah, Park Bu-sung's final teammate. And at that moment, someone suddenly appeared in her field of vision. Appa, I think I just saw someone. Who? Park Bu-sung shouted, nerves taut. I think it's BMN, our teammate, Yi-ah replied hesitantly. Oh, teammate. Park Bu-sung just started to relax, then his expression froze. Didn't he already exit the game? Wait, no, run. Get to the horror mystery game location right now. That's not BMN, it's probably Sin. He's got a mask that can change faces. The second she heard it was Sin, Yi-ah's face went pale. She kicked off her heels and bolted like a track star. Hey, Yi-ah. BMN finally spotted a teammate and smiled slightly, then realized she was running away. He took a few steps after her, but she ran even faster. Sigh. He stopped in place, knowing full well what she must be thinking. BMN stood there, utterly dejected. What's wrong with this game? Why won't anyone even talk to me? What the H*LL is going on? He shouted in frustration. And suddenly felt a chill behind him. A voice came from directly behind. What do you want to say? BMN turned around. The pale green mask filled his view. BMN. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't done enough charity in his everyday life, but now karma had come for him. Why the H*LL did he have to run into him here? Why are you still here? Luce looked at the player who had caused him the biggest headache in the game, suddenly in the mood to talk a little more. I actually wanted to exit too, but my exit token was taken by you. I mean, you picked it up. BMN looked helpless as he spoke, his voice getting smaller and smaller. By the end, he even corrected himself, afraid he might have said something that would anger the man in front of him. Even though Sin looked calm and reasonable now, he'd seen what the guy was like when he went berserk. That was legit hell. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Oh? So you're saying it's my fault? Luce's brain worked in its usual simple mode and reached that conclusion. He casually pulled out Hell Roar. Beeman? No, of course not. It's obviously all my fault. I shouldn't have joined the game. I wasted your precious time. Let's talk this out, no need to pull a gun. Seeing the barrel of Hell Roar, Beeman's survival instinct instantly kicked in. He launched into a flurry of words and quickly jumped to the side to dodge the aim, raising both hands high. His will to live was just as strong as ever. Dignity didn't matter anymore. Lusa considered him the only smart player in Dahan Mingwa. What are you doing? Beeman hesitated for a moment. He couldn't exactly say he came out here looking for teammates. Back when he got flagged as out and Lusa walked away, he had actually been a little happy. He didn't have to exit and still got to keep his superpowers and everything. After all, unless your life is really at risk, who'd want to exit? But soon, he realized something was wrong. He had become completely isolated. He had no idea what to do next. The game had already marked him as exited, meaning he couldn't participate in any game-related events. No live stream, no way to contact teammates, nothing left to do. He figured he'd just wait for the game to end and exit automatically. But the eerie atmosphere of the school made him uneasy, and he had no clue how far along the game had gotten. Eventually, every second felt like a year. He couldn't sit still and thought he'd try to find his teammates, at least to get some peace of mind. But in the end, he got caught in the middle. His teammate didn't trust him, and now he ran into this *****ing Reaper. Beeman was ready to cry. He just wanted to stay alive. Why was that so hard? Lusa stared at his just ate s****** T expression, said nothing, and aimed the gun at him. Wait. I didn't come to look for my teammates. Lusu. Beeman. The moment the words left his mouth, they both went silent. Beeman realized he'd slipped and could only helplessly say, I've already been marked as out by the game. You heard it too. I don't know anything right now, not even if I can get out. My teammates even thought I was you. Oh right, if it helps, she went that way just now. Go after her, not me. Without a shred of guilt, Beeman sold out Yia instantly. Better her than him. This gun was scary. Lusa looked in the direction Beeman pointed, then listened to something in his earpiece and walked off without another word. Hey! Beeman mustered his courage to shout, can you give me my exit token back? It's useless to you anyway. Give it back. Lusa turned around, his tone sharp. No. I mean trade. I meant trade. Beeman instantly caught on, ran up a couple steps, and started digging through his backpack. He pulled out all kinds of random stuff. Mostly medicine, plus some other things like recharge batteries. Recharge battery can restore energy for any energy-consuming item produced within the game. This is all I have left. Total value should definitely be worth more than one exit token. All of it. For the first time, a bit of surprise came from behind the Wrath mask. The expression on the mask even looked a bit contemptuous. Is identical to. That's it? That's a lot, okay? I've only cleared 2 levels. My only good stuff was my skill and the spirit-boosting potion, and I already used those, couldn't give them to you even if I wanted to. No Thailand bought Epsilon. Beeman looked genuinely sincere. His pupils basically spelled out, please believe me. Lusa paused, stared at him for a moment, then nodded. All right. He scooped up everything, turned around, and walked off, disappearing around the hallway corner. The whole move was so smooth that Beeman even felt pretty good about it. At least having the exit token back would give him some peace of mind. Wait a sec. Something felt off. Slowly, it dawned on him. Where's my exit token? He didn't give it back to me. He ran forward a few steps, but Sin was long gone. Even if he caught up, what could he do? Beeman was stunned. Was I scammed? Or was I robbed? Far away, Lucy was still talking with the other person on the earpiece. He's actually a pretty nice guy. I forgot to loot him earlier, and he brought the stuff right to me. Sia and Tong was laughing on the other end. It's been like, over 10 minutes. Lucy stopped walking. Why have you been making me run around in circles in the school? What's going on? He was starting to lose patience. His instincts hadn't picked up on anything suspicious. The campus horror mysteries felt like they'd all been cleared. The last two horror mysteries are probably mobile, no fixed locations. I wasn't sure before, but now that you've looped the whole place and sensed nothing, I'm almost certain. So, Lucius spun the gun in his hand. As expected, the later horror mysteries were gonna be harder. So, we're going to lure the snake out. Sia Antong spoke as she walked to the classroom door. She opened her game interface, and right in front of her was a countdown. That was the latest restriction Park Bu-sung had placed on her, no staying in one scene too long. Adding in the time she'd already spent, she had about 5 minutes left. Now, go to the direction that Byum-in pointed you to. There's a restroom closest to that room. Go in. Once you're inside, don't do anything yet, stay in touch with me. Oh, and make sure you go into the women's restroom. Lusu. He felt a bit awkward about this whole women's restroom situation, but considering how this game was all about the supernatural anyway, maybe this part wouldn't be that strict. He didn't think too much about it and walked in the direction he'd chosen earlier. At this moment, it seemed like he was the only one in the entire campus, wandering around aimlessly. Even Byum-in from earlier had vanished again, probably found another place to hide. He was clearly a player, yet right now he looked more like a boss, walking around openly, not even bothering to stay hidden, as if searching for someone in hiding. Park Bu-sung and the others were all hiding really well. In fact, they were indeed all in hiding. Ever since they figured out the movement of the two, Park Bu-sung had become a silent film enthusiast, staring nonstop at two muted screens. Now, seeing Sin on the move, and that blink seemed like he was about to leave the room too, he quickly reached out to the last teammate Yi-ah. Little Sin might be heading in your direction. Yi-ah immediately froze. In terms of strength, she was the weakest one from Dahan Minghua, and only got into the game due to a coincidence tied to Park Bu-sung. She was just a small-time pop star with no connections and a fragile mental state. When she heard that Sin was coming, she almost trembled on the spot. In a soft, sweet voice, she said, "Appa, do I really have to stay? Can't we swap again? Or maybe you deal with him. I don't have the confidence." That flirty voice made Park Bu-sung a bit distracted, but he still knew what was important. He coaxed her softly. "My plan is solid. You don't need to fight him. Just don't do anything and trap him inside the horror mystery, that's it. We're about to win. Don't you trust me?" Yeah. She really wanted to say no. The only reason she got close to Park Bu-sung and strung him along was because of his background and money. Ability? What ability? New Omicron. Alright, that's enough. He should be there soon. Things are tense on my end too. Remember, absolutely do not engage. At this moment, Lusu had already arrived in front of the women's restroom. Having never entered one in his entire life, he was finally going to have this first experience. This is it. He spoke casually and didn't wait for a response before stepping right in. Anyway, might as well check it out first. The moment he stepped in, he noticed the decor was definitely different. First off, there were no urinals. The entire space was made up of stalls. The hygiene situation was pretty average, but most importantly, there was a huge mirror right by the entrance. Lusa looked into the mirror, no reflection. The mirror showed no sign of him at all. A hideous smile slowly surfaced on his pale green mask. Lusa didn't know why, but after wandering for so long, he'd finally found the place. "I'm here. I can confirm it. Hanako in the restroom is definitely this place." He pressed his earpiece and spoke, already raising his gun at the mirror. Yeah, trembling all over. "Don't shoot." At that moment, Sia Antong seemed to sense what he was about to do and urgently shouted. It was the first time since her brainwave enhancement that she sounded this anxious. "Absolutely don't engage. Don't do anything. Don't trigger the game scene. Just stay there. You probably won't be able to leave anyway. Try your best to keep your eyes closed and don't look at the mirror. It's important, this affects the game's outcome." Driven by wrath, Lusu instinctively wanted to ask why, but something in her tone made him pause and rein in his temper. He put the gun away, closed his eyes tightly, and replied, "All right. Hurry up." Sia Antong was a bit shocked at how easily she managed to calm Sin, but there was no time to think about it. It was her turn to act. Time was up. She stepped out of the room and casually arrived at a stairwell between floors. She looked up briefly. 12 steps. Her all-seeing eye had already scanned the entire campus, including various basements and empty corners. There wasn't a single place with 13 steps. What existed were either standard 12-step staircases or larger ones with more than 20 steps. So, assuming her judgment wasn't off, Xia Antong lowered her gaze and began walking up the steps one by one. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. After clearly stepping on 12 steps, there it was, the final step. The lighting around her suddenly dimmed. The atmosphere and environment turned eerie in an instant, a heavy, oppressive presence enveloping everything. Whether it was from the all-seeing eye's data or her own enhanced brain's reasoning, everything screamed danger, warning her not to proceed. But Xia Antong smiled. This unfamiliar sensation excited her. She adjusted her earpiece and took one more step. The 13th step. In that instant, everything went silent. The space and stairs didn't seem to change, but it felt like a vacuum. An unsettling silence took over. The oppressive aura almost turned physical, making Xia Antong feel a slight dampness in the air, like it had turned viscous. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the next floor, voice steady and full of confidence. "Hello there, Miss Blink." A Korean-style figure, handsome, but with a slightly feminine vibe, appeared before Xia Antong. "Heh." Xia Antong let out a scornful chuckle the moment she saw him and said bluntly, "Idiot." Simple trash talk, ultimate pleasure. Park Bu-sung was completely stunned by that one word. Park Bu-sung? He had imagined 10,000 different scenarios for this moment, looked forward to seeing the girl in front of him, but this was not what he expected. Before he could respond, Xia Antong face-palmed. Her excited expression turned deadpan the moment she saw Park Bu-sung, and she couldn't help but say, "Let me guess. These last two horror mysteries are mobile. Especially this 13th step, you can summon it any time. So originally, this was a great stalling tool. You were confident. You probably thought that with this in hand, victory was guaranteed. Though I assume the game placed some limits on you too. But this is also the most powerful level. You feared Sin's strength, so you used a relatively defensive instance to trap him, then used game limitations to lure me out and take me down. And then, game over. Right?" Park Bu-sung's face turned green then purple, but in the end, he gave a cold laugh and said, "So, what if you guessed it? It's already too late." Xia Antong, facing the idiot in front of her, revealed a charming yet dangerous smile under her helmet. "So, all my careful planning, all the visual misdirection, even the body language I used after knowing you could see me. All of it was for nothing, huh? You never suspected a thing. Park Bu-sung? Did that really happen, tisk?" Xia Antong was feeling a little uncomfortable, staring at the smug-looking Park Bu-sung in front of her, unable to find the words. This guy ranked 79. Even if she knew his power came entirely from gear stacking, with so many powerful players in the world, how the H*LL did someone like this get in? Guess it's just the beginning of the game. The real experts haven't pulled ahead yet, giving these kinds of people a chance to sneak in. At first, Xia Antong thought she had stumbled into a high-level match with world-class difficulty that gave her a kind of thrill she'd never experienced before in her life. But in the end, the only real high-level player was Sin, huh? Facing Sin earlier, the overwhelming pressure he gave off had skewed her expectations of the leaderboard. You really aren't afraid of dying. Didn't even bother to check your opponent's info before challenging him. So now, the only thing you need to do is take me out. Everything's all good after that, right? In the air, at least 10 invisible eyes were fixed on Park Bu-sung. It was the all-seeing eye operating at full capacity. She was carefully observing every single facial muscle of his, especially the ones around the face, to see if this guy was just putting on a show. Heh, Park Bu-sung laughed. Not like it has to come to that. We're civilized people, not some uncultured savages. We don't go around attacking women for no reason, especially not beautiful ones like you. If you're willing to back out now, then there's no need to take any unnecessary risks. Or if you don't want to lose your gear, you could just give it to me first. We can talk about trading equipment once we're out of here." As he spoke, Park Bu-sung gave what he thought was a gentlemanly smile, though it came off greasy as H*LL. Xia Antong. All right, this guy's sense of humor might be too much. If Sin hadn't insisted on hell mode, this whole challenge would have been pointless. Then again, that makes sense. Anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't challenge the world's #1 without understanding the game's reward and punishment system, or their opponent's strength. Park Bu-sung seemed to think victory was already his. He walked down 2 more steps and continued his little speech to himself. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Winning or losing a game isn't determined by a single piece. That'd be meaningless. Just like in chess. When the king is taken down, you lose. Game over. But the king isn't the strongest piece. In fact, combat-wise, he's weak, more like dead weight. The queen is powerful. The rook is strong. But it doesn't matter, if the king falls, it's game over for them too. You've become the king in this game under my design, step by step, walking straight into my trap. As for the previous game, the teammates, they were just pawns. All part of my plan. Don't tell me you actually thought you were about to win? No one asked, but Park Bu-sung confidently laid out his entire strategy. Then he turned to Semi-Invincible, who was frozen like a statue. Well then, you should be fully aware of your situation now. Time to make your choice. I can spare your life, just consider it making a friend. Semi-Invincible. Your stupidity is like something out of a third-rate novel. The only twist is that your overconfidence makes it kind of funny. Being insulted made Park Bu-sung's expression darken. He sneered. Looks like Miss Kong still hasn't figured out what's going on. So, you really think you can get past me, huh? As you Wagwa folks say, what was it again? Not crying until you see the coffin? Semi-Invincible looked at him, still rambling to himself, and shrugged. This is an instant death stage. Once it's triggered, the only way to clear it is through brute force. Of course I know I'm not your match here. Her words sounded so matter-of-fact that Park Bu-sung was briefly thrown off. If you know you can't win, then why are you still talking? But do you think you can take on that guy over there? Semi-Invincible baited him. Him? Sin. Park Bu-sung scoffed and shook his head. This stage was designed for him. Of course I'm confident I can handle him. But since I've already got you, the king, why should I care about what happens to him? In Park Bu-sung's mind, victory was within reach. Winners write history. Who cares if he can actually beat Sin or not? It's all just bragging anyway. Semi-Invincible saw how gullible this guy was and got curious. She still wanted to ask, if he hadn't triggered it, how is this horror mystery supposed to be solved? Arno. But just then, a voice came through her earpiece. About time, isn't it? Can you stop wasting time with him? Let's get started. Semi-Invincible raised an eyebrow and asked, you figured it out? Pretty obvious just now. Lu Su was standing in the middle of the women's restroom, in front of the strange, empty mirror, eyes shut. Earlier, when Semi-Invincible told him not to open his eyes, her tone was panicked, tinged with fear. And Lu Su knew that kind of fear all too well. It was the fear of not being able to guarantee your own safety. From that moment, Lu Su had a rough idea of what she hadn't been saying. That's why he decided to listen and not act. Otherwise, based on his usual behavior, he would have smashed that mirror the moment he walked in. Park Bu-sung. Chatting right in front of me? Why don't you ask him if he has any last words after losing? His time as world #1 is probably up. Semi-Invincible looked up and gave him a pitying glance. You went on and on about chess. Did you not consider castling? Good luck. With that, Semi-Invincible swiftly raised her hand and pressed her earpiece. Switch. The space twisted violently. Her entire figure seemed surreal, and then shattered and reassembled in an instant. It all happened so fast that Park Bu-sung didn't even have time to react. His smug grin was still frozen on his face. In front of him, the previously delicate figure was gone, replaced by someone wearing a light green mask. Hello. Lu Su looked up and said. The air and time seemed to freeze at that moment. On the 13 steps, 2 people stood face to face. I found a very fitting picture for this. I'll upload it later. Lu Su and Park Bu-sung stared each other down. Park Bu-sung's smile completely froze on his face. His lips twitched, and the muscles on his face made it clear he couldn't force a smile anymore. Just standing there, his mental state was clearly different from just a moment ago. When he faced blank earlier, Park Bu-sung had felt confident. But the guy standing in front of him now gave him a strange sense, like his heart had skipped a beat. Even animals with undeveloped intelligence can instinctively fear the presence of a predator. Park Bu-sung gulped, warily watching the man before him, completely forgetting that he had just claimed, dealing with Sin won't be a problem. Of course, Lu Su was also sizing up Park Bu-song. This was his first time seeing, head-on, this so-called young master who dared challenge him. Weak. Too much so. Just by looking at his limbs, you could tell there was no training, let alone any combat experience. His facial skin looked smooth, but even with a decent disguise, it was obvious from the hollowness under his eyes that he'd been indulging himself far too much. Lu Su even suspected this guy had put on makeup before entering the game. Why so quiet? I remember you had a lot to say earlier when you were challenging me. Lu Su rolled his shoulder, looking at his completely non-threatening opponent, casually making small talk. His mood had clearly improved. The 7 mysteries were all complete now, only fighting remained. And fighting under the Wrath mask was the one thing he was best at and the simplest. No way. The horror mystery's already been triggered. This is a separate space. How did you get here? Park Bu-sung muttered in disbelief. At this point, things had already gone this far, and he was still babbling nonsense. Truly comical. That, I don't know. You'll have to ask her. Earpiece. True interconnectivity. On the surface, it only worked for communication, no different from a regular Bluetooth earpiece. But it was actually an epic-tier weapon. Its true function was spatial exchange, controlled by the user. It allowed 2 wearers to swap positions, ignoring all restrictions, space locks, and incantations. With diuresis. The swap could only be used once before needing to recharge. But that single unrestricted, fully conscious exchange was exactly what made it an epic-tier weapon. Lu Su had only realized something was off when Xia and Tong repeatedly reminded him to wear the earpiece properly. His strong instincts picked up the hint. Sure enough, she was holding onto some top-tier gear. Meanwhile, his own mysterious cloak was the weakest of all the epic-tier weapons. Thinking about it, Lu Su unconsciously rubbed the corner of his cloak. You might want to focus. I still need you to come help me over here. From the other end of the earpiece, Xia Antong's voice came through. Right now, in the pitch-black restroom, a dripping sound had begun, as if something was leaking. If one could open their eyes and look, they'd see blood seeping out of every sink and stall. The crimson blood was already about to reach Xia Antong's feet. In the mirror, a black-haired girl slowly appeared. The girl had no eyeballs. In the dark sockets of her eyes, a tongue wriggled and slithered. The whole restroom was soaked in a terrifying atmosphere, but Xia Antong stood completely still in the center, eyes tightly shut. She had even deactivated the all-seeing eye, refusing to move at all. She knew this stage was the open your eyes and you die type. If she really opened her eyes or used anything to look around, it would fully trigger the berserk state of the horror mystery. This was almost a universal trait of every horror mystery involving mirrors. At the same time, she also believed, as long as she didn't look, this space couldn't unleash its full power, and she could endure it. So even as the sounds, the temperature, and the atmosphere screamed a terrifying tale all around her, she kept her eyes tightly shut and didn't seek death. I know. Lu Su quickly replied from the other side. Also, no matter which version of folklore you go by, the 13 Steps is the most dangerous, possibly the only instant death horror mystery. When I was over there just now, the all-seeing eye already told me how dangerous it was. You better take it seriously, don't underestimate the enemy. Be careful you don't get yourself killed. What did you say? On Lu Su's end, something shifted in the Wrath Mask's energy, just a bit. Me? Get killed by him. Xia and Tong quickly ended the call. That line was purely to help Sin stack up some rage points, get him fired up fast. After all, she was already gambling hard. If Sin actually lost, then her own situation, well, she'd be screwed. On the other side, the epic-tier weapon earpiece creaked loudly under Lu Su's fingers. Honestly, he didn't even need Xia and Tong to help him build rage. He looked calm, but he was already fuming. Especially this Park Bu-sung. Just looking at that idiot made his idiot allergy flare up. What pissed him off most was, why does someone like this get to challenge me? This kind of trash, just because of his background, gets to rank 79? Park Bu-sung didn't know why, but he suddenly felt cold. In front of him, Sin looked more and more monstrous, and it was like a black hole. Space itself was collapsing inward. With a grim expression, Park Bu-sung gritted his teeth and gave an order to Ya. Take that woman out. Then he looked back at Sin and said, doesn't matter, you're going down too. Suddenly, Lu Su cut him off. Don't you think? You're standing a little too close to me? The next instant, alarm bells exploded in Park Bu-song's mind. The horror mystery had granted him part of a demon's power. His alertness was way higher than normal. He instantly jumped back and saw something on his right side, a hand, still attached to tendon and flesh, torn clean off. It was his right arm. Lu Su had lunged, aiming to rip the guy's head off. Unfortunately, he didn't get the whole thing, just one arm. The pain was unlike anything Park Bu-song had ever experienced. His body twisted and swelled, skin ripping, muscles bulging. A pair of ram horns sprouted from his head. He transformed into a demonic figure. Then, all along the staircase, everything began to squirm. On the walls, the floor, the steps, countless evil things seemed to be wriggling to break free. What surged out from the steps above were all physical entities. After entering the 13 steps, it was like stepping into an alternate dimension. This place was unlike any game level before. No longer spirit forms, no longer attacks on the mental level, but actual vengeful spirits and demons, winged, horned, with bodies stitched together from various animals. Since the start of the Chosen's paradise, this was the first time a game scene had completely detached from reality, from the human world. It was as if the players had suddenly stepped out of the understandable scope of human comprehension and entered a whole new domain. The world had only witnessed 3 games so far. The spectators weren't mentally prepared to see something like this. This is a bit too supernatural, don't you think? Nah, it's pure combat. This level doesn't even seem to have any puzzles. So doesn't that mean once you enter, you're basically guaranteed to die? I just feel it's unfair. If this challenge game includes a horror mystery like this, doesn't that mean Park Bu-song is guaranteed to win? The tone of the discussion instantly shifted, and people began to worry about Sin's performance. At the same time, Park Bu-song, who had completely transformed into a red demon, was clutching his severed right arm, still howling in pain. But as he wailed, he slowly started to realize it didn't hurt as much anymore. The flesh around the severed arm began to gather and congeal, forming a lump of muscle that actually started growing again. Park Bu-song stared at his body in shock, clenching his fist tightly and feeling the violent, tyrannical strength surging inside him. His heart filled with wild joy. Is this my body? Is this the power I possess? The red demon Park Bu-song had turned and lowered his head, looking at his completely altered body. There was a hint of unease in his eyes, even some fear. But the overwhelming sensation of power quickly made him forget all of that. He was intoxicated by it. His height had already soared to 3.5 meters. Looking down at the short and small Sin, a surge of confidence rose in him. Most of the demons in this subspace had already emerged. From the start, the staircase had been auto-folding to adapt and had expanded greatly. But under the piling up of dozens of gigantic demon bodies, even the expanded stairway felt tight and cramped. One head extending from the wall alone was nearly 2 meters in diameter. Its deformed, mutated mouth was dripping with green and yellow saliva. In the midst of these massive demons, Sin's lone human body looked pitifully small, like a leaf in a stormy sea, completely isolated. Yet his presence felt like a black hole. Everything in the surrounding space seemed to be spiraling toward him, crushed by an overwhelming force. That was the aura of wrath. Every single demon exuded a sense of ominous dread, enough to shatter a person's sanity and drive them mad. Even spectators watching from another world through their screens began to feel physically unwell. A withering above NES. But all of it served as fuel for wrath. The pale green mask flickered with frenzied, mosaic-like patterns. Sin stood silently. And beneath the mask, his rationality was quickly slipping away. Surrounded by these giant demons, he felt like he had entered his comfort zone. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, Park Bu-song, whose power had swelled to the extreme, suddenly burst out laughing. He suddenly thought he had been so stupid before. All that caution, all that talk of being the world's #1, how could he possibly lose with this kind of power? With his strength multiplied dozens of times, he was completely lost to it. With just a light touch, the entire row of railings beside him collapsed. As weightless as feathers, without a hint of substance. Have you decided how you want to die, Sin? In the subspace stairway, Park Bu-song opened his gaping bloody maw and roared at Lu Su. Power makes people lose themselves, especially this kind of temporary power. When he first broke through the genetic lock and received powerful stat allocation, Lu Su had also become swollen with pride, except Park Bu-sung was dumber. I'll kill you. By now, Park Bu-sung's mind was clearly unstable. The red demon's torn mouth revealed rows of sharp teeth, the original ones shattered. Blood and spit drooled out unconsciously. His consciousness was no longer clear. In the face of the demon's assimilation, his mind was as fragile as paper. The wind howled. His enormous body stirred up a terrifying gust as the demonified Park Bu-sung charged at Lu Su, the remaining arm suddenly swinging forward. His arm moved like a roaring flail, slamming towards Sin. But Lu Su charged forward too, no retreat, no hesitation. He didn't bother to test the opponent's strength and went in for a head-on clash. Both attacked without knowing the other's full power, but for completely different reasons. Lu Su was simply too fast. He struck after Park Bu-sung, yet arrived first. Before the other's punch could fully extend, their fists collided. Fist to fist. Boom. First, a missile-like explosion. The air around their fists erupted into white-hot steam, and an invisible shockwave blasted outward. The shockwave sent debris flying to both sides, just like a missile strike scene in a movie. It was hard to imagine such a sound could come from two human-shaped bodies. Crack. Then came a strange sound. Out of the corner of his eye, Park Bu-sung saw his shoulder bulge outward. His entire arm went numb, with sharp pain radiating from the shoulder. Clearly, it had been dislocated by immense force. You. His red eyes instantly lit up with disbelief. Only now did he realize what terrifying power this man in front of him truly possessed. The sheer horror of the moment even stunned the surrounding demons. The air went still, and the low, unconscious murmuring from their mouths weakened. Lu Su lifted his head. From the pale green mask, black smoke was starting to seep out. I sincerely hope you all have the ability to kill me. The next second, his fist turned into a palm, grabbing Park Bu-sung's massive fist and twisting it hard. Snap. Crackle. Like firecrackers going off, the entire demon arm twisted like a wrung towel, its once orderly muscles now violently contorted. Blood sprayed outward like it was being squeezed from a soaked rag. Park Bu-sung let out a scream no longer human, and at the same time, the phantom of a giant book slowly unfolded behind him. Legendary weapon, all-seeing eye, Song of Ice and Fire, rip. After a harsh tearing sound, Park Bu-sung yanked his hand out of Lu Su's grip with force. At this point, that thick arm was hanging limp like a noodle. The red arm was once again dyed in fresh blood, the red rhythmically pulsating, as if painted with a layer of dye. There were 5 cone-shaped holes on the fist, dug out by Lu Su himself, and he'd used those as pivot points to twist the entire arm. The thick demonic bones inside the arm were all crushed into mush, making Park Bu-sung grimace in pain. His heart, which had been swelling from the power surge, had now cooled significantly. With both hands rendered useless, he felt like maybe he shouldn't have acted personally. Kill him. A roar echoed through the staircase. Behind him, the legendary weapon Song of Ice and Fire also burst with blinding light. From the very beginning, Lu Su had his eyes on that Song of Ice and Fire. His instincts told him exactly where the biggest threat lay. Battle instinct meant he didn't even need to think. After forcing Park Bu-sung back, he immediately dashed forward without hesitation. This was a life-or-death war. Since the fight had already begun, Lu Su certainly wasn't going to give the enemy a chance to react. But then, Lu Su realized he seemed to be frozen in place. Looking down, he saw that everything below his chest was already covered in frost without him even noticing. His feet were completely encased in thick ice, frozen solid to the ground, unable to move. Song of Ice and Fire, legendary weapon. Description: all skills require spirit to activate. The more powerful the skill, the higher the base spirit needed. However, Song of Ice and Fire only requires a trace of spirit to activate and can unleash ice-fire magic far beyond the user's spirit level. After 3 games, this was the only legendary weapon in Dahan Mingwa territory. And due to a combination of luck and coincidence, this weapon had ended up in Park Bu-sung's hands, giving him the confidence to represent Dahan Mingwa and challenge for the top spot. Originally, this was meant to be his trump card. Once he realized how much authority he had within the game, he let it go to his head. Let's just say, when the heavens want someone gone, they first make him arrogant. This was Luce's first time taking a proper magic hit. Growing up in a purely magicless era, he found it hard to adjust instantly. Even though this damage might not surpass getting your leg sawed off, the context was completely different. Just a split second of hesitation, and the frost had already crawled up to his neck. The bone-chilling cold made it feel like even his soul was frozen. Chosen of Agony. Pain points +1. Before Luce could even react properly, his pain points had already increased. Bang! With a solid punch to his own chest, he shattered the thick ice, scattering it across the ground. He casually twisted his right foot, and even the nearly half-meter thick ice beneath him cracked apart. And Epsilon. Still, it had managed to hold him back for a few seconds. Around him, the demons began their charge. Maybe in this horror mystery, this was the first time they'd encountered such a capable fighter. A hellhound lunged forward. It was called a hound, but it looked more like a giant tadpole. Its enormous head took up nearly 90% of its whole body. Its meter-wide mouth opened and chomped down toward Luce like it wanted to swallow him whole. Luce reached out with both hands and grabbed the top and bottom rows of razor-sharp teeth. Under the enhancement of Song of Ice and Fire, those teeth were ablaze and instantly pierced through Luce's palms. Chosen of Agony. Pain points +1. Chosen of Agony. Pain points +5. Due to the Hellfire enhancement, the creature's bite carried a toxin that amplified pain, which translated into more pain points for Luce. Once it drew blood, the Hellhound went berserk, increasing its bite force dramatically, but it found its mouth stuck open. It was even getting bigger. The giant head twisted wildly with its tiny body, letting out cries that sounded eerily like a baby's wail. But did Luce feel any sympathy? With a face like that, even if it looked exactly like a baby, if it came at him, he'd still strike first. Rip. With a gut-wrenching tear of flesh, the Hellhound was torn clean in half by Luce's bare hands. Black-red blood and greenish-yellow guts splashed all over him. His pale green mask was now dyed crimson, making his already terrifying face even more disturbing. On the mask appeared the same grin that had once appeared with gluttony. Pitch-black eyes, a gaping black mouth stretching to the ears, but this time, Luce wasn't smiling. But one thing was clear: when wrath is allowed to run wild without consequence, it brings a kind of pleasure. Another goat-like demon charged at him. Luce snapped off its horns and stabbed them straight into its eyes. A meatball-like creature rolled over. Luce smashed its head into its belly. With Scholar's right hand, he could make a monster with dozens of tentacles tie itself into a death not within seconds. Park Bu-sung kept casting his ice-fire magic, flames for buffs, ice for control, plus what seemed like an endless horde of demons. It looked like Luce's defeat was only a matter of time. But the more he fought, the more nervous Park Bu-sung got. The Luce in front of him seemed to have entered some kind of state, a pure killing machine. Every terrifying demon looked like nothing more than a side dish. Related badge triggered. Chaotic Berserker. Chaotic Berserker. Triggered upon entering a large-scale war mode. Rationality decreases, bloodlust increases, personality becomes manic, and all physical exhaustion and non-fatal injuries are ignored. However, all fatigue and pain will erupt at once after battle ends. With the combined boost of the Wrath Mask and the Chaotic Berserker badge, Luce had completely abandoned rational thought. Only one thing filled his mind: fight, kill, madness. The battle in the alternate dimension didn't affect the outside world. Soon, an hour had passed in the real world. This had already surpassed Biamon's record. Since both Luce and Xia and Tong had entered the final stage, both in alternate dimension levels, they had essentially vanished. Which meant Biamon was now the only person left in the entire school. He had nearly explored the whole silent campus. Not even a shadow of a person remained, no chirping insects or birds either. Back when Luce had been fighting in the arena, he could at least hear walls collapsing and the like. Though terrifying, those noises still gave him some sense of safety. Now, the eerie atmosphere made his scalp tingle. Anyone there? Is anyone going to check on me? Park Bu-sung. Sin. In the end, Biamon had no choice but to start shouting Sin's name. That killer might be ruthless, but at least he's still human, made Biamon feel a little less like he'd been dumped into another world alone. Besides, that guy had sharp senses. If Biamon called for him, he'd probably come out soon to kill him, and then he could just beg for mercy. Beeman's plan sounded great in his head, but reality couldn't have been more different. From his initial cautious testing to eventually yelling at full volume across the campus, not a single person responded. There were moments when Beeman honestly felt that if he turned around and saw that terrifying pale green mask, he might even feel a bit relieved. But in reality, no one appeared. Opponent, teammate, game, audience, it all felt like a dream now, no trace left behind, and he had no idea which way to go. Sin, you're such a DMM stard. Why'd you take my exit token? Beeman muttered under his breath, eyes darting around sneakily, as a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. What if the game already ended and no one told him, and he was stuck here forever? In the alternate dimension. 13th step. Park Bu-sung was now on his 4th physical transformation. At this point, he had a dog's head on a human body. His previous demon forms either couldn't handle the demonic backlash and collapsed, or were literally beaten to pieces by Lu Su. He turned his head slightly, eyeing the large hole next to him with a bit of dread. There, a section of the staircase wall had collapsed, revealing a 10-meter-wide hole. Through it, you could see endless dark space. Beyond the hole was a turbulent temporal storm. This was an alternate dimension after all, and it had been shattered by Luce's high-energy blast. Park Bu-sung didn't know what kind of weapon that was. It looked just a bit bigger than a handgun. Sin held it and shouted, 50. Then his previous body, along with a horde of abyss demons, were instantly wiped out. The terrifying blaze still made his blood run cold just thinking about it. Good thing this was his home turf. Otherwise, that one blast would have meant certain death. What tier was that weapon? Another legendary one? Park Bu-sung's thoughts were a mess. Suddenly, his legs gave out, and he plopped down on the ground. His strength was fully drained. Even with the legendary tier boost from Song of Ice and Fire, he had nothing left in the tank. And now the horror mystery 13th step had reached its power peak. The strongest summonable demon had appeared, the 18 soul-hooking ghosts. Each had the head of a beast and the body of a human, griffins, lizards, and so on, and Park Bu-sung was now one of them too. His mouth opened as if to taunt, but when the words reached his throat, he couldn't say a thing. The gap was just too wide. This stage wasn't meant to be brute-forced. But Sin insisted on brute-forcing it, completely ignoring his own safety in the process. Now, most of the major demons were already dead. And he was still standing. Are there really players like this in the world? This was far beyond human. Does the human race even deserve to have someone like this among them? On Park Bu-sung's dog face, fear and desire intertwined. Fear, because the pitch-black hallway was now splashed with colors. The red was dominant, accented by others. It was the blood of demons and the carnage of scattered brains and guts. Over the past hour, Sin had been like a mad painter, using demon lives to color the entire space. If dead demons weren't absorbed by the alternate dimension, the place would have been piled sky-high with corpses. No one understood Luce's strength better than Park Bu-sung. Not even the audience. Only he knew what kind of beast he'd been facing this past hour. Luce's figure now looked like it might collapse at any moment. Park Bu-sung felt like victory was finally within reach, but he'd had that illusion a few times before. Oh no. Fighting, killing, taking damage, then gulping down a healing potion and continuing to fight. Even just watching him was exhausting. Park Bu-sung didn't even want to lift his head to cast another Icefire spell. Still, desire sparkled in his eyes. If he really won, the world would know what kind of monster he defeated. Don't ask how he won, just whether he did or not. So, he didn't dare make any extra moves. Just kept up the stalemate. Inside the horror mystery, the scene looked bizarre. No one moved. Each of the 18 soul-hooking ghosts had an iron hook chain that pierced through Luce's body and latched onto one of his bones. Luce's explosive power, combined with the constant buff from the Wrath mask, had already pushed him past the game's upper limit. Even 18 demons couldn't tear him apart. Still, he couldn't move recklessly now either. Everyone was in a deadlock. Luce's mysterious cloak was no different than being soaked in a river of blood. The 18 bones the chains latched onto were slowly bleeding. He sat on the steps, feet relaxed, one on the step above, one below. The wounds on his body were too many to count. The mysterious cloak, like the most caring lover, concealed all his wretchedness. Even with 18 chains impaled through him, he still carried that unmatched, king of the world aura. In this horror mystery, Lucen never saw himself as a challenger. Neither Park Bu-sung nor the demons dared see him that way anymore either. He was the real problem here. And now Lusu, chained by 18 iron hooks, was reading a book. Each chain pulled on his bones, weakened his body, and tainted his soul. But as he read Confessions of the Disillusioned, the soul corruption vanished entirely. To the 18 soul-hooking ghosts, the person they'd hooked had a will like iron. Unshaken. His soul was even sturdier than his body. Meanwhile, he was building up rage points. Player Sin has triggered an in-game achievement and received the legendary badge Lord of Slaughter. For the first time, amid the wails of demons, the game system prompt rang out in Luce's ear, interrupting his thoughts. He immediately snapped. "Can you shut the F*** up?" With a tilt of his head, he decided to go big. He chugged an advanced healing potion, starting the frenzied healing of his wounds. Chosen of Agony stat boost. Strength 3050. Luce didn't add anything else, he simply increased his strength. Up to this point, his magical attack power had never been his forte. It had all been about his physical body, so he wasn't going to mess around. Today, he was going to crush everything with brute force. What does it mean to get stronger as the fight goes on? Lusu was the definition of it right now, because this was a physical battle, not some spirit form duel like before. In this kind of battle, he'd get injured, he'd bleed, and he'd gain pain points. He was sitting there now, already somewhat regaining his senses. In other words, he was out of combat. The side effect of the chaotic berserker had completely kicked in now, giving Lusu a ton of pain points and an overwhelming sense of weakness. It felt like the time he had no strength, and after running a kilometer, still had to do 30 pull-ups, totally drained. But injuries were the easy part. The potions in the Chosen's paradise were basically a bug when it came to healing. Lusu even used a charge device originally meant for weapons on himself. But the pain points, that was some next-level sh*T. Park Bu-sung and the other 18 soul-hooking ghosts had been locked in a standoff with Lusu in the center for who knew how long. No one dared make a move, not knowing what breaking the deadlock would bring. But Park Bu-sung just had this gut feeling that while the guy was reading, the black mist around him kept getting heavier. Also, just now, he didn't know why, but the claw in his hand suddenly tightened. Maybe it was just his imagination. One hand gripped the claw, the other held a small statue about 10 centimeters tall. That was his last good item. Like Xia Antong had said, Park Bu-sung definitely had a stash of good stuff on him. But this thing? He had no way of controlling it. If he used it, sure, Lusu would probably die, but the horror mystery for this stage would probably be completely screwed. That was only if the other mystery didn't go wrong too. Besides, he really didn't want to waste it. Park Bu-sung started talking to Ya on the other end, opening with, "Hey, what's going on over there?" Still not settled. Just then, Sin, who'd been sitting on the steps reading the whole time, happened to look up. Park Bu-sung flinched instinctively. Facing that pale green mask again, he no longer felt the confidence he once had, only a deep, unwelcome fear. Truth was, he had already lost this fight. He no longer believed he and Sin were in the same league. Without realizing, he gripped the statue a little tighter. "You guys are down to just a couple of scrappy cats, right?" From beneath the wrath mask, a cold, emotionless voice came out, stunning the 18 beast-headed humanoids. 18 soul-hooking ghosts. Maybe they just hadn't expected to be described as a bunch of scrappy cats. "I just want to ask something." Lucy tilted his neck forcefully, revealing his sharp jawline, and his neck cracked loudly. "What are you all waiting for? Why did they all act like NPCs in a game?" "I'm waiting for my stamina and injuries to recover, and for my pain points to be allocated." "What are you waiting for? Waiting to die?" His voice suddenly jumped a pitch. The balance shattered instantly as he yanked hard on one of the hooked chains stuck in his body. The other 17 chains instantly pulled back in opposite directions. His scapula, collarbone, triquetral bones in all sorts of places popped out of place. A normal person would have lost all ability to resist by now. A withering above N. But Lucy was never normal. His entire skeleton groaned under the strain, but he didn't care. He forcefully dragged the chain he grabbed. The lizard head felt like his body wasn't even his own, pulled by a terrifying force, blasting forward at high speed. The next second, he was right in front of Sin. The lizard's triangular pupils contracted to pinpricks. Before he could react, boom. He looked down. Luce's arm had pierced his chest right up to the elbow, punching straight through. Looking up, in his blurry vision, he saw the grinning mask. One down. The 18 soul-hooking ghosts were caught completely off guard. Park Bu-song hadn't expected it either. No one understood how this man's strength had suddenly doubled. Did he still have something in reserve earlier? But that made no sense. Luce didn't hold back, but the power of a mortal Lu didn't grow linearly. No one could answer their confusion. Lu Su, now thoroughly high on battle, was already wrapping things up. Honestly, this stage was pretty tough. No wonder Park Bu-song had been so confident before. But it's over. With one person down, the formation of 18 crumbled instantly. They went from being 18 soul-hooking wraiths to 18 bouncing balls, yanked back one by Lu Su and smashed with a single punch. Heads exploded. Chests punched through. All about that efficiency. When he got to Park Bu-song's dog-headed man, Park Bu-song just severed his connection to the chain entirely. Total coward move. Defeat came like an avalanche. What's your status? I can't deal with it right now. She won't even open her eyes. Yi Ah's weak voice came through. F***ck. Cursing at the top of his lungs, seeing his plan about to fall apart, Park Bu-song angrily threw the statue in his hand. Sequence A001, Reflection of the Old God. When released in any scene with demonic or twisted power, it can draw its attention. A simple description, but it was the number 1 A tier. The next moment, space froze. It was a powerful law. Even Luce stopped his slaughter. Everyone's eyes turned in the same direction. Then, in the silence, they could hear their own heartbeats. It sounded like their heartbeat, but also not like it was coming from outside their body. An oppressive force from the soul came from that direction. Amidst the spatial distortion, a vertical eye slowly opened. Instantly, all 10 remaining soul-hooking ghosts, including Park Bu-song, dropped to their knees. And I mean full-on collapse, limbs on the floor, heads pressed against the ground, bodies trembling. Like they were facing their natural predator, an overwhelmingly superior being they couldn't resist. On the stairs, the only one still standing was Lu Su. He was confused too. His eyes glowed with golden light, not understanding what had just happened. Legendary badge, Godslayer, activated. Effect: when facing any superior being, immune to all effects except direct damage. Description: I never thought I was born a king, but in my bones flows the blood that will never let me bow. At the moment, because this was the number 1 challenge in the world, there were several million chosen players currently watching Luce's game footage. It was an incredibly terrifying number, made up of audiences from over 100 countries, of different races and different beliefs. And now, something was happening, something that had never occurred in any previous game before, a global phenomenon. When that golden vertical eye appeared, everyone watching Luce's footage fell into a daze, as if mesmerized and unable to look away. A few seconds later, those in the real world who upheld science and rationality and had no religious belief began to snap out of it, looking at the screen in confusion. What just happened? Why did they all kneel down? Is this some kind of ritual? Then why is Sin totally fine? The barrage of comments was very sparse. Most of the surprised messages came from Huagua folks, since their cultural foundation wasn't rooted in religion. Meanwhile, many others with religious beliefs suddenly felt spiritually awakened, like they realized something. Staring at the golden eye on the screen, they began doing their own rituals. Some drew a cross on their chest. Some muttered, Allahu Akbar. Some ascetics even knelt down in front of their screens in real life and began praying. Even though they couldn't feel that oppressive aura, just looking at it made them sense that something was very wrong. But after those devout prayers, an even bigger question arose. Why is that guy in the green mask totally fine? Lu Su, wearing the Wrath mask, looked a little confused, underscore winky face, not knowing what that eye was or what the light it emitted was supposed to do. He checked his status. Nothing seemed abnormal. No pain points triggered. That meant this thing didn't seem to be attacking. So, what about the others around him? Luce's screen looked kind of strange now. He was the only one standing on the stairs, golden light shining down from above, that weird eye. Everyone else was kneeling and trembling. But he right then stood upright, 1 foot on a higher step like a climber. He didn't know what was going on, but seeing his Godslayer badge activate, He had a rough idea. He climbed 2 more steps and stopped beside a griffin-headed guy who was trembling all over with zero resistance left in him. Lusa paused, then slowly lifted his foot. The guy still didn't move, only trembled harder. Lusu? He stomped down with force. With a loud crack, like smashing a watermelon with a sledgehammer, it was another scene that made many viewers feel queasy. Lusa thought, is this thing here to help me? Feels like this just got a whole lot easier. So, stepping on the stairs, he kept killing with 1 stomp per ghost, not even looking down, calmly muttering, thanks. Park Bu-sung? Golden vertical eye? Park Bu-sung was cursing up a storm inside, angrily swearing at the game, wondering why his final trump card ended up just giving his enemy a boost. Why can he still stand? Aren't you an old god? Even the golden vertical eye looked confused, its pupil dilating as it saw Lusu ignore its presence. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura burst forth. The golden light intensified, and black smoke began pouring off of everyone kneeling on the ground. Screams of agony rang out. Park Bu-sung felt like his soul was being roasted far worse than when Sin tore his arm off. With a twisted expression, he glanced at Sin, only to find the guy still completely unaffected, like nothing was happening. Is this AF *******ing joke? He was about to die. There was no time to think anymore. Without hesitation, he screamed run in his heart and vanished from the spot. This horror mystery was completely out of his control. First Sin, now an old god's gaze none of them could be messed with. He had to retreat and regroup. Time to check on Ya. Seriously, is Blink that hard to deal with too? Lusa saw the dog-headed man vanish and knew it was time to wrap this up. It had been way too long, and his earpiece hadn't received any sound at all. He had no idea what the eye was or cared whether it was divine or not, but his gut told him this thing was pissed. Oh, you're mad now? Wrath mask, #. Totally ignoring the thing in front of him, he walked up to the remaining ghosts and stomped them all to death one by one. Finally, he stood before the golden vertical eye and raised his gun at it. Suddenly, Lusa's game screen went black. Millions of viewers lost visual, like the screen had crossed some forbidden line. What the hell are you still doing? Why haven't you solved it yet? Park Bu-sung came out already shouting, chugging a potion as he held his severed arm, drenched in sweat. He had never experienced pain like this. The agony and fear had wiped out his ability to think rationally. He didn't have the energy to suck up to this little starlet anymore. The horror mystery's effect won't trigger. No matter what I do, she just won't open her eyes. I can't activate it. Ya's voice was a little timid. She knew the situation wasn't looking good. At that moment, the women's restroom scene had become a full-on monster room. The bloody mirror scenes kept changing, and shadowy heads were piled up on the ceiling. The ground was soaked in crimson blood, flooding up to Sia Ontong's ankles. Just above her ankles, her skin had already started bleeding from corrosion. Hair had spread across the walls, wrapping around Sia Ontong's neck, with strands probing around her ears and nostrils. But they couldn't go any further. The hair around her neck couldn't tighten fully, nor could it pierce her ears and nostrils to enter her body. Sia Ontong stood like she was in a meditative trance, unmoving in the terrifying restroom like a statue. Suddenly, the door opened. A beam of light shone in, and Sia Ontong's heart sank. Because the presence approaching wasn't filled with that terrifying wrath. Which meant. Then, an in-game announcement made her lips curl into a smile again. 7 mysteries of the campus, 13 steps at night, Black Side challenge successful. Challenge progress, 6-7, remaining time, 21:04:13. Hearing the voice in her ear, the one who reacted the most wasn't Sia Ontong, it was Park Bu-sung, who had just barged in. He'd only been gone a few minutes, and that guy already cleared the stage. D***eminent, an A-tier sealed artifact, and that's it? The so-called gaze of the old gods. What the H***LL did you gaze at? Did that guy really not cheat? Why didn't it have any effect? Wasn't it supposed to favor me because he chose Hell mode, so the rules and freedom of the game would lean toward me? Park Bu-sung didn't have time to dwell on all that. If he wanted to win, or rather, if he didn't want to die, this was the only move he had left. **ball. Little let me in. This stage was tough, sure, but it didn't compare to the 13 steps. After witnessing Sin's power firsthand, Park Bu-sung had already let go of all his illusions. He knew his only path to victory was to deal with the blank in front of him. This was his final desperate struggle. But Yea clearly no longer trusted him. Even after Park Bu-sung threw out all his cards and got the game's favor, he still lost. And he was in this sorry state, with a broken arm. He looked downright terrifying. But Yea's voice faltered as she tried to act cute again. Normally, that little move always worked, and Park Bu-sung would immediately cave and buy her whatever. But now? Useless. Cut the CR*P. I don't have time for this. Park Bu-sung roared, and the ugliness of human nature began to show. Eyes wide, he strode toward the mirror. He knew Sin was making a move. The second he heard that stage-clear sound, he felt that masked devil was about to appear right behind him. That sense of urgency, he'd never felt anything like it. Back into Hanmingwa, he had power, status, a family, background, and money. No matter what kind of trouble he caused, it could always be handled. Because he knew exactly what kind of power was behind him. Even in this challenge to become #1, he had the universe's most powerful country backing him. He had never known fear. But now he felt utterly alone. Nothing could help him. He was like a stray dog being hunted. He didn't dare think. He could only charge ahead, hoping for a shot at victory. Sia Antong's face was calm, and her muscles relaxed as much as possible. She suspected Park Bu-sung might attack her, but she didn't plan to react. She was going to stick to her plan, wait for Sin to arrive. It wasn't even really a plan, honestly. Kind of pathetic, even. But there was one good thing about it. It was a guaranteed win. As long as she didn't move, didn't look, didn't trigger anything that could boost the power of the horror mystery, she could hold out. The pain in her ankle came in waves, but it was bearable. The hair around her neck made it hard to breathe, but that wasn't fatal. All of it was fine. Just paper tigers. Annoying, but not enough to make her lose. She could have started solving the puzzle, figuring out how to clear the stage, but she wasn't going to risk it. She still didn't know this place well enough. R with circumflex epsilon. If she lost, she couldn't imagine how she'd face Sin's gun barrel. What she didn't expect was that Park Bu-sung didn't even have time to attack her and waste time. He headed straight for the mirror. In that moment of crisis, his brain actually worked for once. He knew he couldn't beat blank by force, it'd just be venting. So he didn't waste time. Don't, Park Appa. Yea's voice carried fear. Park Bu-sung's drastic shift made it clear that something was seriously wrong, something big. Shut it, we'll talk later. As he spoke, Park Bu-sung stepped into the mirror. Technically, in this game, he was the protagonist, the one with the highest authority, the leader of the white side. So even if Yea wanted to resist, she couldn't. So, Park Bu-sung took control. The next second, a long-haired ghost girl was forced out of the mirror. She looked terrifying, yet somehow lonely. That was Hanako possessed by Yea. And now she was in a state of being controlled by Park Bu-sung. Control, a pretty interesting kind of play. But neither of them was in the mood for play now. And Yea's so-called control was basically just being turned into cannon fodder. Still, she didn't dare exit the state easily. Without it, she wouldn't even get the horror mystery buffs, just an ordinary player. Honestly, even Sia Antong could probably kill her then. The permissions for the horror mystery controlled by Park Bu-sung had definitely increased. Even though Sia Antong hadn't triggered anything, the damage she took was already higher. The hair around her neck started tightening. The liquid on her ankle felt like knives slicing her skin. She started to suffocate. Her instincts screamed at her to fight back, but doing that might increase the game's difficulty, make her more likely to lose. She was torn. Luckily, the struggle didn't last long, just a few seconds. Her throat loosened. The pain in her leg faded. And then, that familiar pressure returned behind her. A voice echoed in her ear. "Open your eyes, I'm here." Sia Antong's eyes flew open. The all-seeing eye activated, scanning everything in the game scene and the figure behind her. She spoke. "Took you over an hour? Tough fight, huh?" "Not bad. Welfare Bureau." Lu Su replied coolly. His mysterious cloak was intact, and his wounds were already healed with some pills. He looked totally fine. As he spoke, he casually pulled out his gun and shot a nearby mirror, shattering it, intensifying the horror mystery in the scene. He was here for the win. He didn't have Xia Onting's caution or hesitation. He'd just faced demons and gods. You think he's scared of some mirror in the women's restroom? The atmosphere in the restroom went wild. The Hanako formed from Yi let out a sharp screech and lunged forward. She didn't want to. But this was Park Bu-sung's command and task. She had no choice but to obey. Rush in, burn out, die. All that previous talk about love? Worthless now. Lu Su was already in combat mode. The Wrath mask activated. He didn't care about any of that, just slapped Yi straight into the wall with a scream of pain. Xia Antong stood to the side, the all-seeing eye showing her the control Park Bu-sung had. Her voice dripped with disgust. The rotten nature of privileged kids. And another girl who's lost her mind. The sin mask beside her suddenly glowed. It spoke calmly. What, you're not the same kind of people? Xia Antong froze instantly, as if her whole body had turned to stone. That sentence was like a sharp blade, bypassing all her defenses and stabbing straight into her heart. After spending several hours in the game, along with her previous lengthy analysis and observation, she thought she had already figured out Wrath's behavior pattern and could cooperate with him on relatively friendly terms. But that sentence, undeniably a bucket of cold water dumped on her head. What? It wasn't that she didn't hear clearly, just that when the brain locks up, people tend to instinctively ask again. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're both idiots. It's just you hate him because he's a privileged kid. But at the core, how different are you from him? Honestly, that explanation only made it worse. This was probably the most coherent and calm sentence Lu Su had said since entering the game with the Wrath mask on. And it still managed to completely petrify Xia Antong. No one knew what she was thinking. By now, Lu Su was used to that raging sensation. As long as it didn't go too deep, he could maintain some balance. He'd wasted half a day already. Now he just wanted to drag out the person who dared challenge him and kill them. And kill them. Even Park Bu-sung probably didn't understand why Lu Su was so furious with him. It wasn't just the Wrath mask. Ignoring the now stone-still Xia Antong behind him, Lu Su raised his gun and strode forward. Hell Roar ramped up to second gear. He opened fire on the restroom's interior, shattering everything that could reflect, everything that could be a mirror. Hair extending from the walls, ghostly heads from the ceiling, all surged toward Lu Su to attack. But after surviving the high-level 13-step stage, he honestly didn't even care if he took a few hits from this stuff. The entangling hair lacked power. Once the collar of the mysterious cloak popped up, it completely nullified the damage. That's an epic tier weapon, after all, it had real defense. The ghost heads got one shot each. If that didn't work, one flash of Confessions of the Disillusioned and it was over. Nearby, Yi, still manifested as Hanako, charged again. Lu Su fired, but the bullet passed right through her head without leaving a mark. Without even blinking, he pulled out the book single-handedly, flipped to page 3, and aimed it at the red-dressed, black-haired ghost girl. She didn't even try to dodge, just let out a scream and was blasted backward, slamming into the ground in a heap. It looked like she got hurt on purpose, just to find an excuse to give up and stop fighting. Lu Su was even momentarily stunned by the act. Those who lose their way will find no allies. Thankfully, his rage hadn't clouded his mind completely. Lu Su still had some brainpower left and was fighting with a bit of strategy. Since this stage was Hanako in the restroom, and based on what Xia Antong had said earlier, it was basically a ghost lurking in mirrors. So Lu Su focused on blasting all the mirrors, then shattered the tiles, and didn't spare the glossy stall doors either. He destroyed them all. Any place that could be called a mirror, Lu Su blew them up. It was violent, sure, but there was a touch of puzzle-solving logic in it. However, even after everything that could be considered a mirror was reduced to rubble, the horror mystery still hadn't ended. It lingered. Park Bu-sung was still nowhere to be seen. Yes. Huh. Lu Su paused, masked face still, deep in thought. Inside the inner space, Park Bu-sung, who had merged with the horror mystery, realized his hiding place was getting smaller and smaller. That terrifying devil was about to reach him. And he couldn't do anything. His mind was pure chaos. In the inner space, he kept inputting his final restriction. A right he'd earned after clearing the 13 steps. But he'd never used it because he didn't know what to write to win. His heart was already in disarray. Black side player, Sin, stops breathing, just die already. Restriction exceeds scope. Not approved. Black side player, Sin cannot move. Restriction exceeds scope. Not approved. Black side player loses all current abilities for 24 hours. Restriction exceeds scope. Not approved. Attempt after attempt rejected. Park Bu-sung was in total despair. Sure, what he asked for was extreme, but this wasn't just stupidity. At the edge of death, people face ultimate terror. Not everyone can stay calm and think straight. Many, in life or death moments, collapse with fear, unable to save themselves. Bystanders call them fools, but put those bystanders in the same position, and would they do any better? Park Bu-sung was collapsing from fear. There was no longer any reasonable restriction he could impose. **ball. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. What kind of permissions did this game even give me? This is bulls **T. Just let him die already, Ayaha. Park Bu-sung had gone full manic. Yea, injured and unable to resist him, could no longer be used for control. He was truly at the end of his rope. He fired random fireballs and ice blasts at Lucy using the only thing he had left, Song of Ice and Fire. Huh. Lucy frowned. He looked down and saw that the blood pool on the floor was actually shooting fireballs at him. Blocking them, he paused, then slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, this mask is seriously lowering my IQ. That blood pool, that's the final spot, isn't it? He glanced at Xia Antong. She said nothing, just silently summoned a flying device, crouched on it, and floated upward. Lu Su also leapt up, grabbed a handful of hair from the ceiling, and then switched Hell Roar to third gear, firing a shot straight at the blood pool below. 10% power. He tossed down a fireball, no deeper reason, just using the high-energy blast to dry up the blood. A one-time shield formed around Xia Antong. Lu Su simply wrapped himself in the mysterious cloak to block the heat wave. Looking down again, the entire restroom had collapsed. It no longer resembled what it once was. Lu Su blinked into position in front of a sunken patch of floor and stomped hard. Space warped. Park Bu-sung came tumbling out, soaked in panic. Without saying a word, he started to run, but how could he possibly outrun Lu Su? Desperate, he dove at Yia, who had just exited the horror mystery as well, grabbed her delicate body, and hurled her toward Sin like a human shield. Lu Su raised Hell Roar, the muzzle locking on instantly. In midair, Yia and Lu Su locked eyes, her gaze full of fear and softness. Maybe it stirred something in him, because the trigger hesitated for a moment. The next second. Gunshot. A hole appeared dead center in Yia's forehead. Headshot. This was still a combat state. The battle hadn't ended yet. Lu Su raised his gun, and that brief pause of 1 second was his mercy, giving the other side a chance to exit. If you're willing to give up everything and leave the game now, then this shot of mine won't go through your skull. But Yia didn't. She wanted everything, wanted it all, and even in that moment, she still hadn't let go of her delusions, still trying to play the pitiful girl, using her so-called advantage. Keep in mind, even Beeman out there was in a state where he wanted to quit but couldn't. And Lu Su's mercy while under the wrath mask lasted only that 1 second. There wouldn't be another. Compared to the 3 Korean players before, Yia was definitely the dumbest. She held her head high, eyes wide open. Even in the end, she didn't close them, staring at the sky in disbelief. She probably didn't understand even in death why the other party wouldn't let her go. Clearly, from all the previous encounters, his main target was Park Bu-sung. When Park Bu-sung sent her charging at Sin, it didn't even look like Sin was going to finish her off directly. Why wouldn't he let me go? The moment Yia collapsed to the ground, Xia Antong, standing behind, trembled slightly. And Park Bu-sung, who had used Yia as bait, was so terrified he was shaking like a leaf. Wait. We can talk this out. You win. Park Bu-sung jumped straight off the ground, no longer caring that Han Mingguo was watching, and started backing away step by step. He didn't want to quit. With all the stuff and abilities he had, losing everything wouldn't just mean going back to square one, it would mean losing everything he had ever possessed. That was something he couldn't accept. A challenge between players, how could someone end up dead? Why so bloodthirsty? While he was thinking that, he completely forgot that when setting up all those game options earlier, he was constantly thinking about how to eliminate Sin and Blink. Both hands behind his back, quickly retreating. In his left hand was an epic tier self-detonation item, something that looked like C4. His right hand, a barely formed psychic clone, was clutching an exit token. And he still had one last restriction he hadn't used. The next second, before his naked eye could even react, that pale green figure appeared right in front of him. Bang! Crack! The gunshot and the slicing wind rang out at the same time. His left hand was instantly blown apart. The epic tier equipment dropped to the floor. His right hand was straight up sliced off by a sharpened blade. Alpha Beta Epsilon. Lu Su reacted quickly, kicking the fallen right hand into the air and catching the exit token that flew out of it. Your sense of life preservation is too low. Amid the other screams, Lu Su said calmly. He looked down at Park Bu-sung with disgust. Already furious to begin with, the wrath mask amplified that anger several levels. Park Bu-sung kept squirming backward, desperate to get away from this man in front of him, spouting the classic nonsense. Saying stuff like, "You can't kill me, killing me won't do you any good, my family will avenge me." This could even escalate into a diplomatic issue between two countries. But what he didn't know was, every word he said was basically fueling Lu Su's rage meter. Park Bu-sung couldn't even understand why this guy was so pissed off. What made Lu Su the angriest was the guy's weakness. If he were a true expert, there'd be nothing to complain about. That's what challenges are spear versus spear, a battle to the death. Lu Su had always been prepared for that outcome. But Park Bu-sung was just too weak. Whether it was his abilities or his mindset, he wasn't cut out for this game. And yet, he was ranked 79th. 79th in the world. Judging by his performance, it didn't even seem like he considered death as a possibility. He never thought about the cost of trying to steal another person's honor and status. Lu Su, on the other hand, entered every game with the mindset of succeed or die. He never once thought that the ever-increasing exit tokens meant anything. It was all or nothing. That was his bet. But Park Bu-sung? He'd never had that mindset. He rode on family background and influence, throwing his weight around in the real world, and it seemed to work just as well here. A legendary weapon. An A-tier sealed artifact. A whole squad of teammates centered around him. This guy, in a state where he hadn't once thought about the consequences of failure, tried to take away what Lu Su had risked his life to earn. The weaker and dumber he was, the angrier Lu Su got. That rage didn't just come from the fight or from confessions of the disillusioned. It came from himself. That nameless fury had started long ago, when Xia Antong showed her value and said, "I have a legendary weapon." And that line, "The privileged always have the upper hand, no matter how much the world changes." It was all true. There was nothing to argue about. But ever since then, Lu Su's anger had never cooled. Through hours of this game, he'd been holding back his fire. Park Bu-sung felt a chill run through his whole body. As he dragged himself backward, that pale green sin mask stared at him, silent. Everything blurred for a second. A foot suddenly stomped onto his chest, slowly applying pressure. Crack. His ribs shattered and caved in. Park Bu-sung's life began to ebb away. His lips trembled violently, like he was trying to use the game's rules to save himself. BL. Black side player. But in the end, he didn't even have the strength to finish a sentence. Everything got stuck in his throat. In the end, with his last breath, he rasped out one question. Why? Why did he have to die? It didn't seem like there was any benefit to it. In the real world, he'd killed people before. He'd caused disasters. But when he killed, he never saw his victims as people. And those disasters? Totally whatever. Everything could be settled. Business was business. Everything had a price. Did this guy not even want to negotiate? Thoughts flashed through his mind like a carousel. Eventually, Lu Su's foot touched the ground, and all of Park Bu-sung's thoughts were swallowed by darkness. Looking at the corpse, Lu Su bent forward slightly. Behind the wrath mask, his voice was just as suppressed and seething with fury as ever as he softly said, "Because that's fair." Who? After letting out a long breath, Lu Su stood where he was, feeling a bit empty, like something was missing. He had won once again, and now all he needed to do was quietly wait for the rewards and settlement. Aside from that 13 steps, this challenge didn't seem any harder than before. In fact, it was even slightly easier in comparison. Park Bu-sung wasn't even as tough as Tom. But even now, having won it all, he still felt that the anger hadn't fully subsided. He couldn't tell if it was because of the mask's influence or something else entirely. The feeling wasn't pleasant. Since the fight was over, Lusa started trying to suppress the wrath mask's influence on him. Only those with experience knew, once anger took hold, it was hard to push it down purely by reason. Even if nothing showed on the surface, the burning heat of that emotional spark still scorched inside. Papa. He patted the mask on his face. Lusa kind of wanted to take it off, but when he remembered that Sia Antong was still behind him, his hand froze midair, then dropped back down. Better not. 7 mysteries of the campus. Hanako in the restroom. Black side challenge successful. Challenge progress. 7-7. Challenge mode complete. Black side wins. The game has ended. Livestream barrage is now closed. Players have 30 minutes to collect loot on their own. You may enter settlement anytime or be forced into settlement after 30 minutes. Several minutes passed before the in-game announcement finally arrived. A horror mystery decryption game had, with the help of a few bizarre players, become something completely different. The livestream window had closed. Every viewer staring at the screen was still frozen in a daze. There hadn't been any real high-level duels in this battle. What left the deepest impression was Luce's unexpected slaughter, and that divine light no one had ever seen before. It was the first time a game's in-world activity had caused such a global-level effect outside the game. Numerous religious organizations had already begun intense mobilization. Luce himself might not yet have the strength to go against the world, but the uniqueness of his game was already tugging on many threads within the global order. Watching Sin, Sia Antong landed from the air, her feet gently touching the ruined ground. She rubbed her fingers across the rubble absent-mindedly, her mind a little dazed. In this game, the only place she truly used her abilities was one of the horror mysteries. The rest had been resolved in ways she could hardly understand. The highest-level match in the world hadn't really given her much of a chance to grow. Side effects from the sealed artifact? Looking at Sin in his current state, she made a casual remark. Sharp observation. Luce replied, lowering the hand that had been covering his mask. Truthfully, Sia Antong didn't really want to talk to Sin. She'd intended to jump straight into settlement, but part of her was still brooding over what he'd said earlier. Maybe trying to prove something, he took the initiative and said, "You're right. At our core, he and I both rely on family background. Only with top-tier weapons and gear did we have a shot at getting a piece of the pie in this high-level game. With grave Nigerian Ira Bait Upsilon. But at the very least, I don't think I'd do something like sending the person I care about to die at a critical moment." I never denied that. Luce's pale green mask showed no emotion at all, like they were just having a casual chat. But the fact that you said you wouldn't abandon means that deep down, you never even considered that you could be the one abandoned, right? Sia Antong's pupils shrank in an instant, as if struck again. She hadn't expected that this guy, whose violence spoke louder than words, could be just as skilled in psychological warfare. The effects of the brainwave amplifier had already worn off. Her once agile mind was starting to slow down, sink into gloom. Even the all-seeing eye didn't seem to be helping right now. She forced a small smile and, after confirming the audience view was shut off, opened her mouth. Because I trust my judgment. The person I like wouldn't have the kind of character Park Bu-sung does. She didn't know why she was saying all this to Sin. Judging by his appearance, he probably wasn't someone who'd care about this kind of thing. He might not come from a great family, and he doesn't have terrifying power like you do, but... So tell me, how is he any different from the other guy? Lusu interrupted, giving Park Bu-sung's body a kick. What? It was the first time Sia Antong felt like her brain couldn't keep up. The little performance those two put on earlier, didn't that feel familiar to you? An upper-class person can have 10,000 kinds of feelings for someone lower, but love will never be one of them. That young master gets everything he wants, and the only reason he liked that girl over there was because he hadn't gotten her yet. His urge to conquer and his curiosity hadn't worn off. So let me guess. You probably like someone like that too. Someone from a rough background, who feels different from all the men you grew up with, those guys constantly trying to get close to you in every way. A rich girl suddenly meets a bottom-tier guy who doesn't care about her at all, and boom, your interest is piqued. A curiosity bubbles up, a feeling you've never had before, the thrill of the unattainable. The more you probe, the more fun it feels. So that curiosity starts spiraling out of control. And you even mistake it for love, to the point where you're now trying to justify it as something real. My guess, Not far off, am I? Xia and Tong was stunned. Since the start of the game, this violent, quiet guy had never spoken so much to her. But these words were like the most terrifying weapons, striking her heart again and again. Far more intense than any horror scene from before. What the H*LL are you even saying? Xia and Tong, who had kept her temper perfectly until now, suddenly erupted like a furious cat, confronting this deadly presence head-on. On the all-seeing eye, blue data streams began surging wildly. What? That overblown confidence of yours makes you think you've seen through everyone. Well, I've been observing you for more than just one game. Yeah, the privileged class consumes the world's resources by default. Just being born, they're already guilty. People like you are born their opposites, right? So you think they can never be sincere. Just a bunch of disgusting monsters using money and power to devour everything around them, and themselves too. And you see yourself as the natural opposition. The Godslayer badge, right? What a glorious name. To gain ultimate power, you've gambled your life. You've thrown away love, humanity, everything, just to dive into the abyss of slaughter. But have you ever thought about this? When you sacrifice everything to gain ambition and power, how are you any different from the people who sacrifice their conscience and humanity for money and influence? How are you any different? Xia and Tong had no idea what kind of courage she possessed to say something like that in front of this guy. Every previous interaction she had with him, she was constantly considering his mental state, afraid of triggering this embodiment of wrath. But this time, maybe it was the intense mental drain, or maybe his words hit a nerve so hard it shattered her defenses. Her reason slipped for a moment. Or maybe, under the enhancement of the all-seeing eye, some instinct deep down told her, this is the moment to fight back. For no reason, she gritted her teeth. You're AF *****ing freak too, just like your name. Then, as calm and rationality returned a little, she broke into a cold sweat. The man in front of her didn't suddenly snap and kill her just now. No one could say for sure, but when he heard her retort, he didn't react violently, he just stood there, like he was thinking about something. Then, he nodded slightly. You've got a point. Thanks for the compliment. Xing. No further dialogue. Xia and Tong exited the game scene immediately and entered the final game settlement screen. As soon as she regained her calm, she made a break for it, just in case this guy suddenly flipped and started killing again. She felt that the fact he didn't kill her on the spot was already considered good temper. Xia and Tong's sudden exit caught Luso off guard for a moment. Standing alone in the deserted campus hallway, it felt a little cold and lonely. In this horror mystery campus, he was officially the last one left. Turning back to look at Park Bu-sung's corpse, along with the epic tier weapon that could be instantly detonated lying on the ground, he thought, well, that's convenient. No need to think about loot distribution anymore. The game was down to just himself. And for the first time, Lusa took off his mask in the game. He held the mask in both hands, staring at the ferocious markings on it, like he was locking eyes with another version of himself. How long had it really been? His mindset had changed more than he realized. Now, even looking at Park Bu-sung, who he had just cut down at his feet, he barely felt anything. Before entering the game, he wasn't like this. Not exactly. He couldn't remember anymore. After staring at the mask for a while, he put it back on. Facing the spot where Xia and Tong had left, he said, Sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. Settle. As the words left his mouth, Luce's figure vanished from the school, and the once empty campus became truly deserted. In the now familiar space, that feeling of floating in the void returned. Luce's body hovered quietly in the air. Challenge mode ended. Participants this round, 7. Finishers, 2. Perfect completion player, 1. Your clear rating, SSS tier, perfect completion. Current perfect streak, 4. Calculating rewards. Special event triggered. Fierce battle with a hell demon, countless kills, achievement badge unlocked. Lord of Slaughter, legendary. Reward points this round, 5,000. Reward items this round. Basic healing potion 3. Intermediate healing potion 5. Advanced healing potion 1. Exit token 1. Legendary weapon lottery ticket *1. Epic tier weapon. Self-destruct core. Res. Self-selected hell mode reward. 1 slot of 2 world backpack space, spirit plus 2. Among them, the self-destruct core was the item Park Bu-sung had dropped right before dying. He never got the chance to use it. Well, lucky for Lu Su, it's his now. Self-destruct core, epic tier weapon. Effect, explodes automatically 5 seconds after activation. Its power is likely strong enough that slow users won't escape in time. Yeah, that's a pretty dark-humored weapon. This time, the rewards weren't too flashy. The real highlight was that golden, gleaming legendary weapon lottery ticket. This thing was insanely rare. As Lu Su listened to the system prompt, he healed his body while immediately using the ticket. No point holding on to it. One game, 2 people got legendary weapons. If he didn't get one, it would have been hard to swallow. Legendary lottery ticket used. Legendary weapon obtained, Black Knight. Before Lu Su's eyes appeared a large, majestic-looking motorcycle. Seeing how tall it was, he doubted an average person could even climb on. Matching item detected in backpack. Combine now. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Su froze for a second. This was the second time he'd seen this. The first time, it was when he upgraded Tom's notebook into Confessions of the Disillusioned. With the reminder, he was surprised to realize he actually did already have a legendary weapon. Or rather, he had a legendary weapon component, but because it was unusable on its own, he'd thrown it into his inventory and completely forgotten about it. Legendary weapon core, mechanical heart. Use it. Lu Su didn't even think twice. Game Gear is all about quality. The higher the individual quality, the better. It beats a whole bunch of mediocre stuff. And then, more system prompts popped up. Before he even finished handling the current stuff, a new message came in. Dear top player Sin, the challenge from contestant number 79 has garnered widespread attention. Next, the result of this challenge will be broadcast publicly. Please pick a statement to leave behind for future challengers. The system voice even softened, sounding like a waiter. Lu Su. Across the globe, Lu Su aka Sin was top-tier fame. Because this wasn't part of regular game time, it was a bonus challenge mode. People were eager to see how rewards and punishments played out and witness the power of the top player. Those who watched the live stream footage were already in awe. Within Dahanmingwa, the place was practically in chaos. The Blue House looked more like a noisy market. The Park family had multiple women faint from crying. No one expected that the person carrying the hopes of Dahanmingwa, ranked 79th in the world, would die. Those who hadn't watched, along with many unchosen ones, were frantically searching for the outcome. Challenge mode, number 79, Park Bu-sung. Challenge number 1, Sin wins. Game difficulty was chosen by the challenged Sin Hell mode. Number 79 had extremely high game privileges. Game rewards have been distributed. Since number 79 was slain in-game, no further penalties will apply. This news spread globally. Everyone was shocked. No complex reward-punishment system. Just one sentence. He was simply killed. Instantly, an infamous name was born. Most people probably just felt fear and awe, but the distance was too great, and from so far away, they didn't really feel anything more. But everyone on the peak ranking list, almost all of them felt an odd sense of crisis and frowned a little. You have to understand, this is the world's top 100. There are no real weaklings. Most of them have 3 consecutive perfect completions under their belts. Either they're naturally skilled, have powerful extraordinary powers, or are equipped with top-tier gear. Every one of these 100 players is proud and sees themselves as someone destined to change the world. With that kind of confidence naturally comes comparison and competition. No one wants to admit they're truly below someone else. And yet now, someone had actually chosen Hell mode for themselves and managed to directly slay another top 100 contestant. That revealed at least 3 things. First, this person's personality must be absolutely ruthless, not the kind to show mercy. Second, he strikes with such extreme precision and finality that the other guy didn't even have time to use an exit token. Third, even under the restrictions of Hell mode, with all the rules against him, his strength still completely overpowered his opponent. For top-tier players, the existence of someone like this felt like a thorn in their backs. They couldn't help but wonder, what if it had been me? And right after that, the system voice broadcasted the global announcement. It was Sin's victory statement. Hope the next one isn't this week. Also hope you're mentally prepared like I am. It wasn't even a very arrogant line. Since he wasn't wearing his mask, Lusa kept it relatively calm. But even that one short sentence carried overwhelming confidence that hit everyone head-on. What kind of mental preparation was he talking about? Once the challenge begins, it's life or death. In an instant, among the top-ranked players, some grew wary and observant, others were eager to fight. Top players all over the world had their eyes locked on this strongest player. Reino Epsilon. So much bloodlust. Interesting. Someone this fun actually exists in the world, haha. Sooner or later, we'll meet. He wears a mask, hides his identity. There's no way he's a lone wolf. Better keep observing until we know more. Are we sure he's from Huagua? Many voices surrounded that violent and mysterious figure. Another player wearing a helmet, Blink, despite having legendary tier gear, was selectively ignored. Meanwhile, Xia and Tong had already been teleported back to her own room after a quick settlement. Only this time, her usual routine of gathering and compiling intel, she didn't do any of it. The empty study room had only one screen in front of her. Behind that screen was a supercomputer ranked among the top 100 in all of Asia for processing power. No extravagant decorations. Just this pinnacle of human engineering said everything that needed to be said about wealth. She sat in her chair, quietly lowering her head. Her hands were still trembling slightly as she tried to calm her heart. Her mind had almost nothing in it, just Sin's words, replaying over and over again. Was he right? Was he really right? His judgment must have been wrong. Her mind was now filled with endless self-doubt and denial. Emotionally, she was also going through the side effects. Using sealed artifacts comes with obvious side effects, but that doesn't mean everything else is side effect-free. Just like how prolonged sword use causes fatigue, fatigue is the side effect of swords. The all-seeing eyes boost to the brain also came with a heavy mental drain. And the effect of the brainwave amplifier drug had completely worn off. Her current state was like a genius slowly regressing into an idiot, a depressing drop that hit hard. This was the biggest after effect of using the all-seeing eye, depressive feedback. Usually, after using it, the worst she felt was a temporary low mood. But this time, it was truly serious. Sin's words had struck her to the core, something she hadn't anticipated at all. Right now, she just wanted to break down and cry, even go hysterical. But clearly, that was something she couldn't allow herself to do. Under rational control, she just curled up in her chair, gently trembling. Letting out a long breath, she confirmed no one else was in the room. Then, with one hand over her face, tears slowly seeped through her fingers. So *******ing pathetic. The thing she'd always been proud of had been shattered. Her earlier rebuttal felt like a panicked, desperate flail. The room fell quiet, leaving her alone to slowly digest everything. Over on Luce's side, things were a little better. After exiting the game, he didn't think about what the other person had said. Power always comes first. If everyone will eventually be consumed by desire, then he chooses power no matter the cost. He glanced at his phone. No messages like usual. After thinking for a moment, he turned it off. Then, he summoned his Black Knight. Now he had two world backpack slots. One held his mysterious cloak, the other now held the Black Knight. It was his first legendary weapon, so he still needed to get used to it. In this cramped little room, the massive object looked even bulkier, nearly touching the ceiling. Lucio had no choice but to curl up on his little bed. This thing looked like a motorcycle, but Lucio was pretty sure it'd never be street legal. The body was too solid, the design too monstrous. It just didn't look like it followed any traffic rules. Especially the edges, they were almost as sharp as blades. But what was really bugging Lucio right now was the weapons tier, so he started checking the game's basic item description. This thing, so it's the result of combining the original Black Knight with the mechanical heart, right? Correct. But I don't really see any changes. Aren't the functions the same? Also, the original Black Knight was legendary, and the mechanical heart was also a legendary tier component. So now this thing's rank is legendary tier. The game system gave a firm answer. F********. Lucio felt like he'd been ripped off. He muttered to himself. So it's like I added it and nothing changed? Not even the appearance. It's not even as good as the mysterious cloak. Totally useless. As soon as he finished talking, another voice echoed through the cramped room. Whoa, 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 what do you mean useless, bro? That kind of talk hurts, you know. Lucio? Hearing the sudden voice in his ear, Luce's gaze instantly sharpened. He was already prepared for battle. This kind of crisis response didn't require any training for him. It came from his early experiences, even without the baptism of the game. And now he was confident in his own strength. Who is it? Want to come out and meet face to face? Lucio clenched his fists. In-game, only his cloak and tire came out with him, but it didn't matter, he himself was the strongest weapon. What he did regret a little now was not bringing confessions of the disillusioned. That kind of supernatural stuff really was hard to handle. Are you blind? Why the hell are you yelling? If you've got cognitive issues, I can take you to the mental hospital. If your brain's just senile, let's hit up a retirement home. We're almost there anyway. That flippant voice rang out again, echoing around the small room. On the second listen, Lucio could pinpoint the direction it came from. Black Knight. His eyes widened slightly as he stared blankly at the Black Knight in front of him. This thing's that advanced. Legendary weapon comes with AI now. What do you mean AI? Why are you low-level species talking with that arrogant tone? Said the Black Knight with clear discontent, shifting slightly in the room. Y'all aren't even that smart to begin with, and you treat intelligence like it's a human privilege. Real funny. You're the ing robot. I'm starting to regret. This Black Knight looked like a vicious brute, but when it talked, it just wouldn't shut up. Lucio said one sentence, and it fired off three. Lucio was kind of dumbfounded. How is this thing's intelligence level so high? But he accepted the setting quickly and went straight to the point. You, what do you do? Me? I'm useless. I'm trash. I just want to lie down. The Black Knight flopped down onto the ground with a loud bang, sending dust falling from the ceiling. A baby that weighed who knows how many kilograms. Lucio's expression darkened. He clenched his fist and stood up from the bed. Hey man, come on, what the hell's this? If you've got something to say, spit it out. The Black Knight got up from the ground in blatant defiance of the laws of physics and started speaking more properly. In the relatively quiet classroom, the students were doing self-study. It had been a long time since Lucio had been at school, and suddenly it all felt like another lifetime, watching the distracted classmates around him. Ever since Chosen's paradise descended, the scope of the Chosen Ones had gradually expanded, and its influence increased. The whole world felt like it was grinding to a halt. Are Nigeria Naira. Forget school. Even basic industrial production was struggling. Chosen's paradise was the most critical issue worldwide. A few more Chosen Ones had appeared in the class, and some had vanished without a trace. Even the homeroom teacher, who used to keep trying to talk them out of participating and persuade the school, had stopped showing up. Maybe there were new policies or decisions from the higher-ups. And today, the seat next to him was empty again. Xia and Tong didn't come to class. Lucio's long silent phone finally got a message from her. Xia and Tong, did you go to school today? If you did, say something on my behalf. There's some stuff going on at home. Lucio stared at the message, wondering if last time's incident had affected her more than he thought. He finally replied with a simple, okay. BZZZ. The vibration sound came, not from his phone this time, but from the metal sphere in his other hand. That was the Black Knight. Last night, after their nuclear-positive conversation, Lucio finally learned more about the Black Knight. Mechanical heart, as the name implied, gave machines a heart. Only after merging could it achieve this level of intelligence. Another benefit, it could also turn into a heart-sized metal sphere at will, making it easy to carry and communicate. A faint electric current flowed through Lucio's palm, across his body, reorganizing the signal in his ear to form spoken words. Bro? Just okay? That's it? You got a hormonal imbalance or something? Low on testosterone maybe? Shouldn't you be asking what's going on at her place? Make a bold move, spark things up, heat up the relationship, marry next year, have a kid the year after. Lucio realized this thing was seriously out of line. He squeezed the metal sphere hard in his hands. That was a serious threat. But the Black Knight couldn't care less and kept going. You crush me, that's 2 legendary weapons down the drain. Your call, bro. Lucio. ####. Really wanted to punch this guy, but was worried he'd enjoy it. After seeing Xia Antong's legendary weapon, Lucio had a deeper understanding of her background. So he didn't plan to pry. Families like that always had their own issues, especially in a world teetering on chaos. They'd be way more on edge than normal folks. It had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was fight his way to world number 1. He was already zoning out, tuning out the chatter from the Black Knight, just waiting for the next game. Challenge mode counted as an extra game, so this time, his schedule was tighter than ever. Bro, you're just heading back to your doghouse? Not taking me somewhere fun. On the walk home from school, the Black Knight was still babbling. Maybe because it was the first day it could talk, it was scared of wasting a single word. What, drop you off at a motorbike repair shop so you can pick a cutie? Lusa shot back. Why a repair shop? Can't I get a brand new ride? Amid the banter between the two people, the time for the 4th game had arrived. That familiar countdown appeared again before his eyes, and Lusu focused completely. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose whether to join as an audience member or as a player. Player. Even though it wasn't his first time, every time Lusu felt like he could hear his own thunderous heartbeat. He belonged here. This was his paradise. Hello player, you have a short window to prepare. Sin mask in use. Please choose whether to use an unlocked form, greed, gluttony, or wrath. No. Confirmed. A previously unused form will be randomly selected during the game. Game initialized. Preparing to begin. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise. A wave of dizziness hit him. When it passed and he opened his eyes, another wave came. It felt like he was somewhere swaying nonstop. As soon as he entered, before he had a chance to observe the surroundings or people around him, suddenly, a golden spotlight illuminated everything in blinding brilliance, and a booming voice exploded above everyone's heads. Welcome, players, to Hell Mode's Chosen's game, Ocean Casino. Ocean Casino. Which meant this casino game in front of him was apparently located on a ship. Although the outside situation wasn't entirely visible, it could be guessed that the weather was probably rough. With all this rocking, if someone who gets seasick came here, they might not even be able to stand upright. The whole room was decorated in an extremely upper-class style, or maybe just gaudy. 60% of the area was gold, and the rest was dotted with glittering splashes of other colors. A lot of the furnishings inside were completely unfamiliar to Lusu. This was a world his former social class had never touched. But he didn't need to understand, it already gave off a vibe of indulgence and decadence. He didn't know what material the floor was made of. It looked polished like a mirror. The room was filled with people standing all around. The moment Lusu heard that casino voice, his heart skipped a beat. This one might be too much. Maybe it would have been better if he'd drawn greed. But things were what they were. He could only accept it. Then he looked down at the reflection on the floor and was instantly hit with another critical blow. Purple. Lust, Gakpo. Huh? Before he could be overwhelmed, even Luce's mouth twitched a little at the corner. This thing. Sin mask form, lust mode, normal. Personality influence, narcissistic, OCD, lust disorder. Ability, emotion control. Can perfectly guide or even manipulate others' emotions, especially in the direction of lust. Love is a stronger force than hatred. Mental focus increased. Intelligence increased. Perverts are smart too, you know. Side effects, extremely high levels of narcissism and show-off tendencies. Mood swings. Disorder desire. Lusa glanced through the description and immediately understood one thing. This didn't seem like a combat-type mask. Compared to the ones he'd used before, lust and greed clearly leaned more functional, while gluttony and wrath boosted combat strength. The rest of the traits were fine, but what the hell was disorder desire? Hormonal imbalance? Let's see how it goes. All things aside, this lust mask looked damn good. Way better than the 3 ugly ones before. Unconsciously, Lusa stared at his reflection on the floor and, dazed out for a moment, snapped back to reality with a jolt. Yeah, that narcissism effect really hit hard. The next second, something over 2 meters tall and pudgy like a slime plopped into the center of the arena, twisting its body and shouting excitedly. The room was lit like a stage set, and countless spotlights beamed down on it, drawing all eyes. Welcome to the Ocean Casino. Players, I know you might have realized this is a Hell Mode game, but that's just a joke. This is your ultimate paradise. Here, you can win everything you ever wanted, stand out among all the handsome men and beautiful women. Losing might be a bit troublesome. Nobody likes losing, right? But as long as you're still in the game, a temporary loss might not be all bad. This place welcomes true gamblers. Joy and thrill, that's our main theme here. As it spoke, the massive slime kept wriggling and twisting. It looked like it was dancing full body and limbs. Combined with that tone of voice, it was downright sleazy. All right, take a look around. Notice anything? Everyone around you looks pretty damn hot. At its words, everyone instinctively glanced side to side. And yeah, it was weird. Everyone was dressed to the nines, like some elite society ballroom gala. Formal wear all around. Whether male or female, everyone looked like they stepped out of a comic book. Are in Nigeria, Nairo. And only you looked totally out of place, like you didn't belong here at all. The creepy part? Everyone was thinking the exact same thing. I bet you've all noticed, huh? Why are all the people around you so good-looking, so well-dressed, and you look like such a mess? Haha, don't feel inferior. In their eyes, you're just as hot. Here, everyone's outer appearance is a mask, a preset look assigned by the game. It's not your real face. Why, you ask? Because in such a high-end setting, we obviously want everyone to look good. Not like those busted potatoes from your phone camera. Alright, so before the game officially starts, anyone confident in their looks and wanna unmask. The slime stood in the center, twisting around in exaggerated motions, like a complete lunatic. Oh right, players who unmask will get A times 2 multiplier. That means during the upcoming game, all rewards and punishments will be doubled. Tempting, right? Any brave souls? Silence. The slime was basically performing a one-man show in the spotlight. Twisting, dancing, nobody responded. Nobody played along. Everyone just stared coldly, unmoving. Who'd unmask now? So many people around, if you stand out now, you're instantly everyone's target. And that times 2 multiplier? Just the sound of it was terrifying. Rewards, sure. But punishments times 2? That's some F*ing instant death SD. Nobody here was a noob anymore. No one dared mess around in a hell mode game. And the slime didn't wait long. After less than 10 seconds of dead air, it immediately spoke again. So boring. I knew people had no gaming spirit. Sigh, in that case, I'll unmask. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, shocking the slime. It whipped its head around, excited. What? Really? Who? But before it could finish, a black shadow dashed forward at lightning speed. Didn't even have time to react, bam, a kick landed straight on it. The over 2-meter-wide slime was launched into the air, bouncing around the gold-covered hall, ricocheting like a damn rubber ball. A figure took its place, standing dead center under a dozen spotlights, shining like the brightest star. This stage belongs to me. You think some piece of sh*t like you has the right to take my spot? The words landed, everyone was stunned, frozen, eyes locked on the center. They didn't expect to see this kind of player. Standing in the spotlight, a tall, handsome man. He slowly raised his head, and with a smile cracking open across his face, like a magician doing a dramatic reveal, showed his real appearance. The high-collared cloak, the striking purple mask, none of it stood out more than the words he spoke next. Sorry, weak, stupid, ugly trash, pity I have to be in the same space as you. But on the other hand, you should feel honored. This will be the greatest glory of your pitiful lives. No one here doesn't recognize me, right? The strongest player, Sin. Everyone was F***ing stunned. This kind of development? Is this sh*t a dream? Looking at the slime still bouncing around in the room, if it weren't for the special status of the person on stage, everyone would seriously doubt if this was just part of the game. But the problem is that Sin. Just a few days ago, he made a name for himself across the world, ranked #1 on the peak ranking, and slaughtered the top 100 players. This guy's identity is so unique it's impossible to doubt. But is the strongest player really like this? This is way too arrogant. His personality is seriously awful, totally different from what everyone imagined. A lot of people twitched at the corners of their mouths. Normally, when someone steps on stage to speak, they at least bow slightly. That's basic gentlemanly etiquette. But this guy? Not only did he not bow, he stood ramrod straight, and even had his chin raised. What the H**LL is this? Among the crowd, a few people didn't show any expression on their faces, but their feet involuntarily stepped back a few paces. To the left of the stage, Hidden behind his dashing appearance, Jiotian trembled, staring wide-eyed at the person on stage. His eyes nearly popped out. He never expected that the person they'd failed to find using national resources would randomly show up again through game matchmaking. And hell mode games aren't exactly common. How come every time he's matched with this guy, it's always F********** ing hell mode? Are you sure it's him? Beside him, another official organization member whispered. The two had met in-game and used special methods to confirm identities. They'd already cooperated. Positive. Keep watching. Just don't piss him off, Jiotian said with a headache. Got it, show-off guy, the teammate teased. Jiotian was speechless. Seems like that one game clip was all anyone remembered. Behind the spinning champagne tower, a woman lowered her head and picked up a glass. Xia and Tong, hiding her thoughts behind her auto-generated avatar, felt her head swell. Last time she got matched with the world's #1, she'd thought it was a stroke of luck. She planned to get close, show her value, and maybe recruit him. Everything had gone so smoothly until her mental defense collapsed at the end. She panicked and ran, didn't even send a friend request or anything she'd planned. It was the most humiliating moment in her life. With the world in chaos and family matters weighing on her, she'd entered the game to escape after shaking off her depression a little. Either she'd power up, or if she was unlucky, just die and be done with it. And now she runs into him again. Looking at the mask on his face now lust. Somehow it felt even worse than wrath. She lowered her head and positioned herself to shield the others. In the distance, someone stared fixedly at Lusa standing at the center of the field, murmuring. Target acquired, huh? The world belongs to the Tiandahui. There were just too many people in this game instance. The name Sin already stood out, not to mention Lusu had just done something totally insane. Players hiding under holographic avatars all frowned, eyes on the spot. They came from different backgrounds, different organizations, all deep in thought. But outwardly, no one reacted to Luce's rudeness. No **T. Who wants to be the one to stand out and get targeted? HM? I just delivered such a brilliant and perfect opening speech, and no one's kneeling and bowing. Even if you're all that rude, how come there's not even a round of applause? After mocking everyone under the lust mask, Sin still looked displeased under the spotlight. Duang duang. The slime that had been bouncing finally stopped and bounced back next to Sin. It wasn't hurt at all. And throughout its bouncing, it hadn't damaged a single item in the room. Its body was the perfect shock absorber. Truly worthy of being the strongest player, so full of that gamer spirit. But hey, calling me an ugly freak is too much. I've been told I'm quite the looker where I'm from. Well then, let us announce. Halfway through the slime sentence, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the center of the stage. I said, I finished talking, so how come no one's clapping? Boom. The voice was full of rage and madness. The next second, with a deafening blast, Lusa raised Hell Roar and fired a shot straight at the ceiling. The central chandelier was blown to bits. Colored glass shimmered gold, flying beautifully in the center of the Grand Casino. Everyone was shocked again at the sudden gunshot. This guy's behavior was so unhinged, it was hard to make sense of. You do realize this is a hell mode game, right? Isn't this basically provoking the rules of the game? Bathed in the spotlight, Sin stood there radiating overwhelming bloodlust. The gun in his hand made everyone feel uneasy. As expected of hell mode, the slime at his side didn't get mad, instead took the lead, clapping with a flattery-laced tone. Hee such passion. We now announce, player Sin has chosen to participate under real identity from the start and receives a ×2 multiplier. A glowing ×2 appeared above Sin's head, blindingly bright. As he spoke, the crowd began to respond with scattered applause. No matter what, better clap first. No one wanted to be gunned down by this lunatic. This guy, mentally he's really. The teammate next to Jiotian was dumbfounded, pointing at his own head. You'll get used to it, Jiotian chuckled bitterly. Honestly, I think he's doing better than last time. At least he hasn't eaten anyone yet. Teammate? Hiding behind the champagne tower, Xia and Tong focused her all-seeing eye on him. She disliked it, but she couldn't take her focus off Sin. She was one of the rare few who didn't think Sin was a nutcase. He was intentionally playing to the mask. Judging from how he used rage last time in game, he was clearly trying to activate the mask's ability again. shooting the ceiling such force, yet the ceiling didn't break, only the lights. That proved the game scene was locked to this room. Even his exaggerated behavior and the attack on the slime were deliberate tests of the game's limits. She had reached a conclusion. This version of Sin was a rational mode version. And to her, that was even scarier. Well then, since unmasking is confirmed, may I ask you to? The slime's voice sounded tentative, trying to get Sin to move aside so it could announce the first game rule. What? Got something to say? Hand over the script. I'll read it. Slime stood still, and at this moment even looked a bit flustered. Its large gelatinous body trembled slightly, making it look kind of pitiful. Well, this doesn't seem very appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Does the game rule say I can't be the one? Sin replied impatiently, the lust mask on his face showing a smug expression, Well, if you put it that way, I guess not, but what? Just a moment ago, after hearing the applause and neatly adjusting his collar, Sin had returned to his calm and elegant self, but now he was back to full-on rage again. He even pointed his gun directly at the trembling slime. Totally unpredictable to the extreme. In the crowd, quite a few people were secretly hoping the slime could represent the game and punish this rogue player. But it didn't. The slime's body stiffened slightly, then wobbled a little and, in the end, could only let out a smile. With a wave of its hand, a golden, translucent holographic sheet appeared in Sin's hand. Not bad. This thing's pretty clean. Looking at the screen in his hand, Lusu found it a bit interesting and made a satisfied remark. Sigh, it's the least I could do. The slime instinctively responded, like it was reporting to a boss. As soon as it spoke, it realized it slipped up, then shut up. And so, the scene stealing was pulled off flawlessly. The purple mask sparkled under the spotlight, and the slime quietly stood behind him, like a doorman or bodyguard. All the other players were dumbfounded. You can do that. You're making the rest of us look like NPCs. Lusu, of course, didn't care what the others thought. Holding the glowing panel, he had already started reading it. This is kind of interesting. This round's game is the Ocean Casino, with 100 participants. However, if you pay close attention, you'll notice that in this room. As Lusus spoke, he lifted his head and showed a strange smile. There are 200 people here. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone instinctively shook their heads and looked around at the handsome men and beautiful women. In an instant, something felt off. Beta. Under the dazzling lights of the casino, it felt like the place was haunted by designer brands. Among these 200, 100 are players. The other 100 are fake humans. So in the next 1 hour, it's your free time. Feel free to enjoy the food and drinks. Of course, at the same time, you'll all be playing a little game. Who the H*LL wrote this script? So wordy. Luso turned to glance at the slime. Really sorry. Alright, the game rule is identity guessing. Each player has 3 stars. You must make 3 guesses, guessing whether the people around you are players or fakes. If you guess someone is a player and you're right, they must unmask without resistance. If you guess someone is a player and you're wrong, you have to fulfill 1 non-excessive request from them. If you guess someone is a fake human and you're right, they must fulfill 1 request of yours. If you guess someone is a fake human and you're wrong, you lose a star. Just 4 simple rules, and 3 stars appeared on everyone's chest at the same time. Alright, the game begins. Lusa didn't waste time. After speaking, the golden paper in his hand disappeared, and he began strolling casually across the venue. Even as he walked into the crowd, the glowing ×2 above his head still clearly marked his position, bright as day. Plus, everyone else instinctively avoided him like he was the plague. This guy's too powerful and clearly unstable. Better keep your distance. Of course, most people were already thinking hard about the game. A 1-hour countdown had already appeared overhead. The game was officially on. No one paid attention to that feel free to eat and drink line. Since everyone had to make 3 guesses, this was clearly an integral part of the game. Nobody believed Hell Mode games were simple. Many were already mentally chewing over the 4 rules and planning their moves. 3 stars. Even an idiot could tell these things would be important later. But Lusu was different. He gave off an extreme sense of calm, leisurely wandering the hall, sampling sweets from the dessert section. He even walked up to a gaming table and picked up a dice cup, rolled 3 6s. Looks like today's my lucky day. Dear players, feel free to take a page out of our strongest player's book, loosen up a little, and have some fun. The slime returned to the center of the hall, trying to liven up the atmosphere. But it didn't work. In the end, the first to break the silence was still that Sin. After rolling the dice, Lusa turned to a nearby female player and asked, "Miss, do you think you're beautiful?" The woman clearly froze, seemingly surprised that the strange top player would speak to her. She hesitated, then covered her mouth and laughed. "I think every girl believes in her heart that she's beautiful. But truly beautiful women are few and far between," Lusa replied sharply. "Perhaps. Even though your current shell is painfully average, I still hope that beneath this projection, you're a beautiful person." Lusa looked her in the eyes. "I guess you're a player." He guessed already. That fast? Everyone in the casino turned in unison to look in Lusa's direction. Even the slime looked visibly shocked. Nobody expected that after just a few minutes, this guy would make such a reckless move. The girl being questioned was also dazed for a moment. Then she slowly shed her outer disguise, her voice becoming hoarse. "That's unfortunate. You guessed wrong." With her raspy voice, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop. Nearly everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The beauty standing in front of Lu Su revealed her true form. She was a skeleton, in the grand and luxurious hall. Almost the moment the other party unmasked, a strong stench filled the air, forcing everyone nearby to step back a few paces. It was the smell of a corpse that had sunk to the bottom of the sea for who knows how long, perfectly matching the current appearance of the fake human. The entire being was just a skeleton, but not the clean, white kind you'd find in a hospital or anatomy room. It looked more like a whole corpse that had been tossed into the sea for years and just dredged back up again. Though the flesh had been eaten away by fish and broken down by the ocean's ecosystem, the untreated bones weren't white, they were covered in various dull and murky colors. Anyone who frequently retrieves bodies from the water knows that's what the sea, the fish, and even the body's own decaying muscles leave on the bones. Some spots deep within the skeleton even showed faint traces of muscle, as if melted plastic had been seared onto the bone by intense heat, fusing together tightly. Inside its hollow eyes were some strange, foreign substances. No one could tell if they were parts of the skull that hadn't fully decayed yet. Best not to think too hard. Just gross. It hadn't done anything else yet, but just its presence here made it clear to everyone why this was a hell mode game. An unnatural tension spread through the crowd. People instinctively kept a wider distance from one another. Underneath those handsome and beautiful masks, something like that existed. No one could be sure if the person next to them was one of those things. But Sin didn't react like everyone else. On the purple mask, an expression of delight appeared. He stepped forward, getting even closer to the fake human. "As expected, you didn't let me down." Beneath the mask is a truly beautiful face. "Among so many vulgar and ugly people, I spotted your beauty at a glance. I think this might be fate. To see bones as one sees a beauty." Compared to the discomfort caused by the skeletal figure, what Sin said probably had an even more shocking effect. The fake human seemed like it had never encountered this kind of player before. After a 2-second freeze, it resumed its scripted and PC-like dialogue. "Regardless, it's unfortunate. You lost." "No, I think I won." Lusa stepped forward again. His mask was almost touching the skull, and even grabbed the other's hand. The fake human skeleton trembled. It didn't dodge in time. "Just seeing you means I've already won." Lusu held the skeleton hand, gazing affectionately at the skull, his entire body radiating an almost explosive hormone vibe. Fake human. Its preset processing logic clearly never accounted for this scenario. Its system just completely froze, like the CPU had fried. Not just it, everyone was fried. The whole casino felt like it had been hit with a paralysis spell. No one moved. Everyone was staring stone-faced at that spot. You being the strongest player, were not jealous at all, really. This instantly humbled those who previously thought they were top tier and had trouble accepting the first player's position. They bowed their heads in silence. A withering above Omicron Betas. They behaved. Jiotian's teammate beside him looked like he was about to wet himself. Watching Sin almost press against that skull, his pupils were quaking. Turning to Jiotian, he said, "Show off guy. I feel bad for you." "Jiotian?" The filthy air of the mortal world makes me feel dirty, unwilling to touch anything. But holding your hand, it's different. It's like the polluted air has suddenly become fresher. Lucid didn't seem to care about the game or anything else. Holding the fake human's hand, he kept talking, like putting on a show for the slime on the side. Duong, duong, it started bouncing with excitement. The fake human subtly pulled its hand back and shyly took a step back, saying, "Let's proceed with the game's buffer phase first. You need to agree to a not-so-excessive request from me. None of your requests could ever be excessive." Lusu replied immediately, pointing how roar at his own chest. "Want to see my sincerity?" Fake human. At this point, it didn't even know how many times it had gone silent, just chose not to respond, then turned to look at the slime and nodded. "All right, then the game is signed." Rules set by the fake human, carried out by player Sin. Breaking the rules equals losing. The wager. If the player loses, they lose 1 star. If the fake human loses, the player gains 1 star. Due to the ×2 rule. What the H*LL do I need your worthless star for, you blind and ugly piece of S***T? Don't you know what's needed? Just a moment ago, Sin was releasing charm like a gentleman. Now he exploded in rage, spinning around and cursing out the slime. The fake human jolted again, terrified, backing away a bit more. The slime froze stiff. After thinking for a moment, 2 chubby, fleshy hands stretched out of its body and started scribbling something in midair. All right then. Due to player Sin's reasonable request, and to keep the game fun and exciting, the wager has been revised. The wager. If the player loses, they lose 2 stars. If the fake human loses, it must unconditionally agree to 1 request from the player. After finishing, the slime bounced over happily, facing Lusu, and said, "How's that?" "Perfect." Lusu nodded in satisfaction and gave a thumbs up. The two were discussing terms like a business deal. Everyone else had no clue why this Sin guy had such high game privileges. Was it just because he unmasked? Is there really a benefit to voluntarily unmasking? Since entering the game, everyone had been hit with blow after blow. Their minds were starting to go numb. Nearly 10 minutes of the 1-hour countdown had passed, and no one had made a move. They all just stared at Sin, waiting for this unstoppable guy to blaze a trail for them. The slime shot a cold glance at everyone, then muttered under its breath. What a bunch of people who have no idea how to enjoy a game. All right then. The game is sealed. Let's begin. Right as the slime finished speaking, and maybe because it couldn't stand Lusu's flirty mask anymore, the fake human in front of him hurriedly announced the game start. A little game test. I need 3 players. Then it stretched out a bony finger and pointed 3 times into the crowd. You 3, come forward. After announcing the start of the game, 2 beams of light came down, enveloping Lusu and the fake human, as if 2 beams of rules had locked them in place. But after the fake human pointed at 3 people, beams of light appeared above each of their heads too. Like they'd been chosen. The 3 of them froze at the same time, like they hadn't processed it yet. Then they looked at each other and stepped forward. Everyone, sometimes a game needs more participants, and you'll be randomly selected. You can't refuse. But don't worry, winning or losing has nothing to do with you. You're just participating. It's a game. Let's all have some fun. Heh. Lusu scoffed, looking at the skeleton opposite him. Does this guy always talk so much nonsense? Must have been rough on you. The fake human's whole body trembled again, and it quickly raised its left hand. In its left hand, a sphere appeared out of thin air. It was a transparent ball about 50 centimeters in diameter. Inside it were several small balls, moving and colliding rapidly, just like a lottery machine. The fake human held up the big ball and spun around in place, like it was showing it off to everyone. In the next second, the outside of the ball turned pure black, hiding what was inside. Only the sound of the small balls colliding could be heard. The fake human turned to face Lusu. In its hollow eyes, it was like a faint ghostly flame flickered. That raspy voice echoed once again. I'll only explain the rules once. No questions or objections during the process. After I finish, a countdown for your choice will begin. From the moment I stop talking, you'll have 30 seconds to decide. Draw lots game. There are several small balls inside. There are 5 of us. We'll each draw in turn. No matter how many the first 4 take, the last one will take all the remaining ones. In the end, all the balls will be distributed among the 5 people. You'll go first. If the number of balls you end up with is the highest or the lowest, you lose. Otherwise, you win. I've explained the rules. You have 30 seconds. Game start. By the end, its speech got faster and faster, like it didn't want to give Sin any time to think and just shoved the problem at him. Above the 5-person circle, a 30-second countdown had already started. It's already starting. Since no one was in a rush to guess identities at this point, everyone was watching. When the 30-second timer popped up, they all thought, this is just too unfair. Wasn't this because he provoked the slime earlier? Now they're targeting him. Wait, aren't games like this rigged to be unwinnable? Jiotian's teammate whispered beside him. Don't get too close to me. What if someone sees? Jiotian was speechless. Among the crowd, the lust mask made a thoughtful expression, then flashed a smile again. Oh. As expected, such a perfect person like me, you fell in love with me at first sight, didn't you? To think you'd go this far for me. The fake human might have been confused too. A cold voice came from the skeleton. 25 seconds left. To think you'd even remind me of the time. I really think you love me. The smile on the lust mask got more and more suggestive. What the H*LL is he wasting time for? Jiotian's teammate was digging into the floor with his toes, grinding his teeth. Can you not be more anxious than the Emperor himself? Jiotian had played the same game as Lusa before. He knew this guy probably wasn't as crazy as he acted, so he stayed calm. Right now, watching the timer tick down, everyone thought, yep, it's hopeless. This first player probably doesn't even care about winning or losing. But just then, Lusa suddenly reached out his left hand and grabbed the fake human's right skeleton hand. Held it tightly. The fake human reflexively tried to pull away, but with Lusa's strength? If he really wanted to hold on, there was no getting away. They say there's a vein in the ring finger of the left hand that connects to the heart. I'm grabbing you with my left hand, hoping you'll feel my sincerity. As he spoke, he reached his right hand into the big sphere. Half the time had already passed. Under the gaze of 200 people, under the spotlight in this golden hall, Lusu held the skeleton's hand with his left while reaching into the ball with his right. Alpha. That scene, that atmosphere, perfectly executed. If only the other party wasn't a terrifying skeleton. Xia and Tong, who had been staring the whole time, couldn't hold it in anymore. Compared to the last game instance, this was way too different. What the H*LL? You're spitting pickup lines now? And if you want to use your dominant right hand to draw, just say so. What's with all that vein in the ring finger leads to the heart crap? Isn't every blood vessel connected to the heart? She held herself back from reacting differently than the others, trying not to attract attention. In her mind, Sin had probably won. She was just curious what he'd request from the fake human. Surely he wasn't actually going to hook up with a skeleton, right? He couldn't be that insane, right? Do you want me to win? 10 seconds left. Lusu was still talking nonsense, and the fake human was basically frozen. It had tried pulling its hand away a few times but couldn't. This guy's strength was insane. Of course I want to win. Reluctantly, the fake human replied along with his topic. Don't lie. I know you're just giving me a reason to win. After all, women always fall in love with the man who defeats them. Fake human. This guy's mentally unstable. I'm done talking. It looked up, focusing on the countdown. 3, 2. At the very last second, Lusa pulled his right hand out. Every gap between his fingers held a ball, with more clutched in the center of his palm. Take a look. Are you satisfied? The fake human lowered its head to count the balls in Lusa's hand, its body stiffening slightly. I think you love me. Otherwise, why give me a guaranteed win and let me show you my sincerity too? If perfection is a crime, then I apologize. But falling for me, that was the right choice. A wide grin spread across the lust mask. That narcissistic voice had never stopped since the game began. But now, to the fake human, it sounded like the voice of a demon. The next moment, a hoarse voice came from the skeleton. You won. No need to keep playing. State your request. The black ball was placed on the ground, and the fake skeleton-like body actually looked a little hunched at the moment, appearing very downcast. It couldn't make expressions, but even just looking at it, you could feel its gloom. Whether it was the players present or the audience watching Luce's game perspective, listening to the fake's words, many people didn't react for a moment. How did we win? Weren't all 5 supposed to grab the balls? The rest haven't even made a move yet. Why'd you bring them in then? Is this rigged? Wait, how is this a win? Can someone smart explain? 1, 2, 3. 10 balls in total. Is there some deeper meaning? Not really seeing it. The more I watch, the more off this feels, from the host's initial favoritism to suddenly winning now. Don't tell me something shady's going on. Isn't Blank watching the stream anymore? Why isn't she jumping in to break this down? Blank couldn't analyze it anymore because she wasn't just watching the stream, she was in it. After the Champagne Tower, Sia and Tong had been quietly observing how things developed. When she saw the 10 balls in Luce's hand, she already knew he had won. Average. So that hand of his is off, she muttered under her breath. It wasn't a particularly complicated logic puzzle. Sia and Tong had figured it out almost from the start. There were several small balls rapidly moving inside the big ball. In the few seconds before the exterior turned black, people could still see inside. It's just that regular human eyes couldn't make out the details. But the all-seeing eye saw it clearly. There were 50 small balls inside that big one. And there were 5 people drawing balls. If you take the average, that's 10 each. In this game, it didn't really matter whether you drew first or last. As long as you drew 10, only 2 outcomes could happen. First, if everyone took exactly 10, they'd split the balls evenly, no one would have more or less. Second, if it wasn't even, and you took exactly 10, the average, then someone had to have more than you, and someone had to have less. So the only real challenge of this game lay in those 30 seconds. In that time, you needed to figure this out, and once the ball turned opaque, you had to grope around and pull out exactly 50. After all, without the all-seeing eye, most people couldn't possibly count how many were inside in those few seconds. Luce didn't count the balls precisely at first either, but it didn't matter. The scholar's right hand could turn someone who'd never touched a gun into a marksmanship master. Counting? Easy. Which meant for Luce, this game was a guaranteed win. Even now, though, most of the crowd still hadn't figured out what the hell had just happened. Sia Antong's gaze passed through the crowd, landing on Luce's long, clearly jointed right hand. At this point, she was almost certain there was something special about that hand. Now, she was curious about his demand. Make your request. Anything at all. The fake spoke again, its hollow eyes staring straight at Luce. Even spending the night with me? The lust mask teased. The fake. Anything, it repeated. The slime bounced as it looked this way, seemingly very intrigued. Even if you can stir up my desire without emotional connection, it's meaningless. What I want is love, not just the body. Far off, the corner of Sia Antong's mouth twitched. She thought, there is no body. Isn't this just a skeleton? Well, at least he's still rational. He didn't let the lust mask make him actually want to sleep with a skeleton. As she was thinking this, Luce's next line completely floored her. So, my request is, I want your unwavering love. The fake? Sia Antong? Everyone? The fake was, after all, an in-game entity, the biggest resource there was. And it still had 3 stars on it. Everyone figured that after that twist, Sin was bound to make some serious demand. Crazy or not, when it came down to core benefits like this, he'd have to be serious. But this result completely caught everyone off guard. What kind of weird asterisk thing are you even asking for? The slime suddenly started clapping, yelling in excitement. Nice. That's the spirit of the game. Now that's a player. Why do the rest of you act like miserable office workers? Isn't the game supposed to be fun? What are you yelling for? Luce turned around and gave it a blank look. The slime went silent. Yes. At that moment, the fake, as the loser, accepted the request. A pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping it like a contract had been signed. The lust mask still held that lazy smile, nodding as if very satisfied, and said, You've always loved me, haven't you? Even picked a 5-person group game just for me, and found 3 more to help out. Those 3 were players, right? Pretty obvious. They hesitated when picked. And just now, when you said I won, they reacted a bit weird too. Luce deliberately said those 2 lines loud and clear. The fake skull lifted, just as it was about to speak. Not far from Luce, another player hesitated, but couldn't hold back any longer. Without thinking it through, he rushed forward, pointing at one of the 3 remaining participants from the Draw Lots game, and said, I think you're a player. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Then, The lust mask on Luce's face stretched into a grin that reached his ears, followed by loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Someone really bought that? Told you, you're all D*MN fools. Who the H*LL would believe I'd actually pick 3 real players? The player who had charged out stiffened. The one he'd pointed at now had her veil slowly dissolve, revealing another set of white bones underneath. Too bad. You guessed wrong. Lusu, under the lust mask, was still laughing. Ha 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 ha. What kind of brain do you have to believe what I just said? If I really picked 3 random players, the game wouldn't even work. If someone wanted to deliberately help me win, I could have pulled any number and still won, right? Honestly, your brain's probably better off turned off. His laughter was full of mockery and scorn. Then, Lusu pointed at the player who had already turned to stone. Then, Lusu pointed at the remaining 2 game participants. You 2 are fakes. As soon as he finished speaking, the veils covering the 3 people began dissolving almost simultaneously, revealing a middle-aged man and 2 skeletons. All 3 guesses were correct. The middle-aged man, having been identified as a player, wasn't directly punished or harmed, but he became the second human in the room to reveal his face. This sense of being singled out and the feeling of being played instantly made him feel flushed with embarrassment and frustration. He was usually a mid-level executive at a small company, always preaching to subordinates about things like taking initiative, finding work yourself, seizing opportunities, and so on. Always lecturing people like scolding dogs, and to a certain extent, he'd brainwashed himself too. So just now, when Sin seemed to casually drop a line, he thought, this is it, my chance. He didn't even think it through. He believed if he didn't act now, someone else would beat him to it. You gotta be ruthless. As he dashed out, he was even a little proud of his own bravery. Who knew this Sin, known as the strongest player, was just ting for fun? Are you King nuts? What do you get out of this? Looking at the lingering smile on that purple mask, his mental breakdown couldn't even be put into words. He felt like everyone in the hall was staring at him, mocking him. Among the newly revealed fakes, one approached the middle-aged man and said, You lost. You have to agree to one not too excessive request. The other 2 walked over to Sin, bowing slightly and saying, You've won. I can grant you 1 request. Faced with this contrast, the middle-aged man couldn't take it anymore. Blood rushed to his head, and his face turned red as he roared. Objection. I object. Why does the strongest player get so many privileges? And besides, their game wasn't even finished. Why was it declared as win? I think there's something shady here. He cheated. Rigged it. Of course, he still had some basic rationality left. Though angry, he didn't dare aim his fury directly at Lusu. Instead, he yelled at the slime. Clearly, this man was one of those who still hadn't figured it out. In a way, he was voicing what part of the audience was thinking. The slime had been grinning, but upon hearing this, its expression instantly turned cold. It glanced sideways and said coldly, Privilege? What, you think if we don't favor the strongest player, we should favor you? As for why he's privileged, it's because excitement and fun are the core of this place. He's the only one actually playing the game. You all don't have the right mindset. RABs. Lusa suddenly turned to look at the slime and said, You've been favoring me? No, not at all. Totally deserved. Hee. The slime immediately switched to a sycophantic tone, rubbing its hands and groveling. Then it instantly went back to being cold as it looked at the middle-aged man. Cheating, you say? When has a casino not cheated? Who said cheating's not allowed here? As long as you don't catch it, it's fine. Besides, there didn't seem to be any cheating just now either. Also, you're seriously lacking any gaming spirit. No fun at all. By the end, the slime was dripping with disdain. Duong, it bounced away, ignoring him. The middle-aged man was stunned, standing there dumbfounded. All his past pride and authority meant nothing here. The rules and power structures of the normal world had been completely deconstructed on this ship. The fake who had fallen in love with Lu so now seemed to have developed some instinct to defend him and looked at the man with the same disgust. The black shroud on the large ball's surface was removed, revealing the remaining small balls inside. There were 50 in total. He took 10. Go home and count them yourself. See how that makes him the most or least. With that, he kicked the ball over. The small balls rolled out and stopped at the manager's feet. Lusu also dropped the small balls in his hand, smiling as he said, "Go play at home. This game's not for you." Then he turned to look at the two new fakes in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. "As for the request, let's keep it simple. I now grant you the right to love me too. Let's all love me together. But since you're late to the party, you'll have to settle for being side pieces. Can you accept that?" The fakes. Staring at this completely unserious guy, the fakes were clearly a bit stunned, but what could they say? They had no choice but to accept. And thus, fake number 1, number 2, and number 3 were born. Then Lusa started wandering around the field, trailed by 3 bored skeletons. After watching this whole series of moves, the other people in the game more or less understood how the identity guessing worked and hesitantly began preparing to act. But just then, Lusa suddenly turned to the slime, who was still hyping the atmosphere. "Hey, you sticky fat guy. You want excitement? How about we make this game a little more exciting?" Nobody knew what he meant yet, and before the slime could even reply, Lusa walked straight up to an unrevealed person and casually said, "I guess you're a fake." Incorrect guess. As the voice rang out, the 2 stars on Lusa's chest vanished into smoke. The person he had guessed ran off into the crowd. But Lusu just shrugged, looking like he didn't care at all. He randomly grabbed another player and started guessing again. He had no logic to his guesses, they were pure random, like he was just playing around, not caring whether he won or lost. A lot of people were confused, like Jiotion's teammate. What a weirdo. What the H**LL's this guy thinking? Didn't he already do his 3 required guesses? Not good. Jiotion's eyes narrowed suddenly. Hurry, there's not much time. Huh? There's still over 40 minutes left, isn't there? On the other side, Semi-Invincible was also on the move. She quickly set down her champagne glass, splashing a few drops. This mask. What a nasty personality. Muttering in her heart, she quickly began weaving through the crowd, heading toward people she'd previously observed. The smart ones had realized something. This game required every player to make at least 3 guesses. But even counting the fakes, there were only 200 people total. Now, that grinning mask wearer, the troll, after completing his own 3 guesses, was still going wild, rapidly guessing without a care for wins or losses. At this moment, the hall looked like it was hosting a cocktail party. After watching Sin's mind-blowing performance, everyone finally started to move. Though it wasn't lively enough for toasts and cheers to fill the air, people had already begun forcing themselves past the unease and were striking up conversations. Since they were already in the game, they had to follow its rules. This 1-hour identity guessing phase still had to go on. So far, the slime hadn't said what the chips were actually for, but since they were called chips, they had to be important. Therefore, under the requirement to guess, and with bad luck, it was entirely possible to lose everything. That meant the rules of this game needed to be fine-tuned carefully. Each guess had only 2 options. One was guessing a person, the other was guessing a fake human. If we assume that stars are the most important thing in this game, then everything makes sense. Guessing a fake human and being right came with big benefits, and being wrong had downsides. As for guessing a person, getting it wrong didn't seem to have major consequences. After all, you didn't lose stars directly, but getting it right didn't bring much benefit either. It just forced the other person to unmask. So, balancing the pros and cons was a matter of game theory. Many people hadn't figured out whether to gamble or not. But truly smart people weren't wasting time on that anymore. They were focused on playing it safe first. Take Semi-Invincible for example. She didn't even bother figuring out who was a fake human because fakes were hard to confirm. She only looked at people. Human behavior is recognizable. There are common patterns. Semi-Invincible didn't rely on her own eyes alone. Floating invisibly in the air, a metallic ball kept its gaze locked on Lusu, while others focused on different people. Tiny movements when thinking, walking pace, and even the crowd's physical reactions while watching Sin's episode, all of it was information she used for her judgment. Fake humans could pretend to be shocked, even pretend to ask the people around them about their identities. But some things just weren't that easy to fake. She collected all the data from everyone present into her mind. Through a quick comparison and analysis, she picked out 3 who looked the most like real people. "I guess you're a person." Her figure darted through the crowd quickly. After making her guess, she left behind a single line and moved on, not lingering at all 3 times in a row. As long as the game confirmed the guess as valid, that was enough, right? Some of the 3 didn't even react in time. By the time they turned their heads, Xia and Tong had already vanished without a trace, leaving only the holographic images of the guessed targets slowly fading. 3 hits. Seeing that she'd used up her 3 mandatory guesses without taking any losses, she let out a sigh of relief and turned her gaze back toward that obnoxious man in the field. The ×2 headlamp on top of his head was glaringly eye-catching. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Not to mention, he was wearing a purple mask. No one knew how many people he'd already guessed. He'd won more than he lost, and somehow he seemed more relaxed now, not even caring about wins or losses. He really did look like he was just here for fun, stumbling upon a gambling table with a game he hadn't seen before, eager to give it a try. The slime even had to act as his tour guide. "You, fake human." In the middle of playing, he casually pointed at the person beside him, not even bothering to look. "Wrong guess." A player's voice responded, signaling that Lu Su was about to lose another star. No, 2 stars, because of the ×2 multiplier. But right now, Lu Su only had 1 star left. He'd already lost 1 from a forced deduction earlier. Not enough left, huh? The purple-masked Lu Su shrugged, looking like a total scoundrel. "Got so caught up playing, I forgot about that. Boring. So what now? You guys gonna kill me? Or maybe chop off my hands and feet to pay the debt?" The last line was aimed at the slime. Slime. Well, about that. The slime looked awkward, trying to speak but hesitating, raising a hand to point beside Lu Su. Lu Su turned his head. Fake human number 1 was reaching out with his skeleton hand, holding out a star and offering it to Lu Su. "Here, use mine." "Oh dear, I couldn't possibly." The lust mask said righteously. "It's okay. What's mine is yours, huh?" Fake human number 1 hadn't finished speaking before the star disappeared from his hand and appeared in Lu Su's. While saying, "I couldn't possibly," Lu Su had already snatched it. He moved so fast that the fake couldn't even see it clearly. After pinning the star to his chest, it immediately dissolved into the wind. Fake human. He silently retracted his skeleton hand. Fake human number 1 didn't say anything. What could he even say? Lu Su's current image was maxed out, obnoxious, cynical, a total troll. Just looking at him gave people a headache. From afar, Xia and Tong watched him and thought, was this how Emperor Gaozu of Han looked to others back in the day? But when she saw the fake human voluntarily offer his star to Sin, the truth hit her like a flash of light, so that's how it is. In other words, this so-called love was just a way to tie fake humans to his side, meaning their stars were basically his as well. Then why not just ask the other side directly for 3 stars? Did these skeletons even serve a purpose? Sin didn't seem to need them for his own strength. But no matter what, she turned her gaze back to the crowd. At this point, more and more people were unmasking and guessing. But there were still targets left to guess. Guessing a fake human brought big rewards. Then let's make this game even more chaotic. With that thought, Xia and Tong, who had already completed her 3 guesses, turned around and dove back into the crowd to continue guessing. Time passed quickly. Some of the more dazed players soon realized something was wrong. They hesitated. They tried to think rationally to find a way to break the game. But the game was already spiraling out of control. At some point, the pace of unmasking skyrocketed. Where once the crowd had resembled handsome men and pretty women from anime, suddenly, it all changed. Player after player's true appearance, horrifying skeleton forms, started emerging rapidly. People suddenly realized something was off. Too late. Hesitation leads to defeat. The massive pit Sin dug, many could no longer escape. Inside, there was the massive landmine laid by Lu Su the troll, and players like Xia and Tong, who after understanding everything, decided to dig for benefits and join in. In short, everything just exploded now. It was like a joint execution. A chokehold targeting those who weren't smart enough, who hesitated, who refused to face reality. In truth, this game was always a process of selection. 200 people, each with at least 3 guesses. And even the fake humans had to guess to maintain their disguise. That meant some people were bound to be unable to complete their 3 guesses. Hell mode games are brutal. No one's going to look out for you. Everyone is a competitor to some degree. Weakness and hesitation will only get someone killed. Of course, being decisive but stupid? That gets you killed even faster. Anyway, when there was only half an hour left, the entire hall broke down into chaos, noisy like a wet market. Lots of people were pointlessly arguing, shouting. No one could tell what was even going on anymore. Just a complete mess, enough to make your head throb. Very few people had finished all 3 guesses. Though many had started, most only guessed once or twice. People who didn't feel the crisis still thought they had time, playing it safe. Even worse, plenty of people hadn't guessed even once. But this kind of thing doesn't change in a straight line. Available targets to guess would suddenly plummet. I guess you are. Who the H*LL stepped on my foot? The crowd's noise had completely lost its earlier elegance or class. The remaining people didn't even have time to think anymore. They were blindly guessing, gambling on that 50-50 chance. And the one who started it all had already stepped back, picking up a glass of crimson wine and sipping it slowly. Surrounding him were 8 fake humans. 8 skeletons formed a circle around him, blocking others out. He stood at the center, like a nobleman watching a play. Keeping the others out? That was just hygiene. Dirt and ugliness should stay far away from him. In the first 10 minutes of the game, no one did anything. They were all watching Sin's one-man performance. In the second 10 minutes, Lu Su finished his part of the game. Jiao Tian, Xia Antong, and others in the crowd started to make moves. In the third 10 minutes, the game began to speed up. The later it got, the messier it became. Eventually, it turned into total chaos and Lu Su, the instigator, started enjoying the show. Finally, when 30 minutes remained, a bell rang throughout the room, striking the hearts of everyone. La la la, game over, there's still time, but the masks are gone. The slime's cheeky voice rang out. By now, all the handsome men and beautiful women were gone. Left were 100 skeletons and 100 players. Still half an hour left. Seems like everyone was very efficient. The game was a total success. So, who are our little cuties who didn't finish? The slime bounced around with a duong, looking around the room. By now, many people in the crowd were drenched in sweat, not from physical labor, but sheer mental stress. Those who had completed 3 guesses and kept all 3 stars let out a sigh of relief. Those who finished 3 guesses but lost stars were all uneasy. Those who hadn't finished at all stared hard at the slime and at a few special individuals. For example, Xia Antong with 7 stars pinned to her chest, Jiao Tian with 5. And Sin with 0 stars, but 8 skeletons standing beside him. The slime wiggled its pudgy body again and spoke up. All right, that's the end of our first warm-up game. I'm sure everyone had a blast. Happy, right? I told you, this game is paradise, a welfare round for you all, something to enjoy. So now, no one wants to quit, right? Anyone want to quit? Silence. No one responded. Everyone felt like something was missing in this scene. They looked at him. A woman timidly asked. There's no price to pay? Oh, right. The slime jolted like it just remembered. Forgot to mention, those who didn't make all 3 guesses will have the corresponding number of stars deducted. Yes. With a wave of its chubby hand, quite a few people saw 1 to 3 stars vanish from their chests. Okay, anyone still want to quit? No need for an exit token, by the way. In-game exits just mean you stop playing. I told you this was a welfare round. Why won't you believe me? The slime hollered. That's when people finally understood what it meant. The woman who spoke earlier lit up, then eagerly asked. Quit freely? No cost at all. Cost? What cost? The slime looked totally confused. Players with 3 or more stars can quit without paying anything. Of course, you cowards who quit won't get any benefits either. If you've got fewer than 3 stars, then you might lose a few things. However many stars you're short, that's how many things you lose. Lose. The light in the woman's eyes suddenly flickered. What's the matter? What's the matter? The slime got anxious. If you use an exit token, all your gear and perks get wiped. I'm only taking a few things over here. Hearing that, a lot of the people who had lost stars wavered again. The woman who asked decided on the spot. She was done playing. She couldn't handle hell mode, especially not with that nasty, despicable guy around. Thinking this, she glared hatefully at the relaxed and carefree Sin. And just at that moment, Lusa happened to look back at her, speaking in a lazy tone. I suggest you guys really think about what that ugly thing just said. My advice is to use an exit token. If you don't have one, you can buy from me. I've got plenty. With a flick, 4 exit tokens appeared in Luce's hand. From the game giveaways to the ones he snatched from Fanrin, he practically had them in bulk. Shut up. The woman had made up her mind. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Strongest player, my A****, you're just a monster feeding on everyone else. We're all players, but you just had to take the lead guessing like crazy. That's what got us here. Now you're pretending to be nice, selling exit tokens. You think we're all scared of you. You'll get what's coming to you one day. After that outburst, she shouted to exit. Like blocking someone after cursing them out, there was nothing the strongest player could do. Her figure vanished on the spot. She had no stars, so when she disappeared, 3 things dropped to the floor. A shoe, an ear, a liver. The 3 things that fell to the ground were clean as new, especially that plump liver. There wasn't even much blood on it. It looked fresh and tender. Everyone was silent, staring at the liver on the ground, imagining the state that woman must be in now. What happens to someone who loses their liver? What's the rush? I told you, think carefully before speaking. You're getting worked up over a word game. Good thing it was just a liver. If a whole head had been left behind, now that would have been seriously gross. In the quiet atmosphere, Luce's carefree voice rang out again, echoing in everyone's heart. Right? Why don't you see if you can use it? As if something had just occurred to him, Luce turned to the nearby fake human number 1 and said, Fake human number 1. As the group remained silent, the slime suddenly started shouting loudly. What do you mean by word game? How can you say that? How can you say that? I explained it very clearly, okay? Besides, 3 items, that's already merciful. Look, she even dropped a shoe dot. This thing also depends on their own luck. If you're lucky, you're fine. And honestly, I think this price is still better than losing all your current abilities. This is the gamble. This is the spirit of the game, isn't it? Yes, exactly. The moment it finished speaking, a loud shout came without hesitation. That was Luce's voice, agreeing with what it said. Spreading his hands, an excited smile on his purple mask, he continued. Ocean Casino. That's the real name of this game. Wager everything you have, whether you stay or exit. The word gamble has always been part of your life. Even going out to eat is a bet that you won't get hit by a car. If there really is a god in this world, it's the god of probability. She controls everything. Even Einstein once glimpsed her form. Placing everything you have on the unknown, on a mystery about to be revealed. That's true. Thrill. Now that's interesting. Yeah, now that's interesting. The slime echoed him, wriggling its body. The 2 of them looked genuinely excited, completely at odds with the mood of the scene. Everyone remained silent, staring at the liver on the ground. The hand called fear had already gripped most of their judgment. To exit or not to exit? That was the question. I'd like to ask something. Just then, Semi-Invincible suddenly spoke, turning to look at the slime. If someone has more than 3 stars, can they exit? Amid the previous chaotic guessing, she had already unmasked. Luce had recognized her, as had Jiotian from afar. He thought, what a small world, to get matched with the same people twice randomly. Still, he showed no reaction, as if he didn't know them at all. Yes, 3 or more stars. If you choose to exit now, there will be no punishment. The slime answered flatly. Just no punishment? What else? You cowards who quit halfway, do you still expect a reward? The slime's tone instantly rose. It turned and saw Semi-Invincible. Oh, you've got 7 stars, huh? Then don't quit. Stay and keep playing, it'll be fun. Its tone softened just a bit. From the moment this game started, it had constantly shown off its extraordinary power, instant face changing. It could immediately adjust its attitude completely based on who it was talking to. Of everyone present, those with more than 3 stars were the minority. Many, caught between hesitation and resolve, had already made their decisions. Those with 2 stars were the most likely to exit. It's a hell mode game, who knows what's waiting ahead. Might as well try their luck now. Some got lucky and only lost some clothes or gear. Others weren't so lucky, losing hands or legs. One person even had a heart appear on the ground when they exited. Seeing that heart, everyone went pale. This game might not have the usual blood and torture of a typical hell mode, but its psychological torment was brutal. A few of the 3-star players also started to exit. Xia and Tong was hesitating. By nature, she leaned toward caution. But a casino, this should be her strong suit, a non-combat scenario. And she currently had 7 stars aside from Sin. She probably had the most. In that moment, even if she had the all-seeing eye, she couldn't see through her own heart. No matter how high your IQ, it's hard to contend with human nature. Honestly, everyone has a greed mask. It's just not always worn on the face. Let's go. Honestly. While everyone was still struggling, Lucis suddenly spoke again. Don't worry about wasting your stars. It doesn't matter. You don't belong here. You don't have that kind of aura. My final reminder to you, think of it as my last bit of mercy for you low-grade creatures. Heh. Lucis stood in place, leaning on a table, speaking with biting sarcasm, not caring at all whether he was making enemies. Truth is, this was Lucis reigning in his own vile lust mask, trying to speak with genuine mercy. Though judging by everyone's reactions, it might have backfired. Even with all eyes on him again, Lucis behind the lust mask didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, he kind of enjoyed it. His need for attention was greatly satisfied. I have a question, game host. Suddenly, a man with a gloomy face looked at the slime. In this casino game, are players allowed to kill or attack each other? Oh, unless it's required by the game, then no, it's not allowed. The slime explained. Alright. The gloomy man responded, then looked at the others and said, at this point, I don't think any of us are willing to just leave like this, or to risk what we might lose. Folks, I don't think we need to be scared by the so-called strongest player title. He's strong, sure, his personal combat power has surpassed human limits. But here, it's a game. A gamble is what really determines the outcome. Once you've lost the power you're most proud of, who are you then, strongest player? His tone was calm, but that last line was directed at Sin. Who am I? Don't you know? Suddenly, Lucis snapped his head around, his sharp gaze piercing the other man's eyes, making him flinch instinctively. I'm the strongest player, the fear in your hearts, the one you pretend to challenge with bravado, yet never dare confront directly. Meeting me is your honor. Being in the same game as me, that is your misfortune. Now, do you know who I am? A sick grin spread across the purple mask, locking eyes with that sickly-looking man. The man swallowed hard. Even though the slime had already assured him nothing would happen, staring at this person in front of him still filled him with fear. A voice in his mind kept screaming at him to fight back, to say something in return, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't open it at all. Facing this person head-on brought a pressure that was simply too much. Alright, since all of you have decided not to exit, I'll assume you've all mentally prepared yourselves. Here's a friendly reminder. The Sin purple mask swept over everyone's faces, and almost instinctively, people looked away. In the next phase, I might not go easy on you. No way, why does this guy's personality feel so extra this time? He's basically just making enemies for himself. Doesn't seem very rational. If this backfires, now that would be interesting. The main issue is his insane combat strength is useless here. This game doesn't seem very friendly to Sin. The Lust mask was the flashiest of all the masks, and its overwhelming need for attention was starting to make even the viewers feel uneasy. Not to mention the people present, during a shared game, the weak tend to band together to fight the strong. He was clearly painting a huge target on his back. But it looked intentional. Alright, now it's getting fun, this is the vibe we want. The slime immediately started dancing excitedly, like it was afraid the others might change their minds, so it quickly continued. I'll count to 3. After that, the exit portal will close. 3. Alright, closed. The number of remaining players is 47. Just a single round of identity guessing had already eliminated more than half the players. The first wave of exits was the lightest psychologically, people hadn't yet fallen into that gambling madness. A lot of folks, seeing the Hell Mode label, chose to leave. They weren't willing to wager their entire lives on this game. The remaining 47 players fell into 2 groups. Those with 3 stars or more, and those with none at all, afraid that exiting now might mean dropping a heart on the floor. It fit the 2 types you'd find in a casino, those who'd won big and gotten hooked, and those who'd lost everything and gone bloodshot with desperation. What can you say? This game was incredibly educational. Sure, the price was steep. Alright, now let's move into the next game mode. Duration, 3 hours. Free trade. In this phase, the entire space becomes a fully open paradise for the players to enjoy. Here, we've got all sorts of game machines available. Your chips are the stars you're carrying. Or, you can play with the fake humans. Or, you can place bets with each other. The game content can be randomly generated by the casino based on the number of people, or you can negotiate the stakes and rules yourselves and sign a contract. In short, make the most of your time, play, have fun. For these 3 hours, this hall is completely yours. As it spoke, the severed hands and legs scattered across the floor, the various organs, the stench of blood and seawater, all vanished in an instant. The hall returned to its original grandeur, golden decor, gourmet food and fine wine, piano music, and a bunch of gaming machines with inscrutable rules. Also, there's one more thing worth discussing. If you make it to the end, the more stars you have, the bigger the reward. If you've got too few stars, well, that's just unfortunate. The slime didn't spell it out, but everyone understood exactly what it meant. Alright, game now. Wait a second. A small voice piped up. I want to ask, what happens if you have no stars left right now? A short man asked, his chest completely bare, no stars at all. He hadn't dared to exit earlier, so he had no choice but to push through. Oh? So we've got people like you too, huh? TCH, forgot about the dead weight. If you have no chips, then you are the chip. Pick one. As it spoke, several items suddenly appeared in the air. No, not items, torture devices. There were arm braces with needle-loaded springs that could instantly punch bloody holes into your arms. Boots filled with acid. A helmet lined with spikes. Even an earpiece. Basically, all kinds of creatively deranged contraptions. The moment the short man laid eyes on them, he went completely stiff with fear. His body trembled like a leaf, clearly not ready to accept this reality. Pick one. Or a few, if you like. Oh right, these will only let you stay in the game. Each use adds a penalty point to your score. The short man's legs could barely hold him up. Just imagining it was already too much to handle. Is it too late to exit now? Of course it is. The slime answered cheerfully. Everyone's mood sank. Honestly, they had all expected something like this to happen. After all, this was hell mode. How could there be no torture at all? Shaking uncontrollably, the short guy began reluctantly making his choice. Right then, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Hold on, what the H*LL did you just say? When you're out of stars, you can use those things instead. The eyes behind the sin mask widened, staring at the slime like he'd just been lied to. It's not about replacing your debt. It just adds a penalty point, and then you can continue. Why? The slime looked confused. You think PK, you absolute B*******************. D. Why didn't you say that earlier? I don't have any stars either. Give me a set. Slime. No one knew why Lucy was doing this, but whatever the reason, the slime was happy to oblige. A few minutes later, a pair of arm braces appeared on both of Lucy's arms. Game start. The slime didn't waste another word. A 3-hour countdown appeared on the wall. The crowd dispersed immediately, no one daring to come near, especially keeping a safe distance from Sin as they started thinking about what to do in those 3 hours. What's your plan? Jiotian finally dropped the act and directly asked his teammate. The teammate stared at Sin, eyes locking in with growing determination. I want to challenge him. Jiotian? You do know it's really hard to get recognized as a martyr when you're the one who gets yourself killed, right, teammate? What the H*LL are you even saying? Why are you acting like he's already a martyr? The teammate had never known Jiotian to have such a dark sense of humor. I told you, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't provoke him. Stay away for now. Jiotian said expressionlessly. I wasn't provoking him. I just wanted to chat a little, try to make contact. Want to join me? Who knows, maybe we could work together later or something. It's rare we're in the same game, and right now he's being rejected by everyone. Shouldn't we seize the opportunity? Jiotian. He didn't respond, just took a step back, clearly showing his stance. Wait, what kind of attitude is that? Didn't the organization always say that if we encounter him in the game, we should try to make contact and win him over? The organization also said that once in the game, life comes first. Don't risk it, Jiotian replied. After all this time observing, he also knew that the different mask colors of Sin definitely represented different personalities. This mask felt even more hostile than the last time's gluttony. The other party might not even recognize him. His mind turned quickly as he spoke. Yen Hong, if you really want to talk to him, I suggest you be polite and don't butt heads with him. As for me, I'll be cheering you on from here. Be careful. Don't put too much faith in the game rules when you're in front of him. Saying that, he gestured for Yen Hong to go ahead and immediately shrank back, completely shameless. It was obvious he was pushing his teammate to be the cannon fodder. Yen Hong's scalp tingled. He thought, this guy actually called me by my full name for once. That's never a good sign. Spineless be asterisk starred. He muttered, touching the 4 stars on his chest and pulling one out. Just 1 star, win or lose, it's just for contact. He steeled himself and stopped overthinking. He lifted his feet and walked towards Sin. Behind him, Jiao Tian gave him a thumbs up and muttered in his heart. Good job, brave warrior. In the game field, Luce's figure was always prominent, with not many people around. Yen Hong quickly reached his side. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm with Jiao Tian, we're both from the official organization. Don't know if you still remember him. As soon as he got close, Yen Hong took the initiative to speak, stretching out his hand. But he didn't get to stand in front of Sin. A few fake humans surrounded him, blocking his approach, just like bodyguards. Except, their actions were basically pointless. After all, with Sin's combat power, it's hard to imagine he'd need bodyguards. Probably the most useless job in the world. From one perspective, their interceptions seemed more like they were protecting Yen Hong. Luce glanced at this guy in red clothes, looking him up and down, then his eyes landed on the extended hand. Behind the purple mask, a mildly disgusted expression appeared. Did you wash your hands? Yen Hong pulled his hand back very naturally, not looking embarrassed, and let out a casual laugh like he didn't care much. Jiao Tian, huh? Kinda rings a bell. Seeing your outfits, I figured. Red Masked Man Organization? Why is it that your aesthetic still hasn't improved even now? Hearing that, Yen Hong's smile instantly froze. How did he end up getting lumped in as a red-masked man in just a few lines? God knows how many colleagues were watching the live stream. He definitely lost face with that one. Keep your distance, thanks. So, what do you want? Despite the disgust, Luce still held back harsh words under rational control. After all, they were part of the official organization, which made them slightly less of strangers. A with grave epsilon. Why didn't that guy come? Luce nodded subtly toward the far-off Jiao Tian, who was peeking over. Him? He's been talking sh*t about you behind your back. Yen Hong seized the chance to snitch, bad-mouthing his teammate. Far away, Jiao Tian's ears were sharp. He heard everything and instantly started shaking his head violently, no idea if Sin could see it. He's slandering me. That little comedic act quickly passed, and Yen Hong got to the real issue. I came to ask, you seem so sure you won't lose, even without knowing how the game will develop or what the rules are. Do you have some kind of gambling-related ability? Or what? Luce looked up strangely, swept his gaze over him, and spoke. Are you a reporter or something? What is this, a date with Liu? Where am I even acting confident? It's just a logical conclusion based on facts. I'm the strongest, there's no possible way I'll lose. If you're here to chat, then step aside. Don't disturb my gameplay. As he spoke, Luce picked up a piece of sashimi from his meal tray and put it in his mouth. Watching his refined eating manner was a stark contrast to what Jiao Tian had seen last time. He could hardly believe it. Meanwhile, the fake humans had started pushing Yen Hong away again, seemingly following Luce's earlier attitude. Wait. Then let's place a bet. Seeing the other party had no interest in chatting, Yen Hong panicked and pulled out his trump card. Just 1 star, head-to-head. The fake human stopped pushing, finally allowing Yen Hong to stand before Sin. Sin sneered, you've got guts. Then he pointed to the big ×2 above his head and said, but you'll lose 2 stars. What do you want to bet on? Let's make our own bet terms. I don't think I'll lose, Yen Hong smiled. I know you're strong, so let's play something fun. Guess the time. Yen Hong spun around, pointing off into the distance, and whispered. See those people over there playing the slot machines? Yeah. Luce replied disinterestedly. See that guy in green? If you've got something to say, just say it all at once. Don't drag it out. The voice under the lust mask sounded rather annoyed at Yen Hong's pacing. We're going to bet without letting him know. Guess how long he'll stay at that slot machine. We each guess a time, start the timer, and whoever's guess is closer wins. Dare to try. Dare? That last sentence almost made Lucy laugh out loud. Such a lousy provocation tactic. The guy was actually afraid Lucy wouldn't take the bet. Heh. Lucy chuckled and looked at Yen Hong. You may not be very smart, but that performance amused me a little. Guess I should thank you for the laugh. Up to you, set the bet, the stakes, even guess the time first if you want. Doesn't matter to me. Lucy said casually, then picked up a white towel from the table nearby and began wiping his hands. The lust mask, honestly, it took some getting used to. The previous masks were mostly just amplifications of human traits, but the lust mask included things like obsessive cleanliness, something Lucy would never normally have. Someone who grew up in an orphanage was unlikely to develop such a rich man's neurosis like germophobia. Yet now he had to wipe his hands after every bite. Even if it was a reflex driven by the lust mask's influence, it was still something he couldn't quite adapt to. Please don't let this be real germophobia. This sh*T is annoying. Yen Hong saw the same indifferent attitude as before, like Lucy wasn't interested in the topic at all, and he felt a bit lost. He'd already tried hard to find a game of pure luck, one where Sin's abilities wouldn't interfere. In his eyes, Sin's confidence, even arrogance and narcissism, couldn't be due to mental issues. On one hand, it was confidence in his own powerful strength and peak ranking. On the other hand, he suspected Lucy understood gambling techniques. Or more precisely, sleight of hand, some kind of related skill. He'd figured out the small ball grab earlier. It was essentially a math logic trick. But what he hadn't figured out was how the guy managed to feel out the right ball and grab it within seconds. So now he suspected that Sin had some ability like magician's hands, tailor-made for a casino setting, hence the total calmness. But at this moment, he was starting to feel uneasy again. All right then. 1 star. But since it's you, the bet doubles, so 2 stars. Fine. Lucy replied. The moment both agreed, 2 beams of light enveloped them, bet confirmed, no backing out under these terms. Yen Hong glanced at Sin's pale, slender hands, but didn't dwell on it. He looked toward the slot machine in the distance. The slot game was simple, single bet per round. Amount was up to the player. Then, 3 spinning reels would start and could be stopped at any time. If all 3 showed different icons, the bet was lost. If 2 icons matched, the player could either try again or walk away with no loss. If all 3 matched, the bet was doubled and returned. Very simple rules. No skill involved. And in Yen Hong's eyes, the man in the green clothes had been standing in front of that slot machine for nearly 10 minutes, playing non-stop since the beginning. A withering above Nui. The guy's personality was easy to read, a bit timid, not very confident in his own abilities. Afraid that gambling with others or with a fake human would end badly. So he chose to keep playing that one slot machine, leaving his fate in the hands of a machine. At first, he only had 1 star. After playing so long, he'd only reached 2 stars. Win some, lose some, but never bet big. It also showed that the slot machine had no tricks. It was a relatively fair game. But now, the guy's gambler's mindset had started to take over. He looked rooted to the spot in front of the machine, gesturing with his hands, like he was calculating odds, just like those experts at lottery shops analyzing patterns. Yen Hong had been watching the guy for a long time and could tell this man was addicted. Yen Hong wasn't dumb. When he chose this bet, he'd thought it through thoroughly. It won't be a short wait. Are you brain dead? Staring this long, how hard is it to just guess a time? Yen Hong had been so focused on the slot machine guy that he forgot the time. Lucy was getting impatient. Haha, don't rush me. I'm just thinking. All right then, I'll guess. 30 minutes. He turned his head, smiling at Lucy. Honestly, how long you think doesn't really matter. Since it's just about who guesses closer, the optimal move is for you to guess 1 second longer or shorter than me. That way, the bet turns into, does he leave before or after 30 minutes? Each of us has a 50% chance. No big deal. I never thought I had to beat you. I'm fine losing 2 stars to you. I just want to see if, standing in front of you, I have a 50% win rate, if this casino is ruled more by fate or by strength. Yen Hong spoke sincerely. He wasn't trying to challenge Sin, just trying to make contact. As long as Sin picked 1 second more or less than him, he'd consider it a win. That tiny interaction would be enough for gauging strength and establishing a connection for future contact. After all, the guy didn't seem interested in talking to weaklings, just ignored him the whole time. From afar, Xia and Tong also turned her head. The all-seeing eye transmitted all the data. She didn't have much faith in Yan Hong because he was too straight-laced. From experience, she knew, trying to beat Sin using fair, proper methods was impossible. Done yapping? Who asked you? Lusa looked at the slightly long-winded Yan Hong with a deadpan stare. So your final answer is 30 minutes? Yes, Yan Hong confirmed. Oh, cool. Then I'll guess 3 seconds. Before Yan Hong could even process whether he'd misheard, Hell Roar appeared in Lusa's hand. Boom. He fired a blast straight at the ceiling. The violent roar made everyone present flinch. Every head turned, including the green-clothed man who had been glued to the slot machine. That man quickly realized in horror, the gun was aimed right at him. Bang. No time to think. Instinct took over. He dove away, rolling and crawling more than 10 meters, finally hiding under a table and shouting wildly, gesturing at the slime in the distance. Lusa turned to look at the now frozen Yan Hong. Fate or strength? Strength is my fate. A green protective shield enveloped the slot machine room, protecting everyone and everything in that area, and also blocked Lusa's attack. That green film looked weightless, like a layer of light. It rippled like water at that moment, completely neutralizing the power of Lusa's shot, slowly fading into nothingness. The rules inside the casino are still rules. They can't be casually changed. Sin, let's talk things out. Why do you always have to resort to violence? Slime twisted its body and waved its hand again, undoing the damage from Luce's previous shot fired at the ceiling. It was like time had reversed. The hole in the ceiling instantly restored, just like it had never happened. Effortless. The green film vanished, as if nothing had happened. Slime kept wriggling as it spoke. All right, let's leave it at that. Don't ruin everyone's gaming vibe. Let's keep going, keep the music playing, keep gambling. Slime looked all cheerful as if nothing was wrong at all. But everyone else was stunned. Except for Sin, almost everyone stared at that blob of green in disbelief. This thing is that strong. From all its past behavior, everyone thought it was just an in-game NPC, maybe holding some in-game privileges or rules. But from the way it was simping for the strongest player from the start, flipping moods depending on who it faced. Opportunistic, playing favorites, it had always come across as annoying. Nobody expected this. Now this is what a hell mode game should be like. Every entity in it is no ordinary thing. I knew it. This nasty green snot blob definitely isn't something simple. So now the real question is between him and the strongest player, who's more powerful. The mindset of the viewers and players was different. The viewers were just here for the drama, wanting simple comparisons. But the players in the scene, after a brief shock, all looked away, heads down, avoiding eye contact with Slime. They were all extremely wary. Especially the man in green, who felt like he'd just brushed past death. He ran off immediately, trying his best to get out of Sin's line of sight. He didn't even know when he'd pissed the guy off. He was just playing slots properly and still got shot at. Only Sin seemed to have known about Slime's strength from the start. He let out a light chuckle, then looked at Yan Hong. Yan Hong had just snapped out of his daze, staring blankly at Sin, then shouted in protest. Hey wait, what are you doing? We already agreed on the bet earlier. The terms of the gamble weren't supposed to be known by him. What? Lusa gave him a glance. He knows now. No. I mean. Yan Hong choked, momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. But does this even count? Lusu ignored him, leisurely ate a piece of beef, and then, attended by the fake, started wiping his hands again. 2 stars burned away from Yan Hong's chest, while on Lusu's side, 2 stars appeared out of thin air. No need to say more. The result was clear. Yan Hong. Just as he was stunned into silence, a voice suddenly came from the side. Yeah, how could you possibly beat the great strongest player? You really overestimated yourself. Turning his head, Yan Hong saw that it was the same guy who'd talked back to Sin earlier, the one with the perpetually gloomy face. Yan Hong instantly frowned and replied a bit stiffly. What do you want? Oh, nothing. Just came to mock your overconfidence. Everyone here knows betting against the strongest player is just asking to die. The guy's words were sharp, unpleasant to hear. It sounded like he was insulting Yen Hong while praising Lu Su, but anyone with half a brain would find the tone disturbing. And Thailand bought Epsilon. Yen Hong instinctively disliked him, frowned again, and was about to speak, but the guy had already turned toward Lu Su. Going against the strongest player, even if it's just flipping a coin, I believe he can make it stand on its edge. Don't you agree? The gloomy man stared at Sin with an unnerving smile. Next second, a gunshot rang out. Lu Su flicked his hell roar, fired directly at the coin, blasting straight through it. That shot grazed the man's fingernail, which started to smoke slightly at the tip. Slime turned slightly, but did nothing else. Clearly, that didn't trigger his intervention. The gloomy man froze, staring at his smoking nail, not saying a word for a while. Heh, Lu Su wiped his hell roar and looked at the man. If you want to play with me, come up with something more interesting. The man's expression instantly returned to normal. He tossed away the coin and laughed loudly. Who would dare? How could I risk angering you? Everyone knows there's no winning against you. Best option is to stay far, far away. He said that loud enough for others to hear, less like talking to Lu Su, more like sending a message to the rest. By the way, I wonder if you still remember me. I'm Li Wei. I actually sent you a challenge request. But my ranking was only in the top 10,000, not top 100, so you picked that dumb asterisk SS Park Buchung instead. Which was honestly lucky for me. If I'd been chosen, I'd probably be dead meat. Li Wei kept talking, but his face didn't show any fear. In fact, there was a bit of a mad gleam in his eyes, like a total sociopath. Under the mask, Lu Su frowned slightly. He didn't remember the guy, but back then, aside from Park Buchung, some other top 10,000 players did try challenging him. Then, Hell Roar lifted, aimed right at Li Wei's head. What, you here today to fix your regret from last time? But this time, Li Wei looked like a man on a suicide mission. He didn't dodge or flinch. His eyes were steady, fearless, as he stared at Lu Su and calmly said, I'm just here to tell you one thing. Or rather, one sentence. Tiandahui sends you greetings. Also, Tiandahui sincerely invites you to join. As soon as those words came out, the entire room fell silent. This was already who knows how many times that everyone's eyes turned to the center of the room, staring at the two people there. Tiandahui. During this whole game period, the name of this organization had grown from somewhat known to thunderously famous. But fame doesn't necessarily mean a good reputation. From the very first game, the name Tiandahui appeared out of nowhere. No one knew which rock it had crawled out from. The organization was massive, seemingly Huagua's largest civilian group. Even the viewers were familiar with it, because as long as they were watching the game footage, Tiandahui members were constantly popping up in the comment feed. And that's just the viewers. In the real world, Tiandahui had also been constantly showing up and stealing the spotlight across the country. Just like with Lu Su back then, during that incident at the campus. It wasn't exactly a terrorist attack. They didn't go around actively hurting people, but they were always doing crazy stuff in busy city areas, shouting slogans like maniacs. Stuff like, the world belongs to Tiandahui, and so on. Then charging through the streets, destroying public property, or dancing like lunatics, streaking naked. You could say their tactics were completely disgraceful and undignified, but the result was that from the very first day this game began until now, Tiandahui had become the #1 organization to emerge from the game. Maybe only when the official organization goes public in the future will there be a chance to surpass its notoriety. And now Yen Hong, who had originally planned to leave, turned back when he heard the name Tiandahui. His brows furrowed tightly, staring at Li Wei in front of him. Tiandahui. Actually, the official organization had been aware of the chaos Tiandahui stirred up for a while now. But everyone had already mentally prepared themselves. A game that involved the entire population was bound to bring massive social unrest. Although Tiandahui operated flamboyantly, they hadn't committed any real large-scale terrorist attacks or murdered anyone in the real world. And after the peak ranking was released, that self-proclaimed Tiandahui leader turned out to be a top 10 player. So considering the influence and all the follow-up complications, no one had figured out how to officially define Tiandahui yet. But in Yen Hong's eyes, Tiandahui was far from positive. Labeling them a terrorist group wouldn't even be an exaggeration. A Tiandahui guy? What are you trying to pull? I'm just representing the organization to show respect to the strongest player and to offer him an invitation. What's the problem? Li Wei shrugged, looking playfully at Yan Hong. I'm warning you and your organization, don't try anything stupid. Oh ho ho, the long arm of the police, huh? What do you mean stupid? Do you want to comment on whether this game counts as stupid? Yan Hong. No response. The world has changed. The traditionalists will only realize after countless failures that reform is meaningless. It's revolution that's needed. Oh. Li Wei continued speaking, and just then, Lu Si finally opened his mouth. Looking at Li Wei, he said, "Join you. Why would I join some ragtag bunch full of inferior creatures? What is this, the underachievers support group? Your boss? What's his rank?" "8th place," Li Wei replied calmly. "Barely acceptable." Lu Si rinsed his mouth, turned, and walked away. "If he challenges me, I'll accept." Li Wei watched Lu Si's back as he walked away, lips curling into a smile, then turned and left as well, not lingering any longer. Jiao Tian also rushed over, grabbed the irritated Yan Hong, and pulled him back. He whispered, "Don't go around making enemies. That guy Li Wei isn't simple. Besides, the organization still hasn't figured out how to define Tiandahui yet." Yan Hong swallowed his anger and replied, "Good thing the strongest player didn't actually join them." "You were worried about that?" Jiao Tian looked genuinely shocked, turning his head to stare at Yan Hong. "With that guy's personality, there's no way he'd join anyone." "You're overthinking it. You mean even our attempts to recruit him are pointless?" Yan Hong's mouth twitched. Jiao Tian. In the distance, Xia and Tong, who had been recording everything with the all-seeing eye, also turned away with a frown. Tiandahui. She might have been among the very first people in the world to come into contact with them. The danger back at school was still vivid in her mind. By now, she was pretty sure that those crazed people screaming Tiandahui were being influenced by in-game power or some kind of drug. And then there was Lu Si, her desk mate back then. When that giant rushed in, he spun out of sight and pretended to be unconscious against the wall. She had thought he wasn't simple even back then, but didn't have time to investigate further. In the last game, after her emotional defenses were shattered by Sin exposing her feelings, she had been avoiding thoughts of Lu Si. But now, remembering all this made the world feel strangely small, like everything was strung together, and it left her feeling kinda emo. Whatever. Gotta win some stars first. Lu Si felt the same way. Hearing the name Tiandahui again deepened his impression of the group. After that little interruption, everyone resumed doing their own thing around the main hall. But observant players would notice no one stood near Lu Si anymore. Thanks to Yan Hong's reaction and Li Wei fanning the flames, people who were already scared of Lu Si now avoided him even more. Lu Si, on the other hand, seemed totally chill. Too lazy to find someone to bet with, he just walked over to a game machine and started playing solo. And he went straight for the highest payout options, the ones with the lowest odds of winning, just for the thrill. The 2 stars he won from Yan Hong were gone in a flash, making Yan Hong grit his teeth in pain. And Xia and Tong, who had kept an eye on everything, now seemed to understand what Li Wei was doing. On the surface, it looked like praise and flattery. But in reality, it created isolation. That isolation ensured no one would gamble with Lu Si, forcing him to use the site's machines. And even a fool could see the site's facilities were way too fair, fully protected by the game's core rules. Winning or losing came down to pure luck, which meant Sin would have a hard time gaining more stars. Xia and Tong was starting to get Li Wei's angle. "Even though we know you're strong, even though we know this game probably can't kill you, even though beating you may be impossible, but you can't be the best." What Li Wei was doing was breaking Sin's streak of perfect completion runs. Perfection might not matter to others, but for someone like Sin, how could he not pursue perfection? What a sneaky move, what a soft stab. After realizing all this, Xia and Tong slightly furrowed her brows. If that's the case, it seemed like she couldn't think of a good solution either. And even if Sin really had the power to break the rules and forcefully kill Li Wei, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Because aside from possibly being punished by the game, it would only make everyone even more terrified of him, and there'd be no way to make any bets. That would turn into a deadlock unless he could find some loophole in the existing setup of the casino. Or was he really just counting on luck? Could a Hell Mode game truly be decided purely by luck? There was no time to overthink it. Besides, After last time, her impression of Sin wasn't great either. After keeping an eye on Li Wei, she went back to her star-earning plan in full force. And now, Li Wei wasn't even playing any of the games. He had quite a few stars on him, 5 to be exact. But he didn't seem the least bit anxious, wandering around the field chatting with people. "Friend, want to set up a game?" "What?" The person he approached looked wary, staring at the Tiandahui member in front of them. "The built-in games here are pointless. Winning or losing is all up to luck. And this is hell mode. You don't seriously think just playing the games here is gonna get you out, do you?" Leaning against the wall, Li Wei looked completely at ease, like he had the rules of this game memorized. Everyone he approached was at a loss for words. They all knew how hell mode worked, and judging by the identity guessing from the first game, one slip up without seeing the truth could get you wrecked. So what? So the whole point of this game is to make us turn on each other, gamble, kill. The loser is damned forever, the winner gets everything. Did you forget what the strongest player said? If you stick around, he's not gonna go easy. In this game, everyone's your competition. Kill or be killed. The moment he mentioned the strongest player, people always flinched. They weren't like Li Wei, none of them wanted to mess with that guy. Li Wei continued. "That's why the key to this game is alliance. Look over there, those two are clearly teamed up." He pointed to Jiao Tian and Yan Hong in the distance. "I think we should try forming a private alliance. I'll set up a bigger game in a bit, and we can work together behind the scenes to profit off others." But the person Li Wei approached clearly hesitated. But Li Wei was calm and persuasive. He wasn't in any rush. Even if they didn't bite, he'd just wander around the area and look for the next one. He cast a wide net and had a sharp eye for people. He mostly picked those with only 1 or 0 stars, people in despair. Or he went for the ones with over 3 stars, who thought highly of themselves, but were still cautious and afraid to lose. A with diuresis newbie section. Basically, he targeted both the top and bottom ends. Most of the middle group, those who started with 2 stars and were too afraid to quit, or those with 3 trying to win big, had little interest in high-stakes betting. They were like little stars scattered across the place, gambling on luck, like that guy in green at the start, who kept pinning his hopes on the slot machine. They were the main users of the casino's game machines. And the one playing with this group was Lu Su. Don't get it twisted, it wasn't a gamble, just playing on one of the machines. Lu Su was on his own at the moment. All 8 fake humans had scattered, roaming freely. His previous bet was on unwavering love, but that didn't mean he had turned them into private property. In other words, they were still fakes, fake humans with stars who could participate in the game. Sin didn't need them to protect anything anyway. Right now, Lu Su was in front of the largest machine in the center of the hall. It was one of those really common casino games, just an upgraded version. Basically, a massive roulette wheel with hundreds of grooves. Each groove had its own complex multiplier formula. When the wheel spun, a small ball would drop and bounce between the grooves. Where it landed would determine the result. At the moment, there were 6 or 7 people standing in front of the roulette wheel, Lu Su included. But the others were all trying to keep their distance from him. Click. The spring inside Lu Su's arm brace snapped out in an instant, piercing through his arm. Chosen of Agony, pain points +3. The Chosen of Agony activated again. Normally it would be a wonderful sound, but Lu Su wasn't thrilled this time. Because the blood oozing out made him super uncomfortable, and the side effect of his OCD kicked in hard. He kept wiping and wiping. Ugh, what a hassle. Can you make this thing a little more leak-proof? He muttered irritably while glancing at the slime in the distance. Seeing Lu Su fail and get a nail through the arm gave the other players a strange sense of satisfaction, even if they didn't dare show it on the surface. There's nothing people love more than watching a god fall from grace. And it gave them confidence. If the casino's machines were fair, then even the strongest player couldn't cheat. So before the next round began, 5 or 6 players were nervously fidgeting, mentally praying to win big. Lu Su casually picked another groove. Then he looked over at a chubby guy nearby, someone who had tried and failed to hide a smirk earlier when Lu Su got hurt. Lu Su grinned, looked right at him, and casually pointed at a groove. He said, "Next time, the ball's gonna land here. Bet on this one. Fatty?" He gave Sin a confused look, then quickly lowered his head and muttered something incoherent, placing his bets on 2 other grooves. He didn't follow Lu Su's advice. Like hell he would. Did Lusa forget he just got nailed in the hand? Plus, if Lusa wasn't betting on that groove himself, why the hell should he? When Fatty didn't follow his tip, the smile behind the lust mask grew wider and wider. The wheel started spinning, the ball dropped and bounced around, making a rhythmic ding-ding-ding sound that hit everyone right in the nerves. Everyone who placed a bet stared at the roulette wheel, faces all twisted in anxiety, hearts pounding. Gradually, the wheel slowed down. The ball bounced a few more times and finally landed in a groove. The exact groove Lusu had told Fatty to bet on. Watching the ball come to a stop, the smile on Luce's mask turned downright twisted. Tapping the roulette wheel lightly with one hand, to him, the fat guy in front looked like a puppet, countless strings on his body all held in Luce's grasp. Like with just a flick, he could control the guy's joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Lust mask ability, emotion control. After adapting to the mask for this long and enduring its side effects, it was finally time to start using its powers. At this moment, the fat guy's eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out. His body kept twitching slightly as he stared at the ball, mumbling. No way. No F *****ing way. Of the 3 stars he had, 2 had already drifted away like dust in the wind, just 1 left now. Forget him, no one won that round. Other nearby players who'd also heard what Sin said earlier were just as stunned, staring at the ball in disbelief. He really knew? He knew why he didn't bet. What the ****L is he doing? Everyone's bet stars scattered in the wind, while on Lusu's side, a new bloody hole appeared on his arm. But he didn't care at all, smiling as he said to the fat guy. D***MN, bet you're feeling like smashing your head into a wall, huh? I already told you which one was the right one. Then why didn't you bet on it? How did you know? The fat guy looked completely lost. Do I owe you an explanation for how I think? The expression on the lust mask turned cold in an instant. Now his fists were clenched, face turning purple from holding it in, brain nearly short-circuiting. He'd been watching the board forever, picked the 2 lowest odds tracks. There were lots of grooves in that color, so the chances were higher. And yet, nothing. Now he was down to 1 last star. His inner greed and fear tangled together. If he lost one more time, it'd be all over. He didn't want nails driven through his hands and feet like that. He wasn't a freak like Sin. He couldn't take it. He should have just exited earlier. Dripping with sweat, the fat guy suddenly seemed to have an idea. He turned back towards Sin and asked in a shaky voice. V-boss, can you tell me where it'll land next time? Oh? What's in it for me? I'll serve you for life once I'm out of here. I'll sell everything, my house, my stuff, and give you all my money. The fat guy started rambling nonsense, all about things after the game, not mentioning a word about in-game items or points. Lusa had seen plenty of guys like this in the first game, so many of them offering worthless real-world promises when faced with consequences. I'll even give you my wife and daughter, whatever you want, please save me. Lusa's mouth twitched, then the lust mask returned to that familiar grin. Oh? Why not throw in your mom too? Sure. Take them all. Such a good son. Lusa shook his head, looked at the completely broken gambler in front of him, pointed at one of the tracks, and said, That one. Bet on that. That groove had relatively high odds, which meant the success rate was really low. If he put in 1 star and hit the mark, he'd win 3 back instantly. Full recovery, everything he lost before wouldn't matter anymore. The fat guy's eyes lit up immediately. He stammered. Are you really serious? Believe it or don't. I'm betting on it myself, Lusa said, placing his own bet on that track. The fat guy bit down hard, took a deep breath, and threw his last star onto the same groove. A few of the others nearby also started getting tempted, thinking about betting on the same groove. The fat guy panicked. He instantly exploded, yelling to stop them. What the F********? What the F*******? I traded my wife, daughter, and mom for this. What's that got to do with us? We want to bet too. Right away, people started shoving, grabbing at each other. And Sin just stood there watching coldly, like a young master enjoying a show. The wheel began to spin. As everyone's hearts pounded like crazy, the seconds dragged on like centuries until the ball finally stopped bouncing. It landed nowhere near the spot Sin pointed out. Everyone was stunned. No one reacted right away. As the last star vanished from the fat guy's chest, forget turning red, he was turning black with rage. Ha 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 ha. You guys really believed me? I just pointed at a random one. You seriously thought I knew? Come on, it's just a game. Why so serious? Fun, right? The fat guy looked up, hollow-eyed, and let out a guttural roar as he lunged at Lusu. He actually tried to fight him. But the slime smacked him back with one quick slap, probably saving his life. You. Lusu was a little surprised. Guess his emotion control had finally started to work. Rage, greed, inhumanity, blind trust, willing to lash out. Controlling emotions was way easier than reasoning with people. He wiped the blood off his arm again, looked down at the broken gambler with disdain, and said, "Ever heard the phrase, gamblers never die a good death? Also, before you step up to the table, you're supposed to bet your life, not your family's. Thanks for the entertainment. And don't forget your promise. What happened around Sin only made the other players even more terrified. Even if you didn't bet against him, just being near him meant bad luck. Anyone who tried that roulette will ended up losing more than they won. Sin could mess with their emotions with just a few words. An hour and a half passed, and nobody dared step up to that giant roulette anymore. But here's the kicker, Sin hadn't won either. His arm had several new bloody holes, and there was even a nail stuck in his left eardrum. Still, he was having a blast, always choosing the highest odds bets and dragging others into the same misery. In this field, the so-called strongest player didn't look strong at all. He wasn't even in the top ranks, he was dead last. The players with the most stars now were Jiu Tian, Li Wei, and Yen Hong, all with 5 or more. At the same time, no one was really approaching Xia and Tong to bet either. She'd become increasingly noticeable and still held the record for the most stars in the field. At the moment, she was sitting at a table, a deck of cards in front of her. Behind her, a gloomy voice spoke up. "Looks like out of the remaining players, you're at the top. Want to team up? I've got a plan." Xia and Tong didn't even need to turn around to know it was that guy named Li Wei. "Want to chat for a bit?" I believe anyone confident in their own strength wouldn't want to play second fiddle to others, Li Wei said with a grin. He'd already chatted with a bunch of people, and now he was just playing the game of socializing like a seasoned pro. "Sit down for a round. We'll talk while we play." Xia and Tong replied calmly. She hadn't found anyone willing to gamble with her for a while now. Someone walking up to her like this? Of course she had to seize the chance. Li Wei glanced at her 13 stars and couldn't help the twitch in the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he hadn't heard much about this contestant before. The fact that she was ranked number 1 really caught him off guard. Ever since the last game she played with Sin, Xia and Tong had changed the appearance and color of her all-seeing eye helmet. It worked great. Everyone's attention was on Sin anyway. Except for a few observant folks, the general public didn't recognize her much. A beam of light from above enveloped the two of them. The game began, blackjack. The fake human had already started dealing cards. Impressive, winning this much. Li Wei started up a conversation. "Yeah," Xia and Tong replied. Li Wei. Since the beginning of the game, she only played games that involved calculation and deduction. Her win rate obviously exceeded 50%. As time passed, the stars naturally piled up. Surely, in this game setting, you don't think you're weaker than anyone else, do you? I'm obviously weaker than him. You don't seriously think you can beat him, do you? Xia and Tong glanced at Li Wei. Their eyes met, and Li Wei was a bit speechless. Why didn't this go the way he imagined? But he's won fewer times than you. A lot fewer. Yeah, you did a great job pointing that out. Thanks. Xia and Tong nodded at him. Li Wei? What kind of nonsense is this? Hit. The skeletal fake human next to them asked. Li Wei, a little irritated, glanced at his cards. His total wasn't high. Hit. Then he continued talking to Xia and Tong. Actually, my plan is all ready. Your plan's almost done, right? Xia and Tong said while checking her own cards, responding casually. Let me say it for you. You got everyone to avoid betting against Sin and then went around convincing people, whether through lies or bribery, to join a multiplayer game, Arno. And some of them don't even know they're being set up to go against Sin. At the end, you plan to get Sin to join the multiplayer round. Given his personality, there's no way he'd say no. But you won't mention how many people are in it. Once he agrees, the game starts immediately. No one can back out. And in the end, it turns into everyone versus Sin. Li Wei's eyes froze. He clearly hadn't expected his plan to be laid bare like this. Then he stopped pretending and said directly, "Smart. No wonder you're the one with the most stars. This isn't a fight. It's a gamble. And in gambling games, when multiple parties team up, their win rate skyrockets. Take Dodiju, for example. If two players secretly team up, the third pretty much has no chance." Xia and Tong looked at Li Wei and said, "Theoretically, yeah, the odds are very good. So what? You're not planning to join? Don't have confidence in yourself." Li Wei tried provoking her. "You ever heard of drawing legs on a snake?" "What?" Li Wei didn't quite get it. He suddenly felt like the woman across from him was looking at him with disdain and a strange sense of disappointment. At first, when she saw Li Wei break loose his perfect completion streak, Xia and Tong thought he was pretty talented. Now seeing him scrambling to gather people to gamble against Sin, she just found it boring. "You are doing just fine, why throw it away like this?" Even if the odds of winning are high on paper, someone like Sin could easily come up with some bizarre way to win. As long as you're gambling, you're giving him a shot. This Li Wei, she really overestimated him. And Li Wei, too, was now looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. He didn't know why, but this woman's way of speaking was strange. As if she could see the future. Like she had zero faith in their actions, as if they were already sentenced to death. "You seem to know him well? Or maybe you're one of his fans?" "You busted." Xia and Tong didn't answer him. She just replied blandly and pointed at the cards in front of him. Li Wei looked down and realized he'd kept hitting. His total was 23. But when he looked up again, her revealed cards already totaled 20, and she hadn't even flipped her hidden card. "You didn't bust?" Xia and Tong ignored him and flipped her card. A spade ace appeared on the table. Heh. Li Wei was a bit dumbfounded. One of the stars on his chest vanished, while Xia and Tong's total increased to 14. "Still want to play?" Li Wei. He felt like he'd just swallowed a fly. Originally, he planned to recruit a top-tier player to gain a better edge in the game. But after just a couple minutes of talking, he didn't achieve anything. The other person wasn't interested at all, and it felt like he got dissed. And to top it off, he lost a star. He hadn't even taken a loss against the strongest player yet, but here he was, already getting beat down by this woman. He gave Xia and Tong a long, meaningful look, then stood up. He knew there was no point in staying. "Then let's wait and see." Xia and Tong shook her head. Suddenly, she looked at Li Wei and said, "Since you gave me a star, I'll give you a tip. Out of all the choices you can make right now, the best one is to do nothing." Li Wei didn't reply. Without looking back, he walked off in the direction where Sin was. Xia and Tong sighed. She was genuinely curious how Sin would break through this setup. And now, people were lining up to hand him wins again. "So, come up with something interesting yet." Lu Su was still playing with the small balls at the roulette table. He glanced at Li Wei walking over, clearly not surprised. "Let the game randomly assign us something. It's a multiplayer game, not just the two of us. This is your idea of interesting?" The lust mask showed a mocking expression. "Fine. All right." Li Wei replied immediately, raising his right hand without giving any extra time to think. A beam of light shot down from the ceiling, enveloping multiple silhouettes in the room. Above everyone's heads, a massive number lit up in an instant. 20,000. It's finally starting. The largest game in the casino, Life or Death Steps, begins. Players, 20-person round. As the light above Slime lit up, it instantly assumed the role of game host, jumped to the center of the field, and began wiggling its body. Lusa glanced at the spotlight where it stood. Slime trembled slightly, then shifted its body to the side, seemingly suggesting whether Sin should come over. "You just read it out." Lusa glanced at it. He didn't seem very interested now. He didn't need to be in the spotlight anymore, and yet he was still the center of attention. "Aight, thanks Dot." Slime had just said that when it almost slapped itself. What the H*LL am I thanking him for? Then it continued speaking. "This game is a 20-person round. The rules of Life or Death Steps are as follows." With a wave of Slime's big hand, the entire room began shaking violently. The ship that served as the casino platform opened a massive gap below, revealing a crack nearly 100 meters long. Beneath it was pitch-black seawater. Only the crashing waves gave away the fact that it was actually the sea. Otherwise, that inky blackness made people question whether there was something wrong with their eyes. The real issue was, why was there a gap between the ship's bottom and the seawater? This is supposed to be a F*******ing ship. And above the massive crack, 40 virtual light platforms had already been laid out, 2 in each row, leading straight to the finish line. Alright, that's the basic setup. Not too complicated. Please watch the demonstration. As it spoke, Slime signaled a fake human to walk to the start of the gap. With a command, it jumped forward onto the first light platform. Then it began hopping left and right across each row of 2 platforms, making it through all 20 rows and reaching the end. That counts as a win. But the path it took was the correct path. The other 20 platforms are fake. If you guess even one wrong, well, sorry to say, falling down would be a pretty unfortunate outcome. Also, flying is forbidden. Though no one knew if any of the 20 players could fly, everyone suddenly felt their bodies grow heavier, like some restriction had been applied. Lucio looked at the gap, the expression on his lust mask a bit odd. It was only about 100 meters. Even not counting the diameter of the platforms, the distance between each row was over 3 meters. That's already far for a normal person, but no one here was normal, least of all him. With a running start and full effort, a 100-meter leap was still possible, right? Could it be that no one here had physical enhancement abilities? As if sensing what he was thinking, Slime looked directly at Lucio and said, "For players who can jump straight across in one go, we've already set a restriction. You must step on all 20 platforms to complete the challenge." Lucio, you really went all out just to design a game that limits me. Alright, that's the basic setup. Anyone want to quit? Slime twisted its body mischievously, asking everyone. Instantly, it caused a huge uproar. I'm out. Why is it a 20-person game? I thought this was just a regular multiplayer round. Why the H**LL is sin in here too? Exit failed. The game has already started. No quitting now. Slime replied with complete seriousness, but everyone was already fuming. Why the F***** even ask if we can't quit? Hey, what the hell? This isn't what we agreed to. What's your deal? So you're just helping him now? Hey, we agreed to take down Sin together, and now you're saying there's no way to gang up on him. The game hadn't even started, and the 20 players were already arguing. A bunch of them began grilling Liwei. Some just wanted to earn stars. They didn't even know Liwei had come here to go after Lucio. Some had been crushed by Lucio at the roulette wheel and wanted revenge, but didn't have the power to do it alone. Now, seeing these rules, they were stunned. If you wanted to succeed in one go, the probability was 1 in 2 to the 20th power. That's astronomical. Basically means the first few players are guaranteed to fall. They didn't know what would happen if they fell, but let's be real, it probably means death. What is this, the death match? And just like that, Liwei instantly became the target of everyone's outrage. But he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Everyone, it's too late to talk about this now. I didn't expect the 20-player game to be like this either. Must have been random. Now, the real question is how we survive and how to maximize our rewards." As he spoke, he ignored the crowd's cursing, looked up at Slime, and asked, "Excuse me, how is the crossing order determined?" As he asked, the corner of his eye kept sneaking glances at Sin. Wow, you're even saying, "Excuse me," very polite, kid. The crossing order is simple. Let me think. Then Slime started pretending to think, like it had never considered this before. Alright, here's how we'll do it. It'll depend on how many stars you bet. The more you bet, the later your turn. The fewer you bet, the earlier you go. All stars go into the total prize pool and will be awarded to the person who clears the challenge. New empty set beta. You can start placing bets now. I'll calculate the rewards split. After speaking, Slime extended 2 chubby tentacles, waving them in the air as if doing complex calculations. The crowd was furious. This game host was insane, making up rules on the fly, improvising rewards, and throwing players into life-or-death games. But after the rules were explained, no one placed any bets. Everyone's eyes shifted in sync, not even needing Liwei's nudging. They all looked at Sin. That guy's still here. Push him out. Make him go first, let the strongest scout the path. It's an unspoken rule of human nature. In group survival, they always want the strongest to fall first so others have a shot. Of course, Lucio wearing the lust mask was already disliked. That's a whole other story. So, how much they bet depended entirely on how much Sin bet. What are you all looking at, huh? A bunch of cowards. Lusa cursed impatiently, not even glancing at them, just staring silently at the sea beneath the ship. I'm betting nothing. I'll go first. As Lusa's voice fell, he casually began wandering around the field, like he didn't think this game involved any death at all. The other players, on the other hand, were all stunned right after he finished speaking, like they had just punched into cotton. The whole point of gathering these 20 people together was to deal with this strongest player. Of course, not everyone had a grudge against him, but being the strongest was enough to make you a target. But now Sin had taken the initiative to say he'd go first. What's the point of anyone else's plans now? Is there even any other way to restrict him in this game? Li Wei's eyes darkened slightly as he looked ahead, at the relaxed and amused Sin, his brows furrowing a little. From the corner of his eye, he could see the 14-star woman was also focused on watching. Thinking of what she had said earlier, he had a bad feeling. Choosing to go first like that, either he doesn't care about the punishment for failure, or he's confident that he can't possibly lose. Which possibility seems more likely? Li Wei's gaze turned sharper. He knew this guy wasn't some harmless pushover. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Is the bet we just talked about already confirmed? Or can it still be changed anytime?" He was asking this to the slime. The slime didn't care at all whether it was a 20-player round or not, it just silently stared at Sin. Like the most interesting thing in the world was happening on him, and everyone else's games were boring. "Tisk, why are you so nosy?" The slime glanced at Li Wei, sounding a little unwilling. "What you discuss among yourselves doesn't count. It can be changed at any time. The final official bet has to be verified by me, and the bet must be placed directly with me. Everyone felt a tight grip on their hearts again when they heard this. Li Wei thought, just as expected. This guy clearly uses his usual craziness and indifference as a persona, but in key moments he'll talk nonsense and then go back on his word. If that restriction wasn't in place and no one knew, once everyone else finalized their bets, Sin could just change his at will. Wouldn't that give Sin the perfect opportunity to pick the best position? Promises are the most worthless and profitless contracts in the world, aren't they? Li Wei said, but he couldn't get another word out. Because Sin had already spoken again. "Then I'll tell you directly, I bet nothing. I'm going first." Lusa said this straight to the slime, a clean and decisive move that cut off his own retreat. "All this scheming, why can't anyone believe I actually want to go first?" "Oh? You sure? Our glorious strongest player, once you agree, there's no backing out. In the blink of an eye, the slime teleported right in front of Lusu with an unimaginable speed, looking extremely excited. "Sure. Also, back off a little." The expression on the lust mask looked at the slime like it was a big glob of snot coming at him. #_. The slime backed up 2 steps, looking heartbroken like it had just been rejected, but quickly got excited again and shouted. "Good. Very good. That's the right attitude for a game. All right, I've decided too. The first person to reach the finish line will receive 70% of the final reward. Starting from second place onward, the rewards will decrease in an arithmetic sequence, depending on the number of players who clear the level. Then a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lusa's body, like a contract had been signed. "Dear players, an exciting game is right in front of you. Don't tell me you want to fall behind. Come on, bet nothing like he did. Then the order of turns will be totally random, completely random. Isn't that fun?" Everyone acted like he was talking nonsense, and someone even asked, "If no one bets anything and they manage to make it through, where do the stars come from?" "Then there won't be any stars," the slime said with total confidence, as if that was completely normal. Everyone. "But you gained happiness. You experienced the thrill of the game. That's the most meaningful and fun part. Why can't you be satisfied?" The slime shouted angrily, but no one paid him any attention. Now that Sin had already committed to being the first to die, it had become a game between the rest of them. Their alliance crumbled instantly, and the tension flared up. Ran empty set Bs. After all, nobody wanted to go second either. You guys go ahead and talk. "It's pointless, but I know you'll waste a ton of time anyway," Lusa said with a smile, then casually walked over to Li Wei. Li Wei had confusion and self-doubt written all over his face, but when he saw Sin walking toward him, he forced himself to stay calm and met his eyes. A huge smile spread across the lust mask as Lusa reached out and touched Li Wei's face. Li Wei. His instincts told him to dodge, but there was no way he was fast enough. Lusa's hand landed right on his cheek, and a voice whispered in his ear. I'm guessing, in your daily life, a lot of people probably say you're a scheming, ruthless, and insane guy. So much so, you might have even started believing it yourself, maybe even feeling kind of proud of it. But, in my opinion, you're honestly just a bit too honest and conservative. Hearing that voice in his ear, Li Wei felt like he'd turned to stone. A chill swept over his whole body, and he couldn't say a word in response. He even started to wonder, don't tell me this guy's gonna try to *P me. Luckily, that didn't happen. After teasing Li Wei a bit, Lusu ignored the remaining 19 players and turned to walk back to the gambling table. TNN, this lust disorder seems a little off, huh? As the 20-player challenge kicked off, nearly half of them had already been pulled in, making the hall feel a bit empty. Lusa figured the remaining 19 would argue for a long time, so he headed for the roulette wheel and started playing again, no time wasted. Watching his chill attitude, Yan Hong was already getting anxious. No way. Is he seriously looking to die? That's like a 1 in a million chance. As he spoke, he leaned forward to look down at the Black Sea below. What's the deal with this seawater? If you fall in, do you die? Even though from the very beginning, Yan Hong had chosen to have a go at Lu Su, he still felt that Sin was, in some sense, one of us. After all, he did smash that little SSH asterisk ball not long ago, consider that bringing honor to the nation, right? Though now the country of SSH asterisk ball had denied Park Buchung's nationality with Han country, and even claimed that Sin was actually the Han countryman. Watching his teammate beside him babble on nonstop, Jiao Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. He opened his mouth and asked, "What? Why don't you jump down and try it for him? See if people really die." "But what if I do die?" Yan Hong said dumbly. "I'll help you apply for a martyr certificate," Jiao Tian replied. "Yan Hong? Do I absolutely have to get that martyr certificate? Alright, just focus more on your own stuff. Didn't you lose again just now? You're down to only 3 stars now. Not much game time left, better figure something out for yourself quick." Jiao Tian advised wisely, not wanting him to waste any more time. Huh? Show-off guy in red, last time you only cleared a hell mode game because you leeched off him. You even said he basically saved your life. And now you're being so heartless, not caring whether he lives or dies? First of all, by his standards, you're also a show-off guy in red. Jiao Tian said with complete seriousness. That was the key point. Second, panicking won't help. You can't help him, and he clearly doesn't want your help. You think he's looking to die. You think he's done for. Let me tell you, every game of his, people always think that. So just wait and see. He must have some kind of plan. After saying that, Jiao Tian started his own gamble. He completely ignored Yan Hong, who obviously was dealing with Sin for the first time, panicking over nothing. Even though half the people didn't join the game, their curiosity was just as strong. In the hall, the number of people in front of all the machines had dropped noticeably. Everyone's eyes were darting around. On one side was Sin, casually playing in front of the roulette wheel. On the other was a crowd that was about to come to blows. People were arguing like crazy, and Li Wei found everything spiraling out of control. Especially after Sin voluntarily went first, he'd somehow become the new public enemy. Nobody wanted to draw an early slot. Second or third was basically the same as straight-up dying. But they couldn't bet carelessly either. Most didn't have many stars left, and even if they wanted to increase the penalty tier, it wasn't something you could just add freely. From a safety standpoint, later positions were obviously better. But no one joined this game just to stay safe. They came to win. Whoever clears it first gets 70% of the reward. It could be said that everyone after them is just along for the ride. If you're the last one, you might survive, but you get nothing. So from a reward standpoint, being placed at positions like 11 or 12 might be the sweet spot. All at once, everyone wanted to bet a little more, but no one wanted to bet the most and end up the sucker. The chaos gave everyone a massive headache. Plus, just before Lusa left, he'd casually used his own ability again, which only stirred everyone's emotions even further. As a result, people started fighting. Minute by minute, time passed. When the game started, the 3-hour timer had just reached halfway. But now, there was less than 1 hour left, and people were still arguing. It made Xia and Tong wonder, had Sin calculated all of this from the start? Did he never even plan to play? Was his plan just to let these 19 people tear each other apart until time ran out, and the game ended on its own? What about perfect completion then? Finally, with the slime urging them along and Li Wei negotiating and compromising all over the place, everyone eventually placed their bets. Some bet 2 stars, some 3, some 4. In short, a portion of them placed the same number of stars, which meant their order would be randomized. That slight randomness gave people just enough hope. Otherwise, the arguing really might have gone on forever. A light beam enveloped all the players. The bet was set. The game began. Lusa finished up at the roulette table and walked over as promised. Under the gaze of everyone, it was like a king's coronation, with lines of soldiers on either side. It made the Lust Mask ridiculously pleased. Peak main character treatment. Even those who weren't playing the game all stopped what they were doing to watch Sin stride toward the starting line. Lusu raised his hand and fired 2 shots, each hitting a light screen in the front row. But the energy bullets were completely blocked. 2 booms sounded, but no marks were left behind. Only when a player passes through will there be a change between illusion and reality. The slime's voice came from nearby. Just then, while everyone was watching, the 8 fake humans that had blended into the crowd began slowly converging again. They hadn't followed Sin for 2 whole hours. Li Wei had even momentarily forgotten about those guys. His heart instantly dropped. He quickly said to the slime, "You said earlier, only when a player passes through will there be a change, right? Fake humans don't count. Correct?" The slime responded, and only then did the weight in his heart start to lift. Thank goodness. But as fake human number 1 passed by him, it looked him in the eye. Then the 8 fake humans gathered one by one from different spots and regrouped beside Sin. Love is about undying loyalty and going through hell for someone. But from the start, I just gave the order to maximize utility. Am I kind of a scumbag? A pervy expression appeared on the Lust Mask 3 as he reached out and exposed the fake human's ribcage, then said. A flicker of ghostly flame danced in the eyes of fake human number 1, and it suddenly spoke to Lusu. I know I can't possibly love you. But I also know that right now I truly do love you. This is a curse, isn't it? Wearing the Lust Mask, Lusu shrugged and said, Love itself is a curse, isn't it? The fake human didn't respond. But Lusu could clearly read layers of complex, painful emotion from those long-decayed white bones. There are many curses in this world. Life is one of them, especially eternal life. Life is a curse, and love is also a curse. If one curse can put an end to another, then I thank you for coming. Lusu looked at the white skeleton in front of him and suddenly thought of the last time, inside the demon asylum, Long Wu, Long Lu, and the others. Are these beings really just NPCs? Data characters designed in the game? If they're data characters, why do they have emotions that can be manipulated by him? If not, but they're clearly already reduced to bones, there's no way they have any vital signs to sustain something like emotions. Or could it be that they were once players too? Life is a curse. Immortality now is the real curse. Maybe what the other party said wasn't just metaphorical, but literal. His current life and love both exist because of the form of a curse. Lusu thought a lot, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled, and that smile grew wider and more obvious. He took a step forward. No one needed to teach him. He wrapped an arm around the other's waist with a courtly gesture. Of course, there was no waist anymore. He was just grasping at air, as if holding onto a body that once existed there. It's an honor to spend this wonderful evening with you. The purple mask slowly leaned in, as if about to touch the skull in front of him, like they were about to kiss. At the center of the grand ballroom, in front of the two, was a black sea like an abyss. One wore a mask, the other's face no longer existed. If there's anything you want to say it now. The skeletal hand was raised and pressed against the mask on Lusu's face, like stopping the kiss or pushing him away. Stick to your judgment and guesswork. I'm going to fulfill my final value to you. After saying that, it turned around and faced the 100-meter-long crack in front of it, took a step, ignored the black sea below, and walked toward the somewhat ethereal light screen. With one step forward, it stood firmly on top. Earlier, that cryptic back and forth between Sin and it had already made the crowd unable to follow. Now that it was up there, they understood even less. Wasn't it said that nothing would happen when others stepped up? As spectators, Jiao, Xia and Tong and the others couldn't see clearly for a moment and didn't quite understand how to proceed. But based on the conversation between the two, it seemed they were using the fake human's life in exchange for sin to pass the level. But wasn't it already stated from the beginning that using a fake human to scout the path wasn't viable? Want to make a choice? Take a gamble on your luck. You can play this game too. Lu Su still had that devil-may-care tone, looking at the fake human stepping onto the first row and said with a smile. No need, the fake human replied calmly, then stepped aside a bit, signaling for Sin to come stand beside it. Lu Su barely tapped the ground with his toe and soared lightly through the air, landing beside the fake human. His feet stood firm, steady without a wobble, and the platform beneath showed no reaction at all. Oh, looks like you picked the right spot. Seems today's my lucky day. Lu Su looked at the fake human and said. It's my lucky day too, fake human number 1 replied. At this moment, its skull, which usually looked terrifying, appeared almost gentle. Without much hesitation, the fake human jumped to the next step down. There was no doubt in its movement. In fact, judging by the white bone's motion, it even seemed a bit eager. Li Wei and the others stared dumbly, still not quite understanding what was happening. And just then, when Lu Su also jumped to the next step and landed beside fake human number 1, an accident suddenly occurred. The moment his feet touched the light screen, it turned out the screen really was just a light screen. It had never been solid. Meaning, only now were the true rules of the game revealed. When non-players stepped on the light screen, it was solid. They could walk across it smoothly, like a bridge. But when a player stepped on it, each rose screen would instantly become one virtual, one solid, just like Schrodinger's cat. The process took no time at all. For Lu Su, it was as if he had jumped into thin air. There wasn't any footing. In normal circumstances. But now, fake human number 1 was standing right next to him, giving him something to push off of. Both began to fall. Inside the no-flight zone, fake human number 1 extended its white skeletal arm and gave Lu Su a shove. No force needed. No angle required. Just a simple push to give Lu Su a foothold. With that single push, Lu Su could now show the world what top-tier physical capability looked like. With a burst of strength in midair, his body twisted like a swallow's tail in flight, unpredictable, before soaring upward, like a swallow taking flight in a rainstorm. Oh beta. At the same time, that skeleton's falling speed suddenly accelerated and plunged into the sea with a splash. Meanwhile, Lu Su spun once in the air and landed on the next platform on the other side. He looked down at the dark, inky sea below, like a giant beast swallowing the fallen skeleton whole. Silent, without even a splash, wrapped in the crushing weight of the sea, smashed and devoured. Lu Su looked down in silence. His mask still bore that unreadable smile, making it impossible to tell what emotion he was feeling. He bowed slightly to the sea, showing his thanks. Everyone was stunned. That mid-air one-up one-down sequence between the two had been an incredible show, movements they wouldn't even dare imagine. It was like a rocket taking off, one life falling to lift another to the skies. Wah, wah, wah. Amazing, amazing. That was incredible. Thanks to the strongest player for this thrilling performance. The life or death steps, this is the real meaning of the game. A death game, a life or death assist, that's what makes a puzzle level fun. You guys keep dragging things out, calculating who goes first. It's just boring. Come on, take notes, give them a hand. After saying that, the slime stretched out its hands and clapped hard in front of itself, but due to its gooey body, it couldn't make any sound. So it had to dub itself, going pa 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 with its mouth. But aside from it, no one else seemed to think the scene was fun. Why are you always so noisy, fatty? Then why don't you come up? Lu Su slightly turned his head, looking at the slime with a blank expression. Lu's current blank expression was the blank expression on the mask. The smile from before vanished in an instant, a sharp emotional cliff dive, and the mask's glow completely faded as he stared at the disgusting body of the slime. The slime shut up immediately, looking like a total coward, mumbling at Sin in a low voice. Can't even get a little cheer? Seriously. But it really didn't say anything else, as if genuinely scared of making Lu Su angry. It waddled to the side with a duong duong and stood quietly to watch. Seeing the scene before them, the few who had been observing Lu Su finally understood why the condition Lu Su had given from the very beginning was undying love. That condition had too high of a priority, and it granted an extremely high degree of freedom, and that freedom likely resulted in a positive form of autonomy. Take Xia Antong, for example. In the first round of the game, she also guessed the fake human's identity correctly. But what she asked for was all the stars on the other party. At the time, the thing she couldn't understand about Sin was, why use love instead of something like, you must obey me in this game? Back then, she simply assumed it was the effect of the mask, so she didn't overthink it. But now, it seemed the core issue was autonomy. A command like, you must obey me, actually has very little force, because there are countless ways to obey a command. Pretend to listen, go against it in secret, it's easy to undermine. But Sin's command essentially gave him 8 fiercely loyal helpers. It was a perfect use of autonomy. At this moment, Jiao Tian also understood what Sin was doing and nodded in admiration, muttering to himself. So that's where the real benefit lies. He had known it on the surface. The strongest player looked carefree and playful, but every move he made had a purpose. What benefit? What are you talking about? Said Yen Hong, still reeling from Luce's mid-air double jump, turning back in confusion. Jiao Tian. None of your business. Go eat some sunflower seeds or something. Jiao Tian waved him off. Eh? I didn't bring any. Yen Hong said. Even though these people finally understood the situation in front of them and realized Sin's previous calculations, there was still an odd discomfort in their hearts. Even though it was just a skeleton, terrifying, sinister, creepy. But doing it all in the name of love just felt off. Only, what Lu Su felt was even more than what everyone else did. All this time adapting to the mask, going along with its side effects, it was to familiarize himself with the process and attempt to harness the mask's ability. At this point, he had become a true master of emotional manipulation. Though in the game scenes he never said much or asked a lot, and his communication with the fake human was minimal. He still had a few guesses based on things said. Things like, life is a curse. Love is also a curse. I hope one curse can cancel out another. That line clearly hinted at a death wish. But at the time, Lu Su didn't realize the other party's actions weren't just because of his command. But when the two met in midair and completed the life exchange, he instantly sensed a powerful emotion from the other party. It was a profound sense of relief, and it carried a deep, burning hatred. And that hatred didn't seem to be aimed at him. That's why just now he had been staring down at the Black Sea below, grinning like a lunatic. He was thinking. Just like back in the demon asylum, he was thinking about the same thing again. For now, though, he focused on the present. Sin had already passed 2 rows of steps without anyone even noticing. Now, 7 more fake humans were silently walking toward him, and Li Wei and the others were panicking. At this pace, Sin really might be the first to walk through and clear the game with just 1 life. Whether he cleared it or not wasn't the issue. The 19 people present had all bet everything they owned, some even still owed torture devices. Right away, with Li Wei's subtle instigation, the crowd turned into a mob again. They even started blocking the fake humans from stepping onto the steps. Saying stuff like, you don't need to listen to him. There's no enforcement here. Some even started preaching about the ethics of love, which nearly made Lu Su laugh out loud. Lu Su didn't do much, just stood there watching like he was enjoying a show. But really, he was gathering the fake humans' emotional states. In trying to stop them, these red-eyed gamblers were way out of their depth. The fake humans had come with a sense of release to begin with, even a hint of eagerness. Lu Su had simply given them a convenient excuse. Now someone was trying to stop them? One by one, these skeletal figures were clearly not amateurs. A casual shove sent someone flying, landing near the edge of the crack. He nearly fell. Seeing how close he was to the brink, the guy nearly pissed himself and shouted, "Didn't you say players can't be harmed in the game?" Host? The slime responded impatiently. If a player trips and falls on their own, it doesn't count, okay? That was me tripping. But at times like this, logic wouldn't save you. In a hell mode game, just staying alive was already a blessing. So everyone quickly quieted down. The fake humans stepped onto the life or death steps one after another, approaching Lu Su. Under his elegant smile, they bowed their heads slightly. Like spirits about to cross into the underworld, paying respects to the king of hell. Then, one by one, they did aerial relays. Every time, the people behind hoped Lucy would slip up, but he never did. The strongest in the world, how could he possibly fail at a moment like this? Life or death steps. Lives lifting lives. Sin advanced with an ease that was hard to believe. Different people felt different emotions as they watched. In that moment, the entire hall and casino went silent. Only the sound of the waves and time quietly ticking away remained. Once again, the slime excitedly shouted, "Look, look! Why is no one excited? Love can pave the way to heaven. Life is the cost of the game. The strongest player really is the strongest. What a thrilling playstyle. Dot. Almost at the same time, Lucy stopped walking. The smile on his mask grew wider until he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heh ha ha. That blob really doesn't need to be so serious. Lucy turned his head. The two men locked eyes. Everything here is a game. And I am the only player. Behind the mask, Lucy stared intensely at the slime's jiggling body, as if trying to see straight through it. With the use of the lust mask, his ability to read people's emotions had become sharper and sharper, even gaining a sense of insight into their true selves. But as time passed, every time he looked at the slime again, there was always this strange, inexplicable sense of familiarity. It felt like déjà vu, yet also like an illusion. He couldn't find a match for it anywhere in his mind. Until just now, feeling that over-the-top excitement and that malicious joy from the other person, he suddenly remembered where that feeling came from. That exposed female doctor in his newbie game. Originally, as the game host, Lucy had instinctively been comparing the slime to Tom from before. But as time went on, he realized the two were very different. As for that female doctor, although their outward appearances and personalities seemed completely unlike, at their core, there was that same twisted obsession with pleasure, that godlike superiority, that disregard for others. It was exactly the same. That's right, everyone should think of yourselves as players. Having fun is what matters most. Otherwise, look, our strongest player doesn't even consider you guys players anymore. Slime seemed a little guilty under Lucy's stare, laughing it off, like he was trying to change the subject. But clearly, Lucy wasn't someone easy to deal with. He immediately cut in and mocked. So you don't think you, with that ugly face and nonstop yapping, are the biggest buzzkill? Can you shut up when other people are playing? Just as Slime was at a loss for words and trying to say something, Lucy suddenly said again. Also, you know what? I think I've recognized you. Lucy's words seemed to have some kind of magical power. Slime instantly went silent, like his whole body froze. The all-seeing eye enveloped the area, and in that moment, Xia and Tong felt a powerful sense of discord filling the space. Slime seemed like a completely different person, but when she looked again, it felt like maybe it was just her imagination. Overthinking? Hallucinating? Xia and Tong frowned, but she turned her focus back onto Sin. Slime Duong. Duong hopped off to the side, no more banter, looking a little shut down. Then, the ladder of life continued, one after another. In no time, 7 out of 8 fake humans had already jumped down. The players behind them looked ahead in despair, just hoping that Sin would get unlucky and all the fakes would step into thin air and fall. Especially the last few who were assigned the final spots, their faces looked like they'd just lost a loved one, each of them pale and grim. They'd placed a bet of 4 stars. At this point, never mind handling the first player, just the loss alone was enough to gut them. But some were thrilled while others grieved. Not all the players were miserable right now. Those ranked near the top had only one thought, pulling victory from the jaws of defeat. Especially the second and third in line. Watching Lucy walk up more than a dozen steps in one go, their hopeless hearts suddenly reignited. I still have a chance. And not just a chance to survive. Maybe they could even be the first to make it across. What kind of reward would that be? For a moment, those lined up behind Lucy started breathing harder. Meanwhile, Lucy kept pushing forward steadily. When the last fake human stepped up eagerly, Lucy naturally reached out again, trying to grab its rib. I should remind you, I used to be a man, said fake human number 8. So what? Sin looked totally unfazed. Fake human. With the last fake human jumping down, Lucy soared over the Black Sea and landed steadily. Now, he was already standing on the 16th row. 8 fake humans sacrificed to get to the 16th row that actually matched the expected value from a probability standpoint. But the next 4 rows would be steps Lusu had to take himself. Lusu still had a way forward. In his backpack was someone with autonomy, capable of helping him propel forward. But suddenly, he turned his head and looked over at the slime, chuckled, and said, "You think this is a little too easy, slime?" It blinked and looked up, unsure what to say. But it didn't need to respond. Lusu continued, talking to himself. In a game, the unknown and the dangerous, those are what make things truly fascinating. I think it's time I give everyone what they want to see. With that, the lust mask twisted into a wicked grin, and then, to the shock of many, he jumped forward. He leapt to the next row. Keep in mind, earlier the fake humans had all gone ahead to test the way. If the space beneath his feet turned out to be empty, at least he would have had somewhere to spring off from. But this time, there was none of that. Even with his freakish strength, he couldn't possibly jump off midair. In other words, he was really putting himself on the gambling table as the stake, betting on that 50-50 chance. A totally irrational move. But he won the bet. The floor was solid under his feet. He stood firm, not even a wobble. Before the crowd could even gasp, he moved again, springing forward onto the next row. Among the spectators, Xia, Antong, and Jiao felt their hearts tighten. They hadn't expected that at the final moment, he'd really start gambling with his own life. And Xia, Antong had a gut feeling he wasn't doing this out of desperation. He wanted to do it. Looks like my luck's pretty good, Lusus said to himself with a smile. And now he was already on the 19th row. He jumped 3 steps in a row. A 1 in 8 chance, and Lusu actually hit it. Right in front of him was the final row. But just before taking that last step, Lusus suddenly stopped, turned around, and sat cross-legged. Looking at the gambler who'd been assigned second, the one right behind him, he spread his hands and smiled. How's it feel? Excited? Want to play a game? Fall down. Fall down. Fall down. Behind Lusu, the player who was right on his heels had red eyes, silently repeating those 3 words in his heart. His emotional state was way more intense than Lusu's. Lusu treated it like a game. But he looked like he'd staked his entire family's lives, shouting crazily inside his mind. On the outside, his face was red and his neck bulging. But right now, seeing Sin suddenly turn around, it was like his brain blanked out and he just stood there dumbfounded. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence." Lusa glanced at the fat guy in front of him and said with disinterest. This was the same guy who'd gambled at the roulette wheel and listened to Lusa's advice, only to lose everything down to the last hair. It was because of that loss that he followed Li Wei's suggestion and joined this game. He'd already hit rock bottom, and this was his final chance to bet it all. He never expected to end up in a game like this, with rules like this, and in his rotten luck, he got assigned to go second. He had already lost all hope, but Lusa's performance kept giving him surprise after surprise. Now he had only one wish. That Lusu would misstep on the last step and fall. Now that Lusu had turned around and was looking at him playfully, he felt both scared and full of hate. He lowered his head and said nothing, ignoring Sin. But staying silent didn't mean Lusu would. The voice behind the mask was like a devil, slowly drifting into his ears, laced with a hellish kind of temptation. "Want to play something exciting? A 20-player round, but I'm the only one playing, that's no fun." The fat guy still didn't respond, his bloodshot eyes locked on the floor beneath his feet. That floor was very much floor. He didn't want to speak. This man in front of him had already proven how persuasive he could be. Now he just wanted to wait. No matter what, he was already guaranteed to survive. He just hoped the other guy fell on that last step. But in Luce's eyes, this man in front of him looked like a candle about to be snuffed out. A bit of coaxing could stir up all the emotions buried inside. "In Nigeria, Nairobi. Would you believe me if I said I'm just doing this for fun? In fact, I'm certain I can complete the game. There's an autonomous robot in my backpack that can give me one more boost. Honestly, I've already won. I could take 70% of everyone's rewards and leave right now. But I want to give you a chance to make the game a bit more interesting." The fat guy's face twitched as sweat rolled down the grooves of his fat cheeks, like he was going through torture. "Let's add another bet to this game, just between us. You and I switch places. One last chance, I give it to you. If you make it, you take 70% of everyone's rewards. And I'll throw in my second place share too. If you lose, well, there's no real punishment, just take a bath down below. Wearing the lust mask, Lusso gestured excitedly as if he'd just brought up the most fun thing ever, looking completely thrilled. The fat guy's body trembled. Inside, reason and greed were locked in a vicious battle. Say no? But 70%. No, life is what matters most. He'd already gotten lucky, why the hell would he agree? While he struggled, Luce's voice slithered in like that serpent who tempted Eve to sin. 70%, plus the second place share, that'd make you the top earner in this hell mode game, wouldn't it? Enough that you'd never have to play again, never suffer like this again. To do something great, you can't be afraid to risk your life. The second place fat guy looked up, face twisted, eyes red. Why should I believe you actually have a surefire way to win? No reason. Just that I'm the strongest. I always win. Luce shrugged. Besides, believe it or not, it's up to you. You're free to say no. I'm not forcing you. With that, Luce stood up and turned toward the final row of steps. Sigh, just thought since fate brought us together, I'd give you a shot. Out of so many people, you just happened to be second. You never thought that might be fate? Sometimes, fate gives you a chance and you just can't see it. That line from Lucio, spoken with his back turned, blew up inside the fat guy's heart like a bomb. In an instant, all his body fat felt like it had caught fire, turning into flames that fueled his greed. Yeah, why was I assigned second? There were 8 of us who bet 2 stars. Everyone thought I was finished, I thought I was done for 2, but now. The chance is right here. 50-50 odds aren't even that bad. If I win, I'll soar to the top. I'll be the one who beat the strongest player. The fat guy's eyes went hazy. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. I'll do it. Strongest player, let me switch with you. Lusa had his back to them all, and at those words, a twisted grin curled on the purple mask. No, I agree. The fat guy snapped out of it like he'd been jolted awake, shouting as if afraid someone might steal his chance. Lusa turned his head. Sure, there's still a 50-50 chance you'll fail. Sure. The bet was made. A light beam enveloped each of their heads, and the 2 of them swapped places. Good luck. Lusa stood smiling in the fat guy's former spot, generously cheering him on. The fat guy looked at the final row ahead. His legs were shaking. As he shut his eyes, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. 50-50. If I win, go home, cash out all the points and rewards, buy a big house, get a young pretty wife, and live out every fantasy I've ever had. Never come back to this curse game again. The chance is right here. Ignoring Luce's voice behind him, the fat guy's eyes slowly filled with resolve. His body steadied and stopped trembling. His eyes even held calm and confidence. He could feel it, that voice in his heart. The voice saying fate had chosen him. He would win. A crazed grin twisted his face. He jumped forward. Nothingness. Misstep. Fall. A fat figure plummeted straight into the Black Sea, not even letting out a scream. When a gambler is high, they don't think about what happens if they lose. He forgot to scream. What a shame. Behind him, a hint of pity appeared on the purple mask's face as he lightly clapped his hands. If you control greed, it's your slave. But if greed controls you, then you're its scapegoat. Splash. The fat guy fell into the water. Unlike the 8 skeletons before him, because of his heavier weight, he actually made a bit of a splash. But soon, his entire body looked like it had been thrown into an asphalt mixer. He tumbled a few times and disappeared, without a scream, without any blood. He just vanished like that, as if water merged into the sea, making everyone's hearts skip a beat. As expected. Although it was never clearly stated, the slime had never explained what would happen if someone fell. But death clearly had already become the final price any of them might pay. Thinking of this, those ranked higher actually felt a strange sense of gratitude. Luckily, the first player ahead of them still had some way to survive. If Luso had fallen early on, the rest of them probably wouldn't have made it either. It was a brush with death. What a pity. Turns out the hardest thing in life is recognizing whether that sudden surge in your heart is courage or stupidity. Luso stood on the edge, looking at the churning Black Sea below, spreading his hands and smiling as he spoke. He'd just realized the moment he put on the lust mask, it somehow gave him a bit of a philosopher's aura. The guy lost his bet and, honestly, Lucio hadn't pulled any strings. He wasn't even qualified to. He only hoped he could raise the stakes of this game, make things more uncertain, only then would it be fun. If the guy had actually won, Lucio wouldn't have cared either. So what if he created a dumb *SS with the most stars? It's all just play. It's all for fun. Still, whether that guy behind the scenes had a hand in this, who knows? As he thought about it, Lucio glanced toward the distant slime. At that moment, it was standing quietly. Despite the drama unfolding, it was completely calm. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Lucio shouted at it from afar. "Slime?" The slime trembled, then looked at Lucio with a bunch of question marks over its head, completely speechless. "Weren't you the one who told me not to talk?" Well done. This game is getting more and more exciting. I hope everyone." Right then, something unexpected happened. Lucio suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past him. It was a fierce gale, definitely not natural sea breeze. And after being here for so long, he could still tell the difference between real wind and this. He turned his head and saw the guy who had drawn number 3 earlier, the one who voluntarily asked to switch spots with him, was already rushing forward. Us. Blue currents wrapped around his entire body. He looked like he was soaring on clouds, silver lightning crackling around his feet, clearly using some kind of supernatural power. That was a special ability he'd gotten in the game. But up till now, he'd never used it in any previous game, and no one even knew who he was. Who would have thought he'd suddenly strike now? No warning at all. He just shot out like a lightning bolt. Even the people who'd been watching closely didn't have time to cry out in surprise. At that moment, number 3's eyes gleamed with a sick light. He'd already made it to the 20th tile. Thanks to the fat guy who helped eliminate the wrong option earlier, he now stood on a solid platform. I am going to win. His eyes were bulging like he wanted to pop them right out of his sockets. In the casino-like atmosphere, in the face of massive rewards, human nature gets amplified to the point of destruction. His face now twisted into something no longer human. To others, he looked fast as lightning. But in Lucio's expert eyes, the guy was still too slow. In the final leap toward victory, number 3 was just one step away from clearing the game, when suddenly, his body twisted and lost balance. It was like a race car speeding out of control, about to fly off the track. He looked down and saw a blade tip bursting out from his groin, skewering him straight through. All his momentum vanished in that instant. His body jerked sideways and missed the final platform by just a bit. The sharpened blade had flown in from behind and caught up with him mid-motion. Didn't they say players couldn't be harmed? That was the only thought left in number 3's head. Then, without a sound, he fell. Just as pain flooded his senses, he dropped into the water. Fortune favors the bold, but the bold fall just as hard. Trying to snatch a reward from Lucio's hand, well, gotta admit, it took guts. Clap. 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 Behind him, Lucio slowly applauded, his tone cold as he said, "Amazing. So now die." He didn't really care about winning or losing. Right now, he was lust, not greed. Winning didn't mean much to him. But that didn't mean others could snatch it from him. Looking back at the crowd behind him, everyone instinctively stepped back, avoiding his gaze, afraid to confront him. Then, straightening his collar, Lucio walked the final 2 steps without any resistance and arrived at the goal. He pressed the button lightly. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The entire gambling ship lit up brightly, and a voice screamed at the top of its lungs. "Nice! Congratulations to our 20-player game. The first successful player has emerged. Let's give a warm celebration." It was the slime itself, screaming like a maniac. The voice was so loud it gave everyone a fright. The crowd glared furiously, but the slime didn't care, it kept shouting. Now beginning reward settlement. Total prize pool, 8 2-star bets, 6 3-star bets, 5 4-star bets. Total of 54 stars. Based on a 70% share, that's 38 stars. Subtracting the 9-point debt from Sin for temporary usage of torture devices after clearing all dues, there are 29 left, making him the first player. The slime went full suck-up mode like some corporate lackey after a big win, clapping and cheering like crazy. The whole scene was intense. On Lucio's chest, a colorful star glowed. Beside it, The number 29 was displayed. It represented his current star count. Li Wei stood in the crowd, feeling weak all over, stiffly frozen in place. He scanned the crowd, trying to spot the previous number 1. At that moment, Xia Antong was also looking at him. Their eyes met briefly, and Xia Antong's lips twitched as she quickly looked away. What a stupid pig, just rushing to die. She'd been winning all night, scheming carefully, and then Sin just ended it all in one move. Damn it, Li Wei, you're too damn good. Meanwhile, Lu Su wasn't stopping. He kept walking forward and said, "Give me some lights. Aim the spotlight right here. Give me a bit more attention. Next up, take a good look at some real high-level moves." Most of the dozen or so people behind him looked like their mom just died, frozen in place, except for a few in the front who managed to barely recover a little. And the further back they were, the more stars they had bet before. This one move completely wiped everyone out. Some of them still owed around with the torture devices, and now they were wailing like babies. But the slime didn't care at all. Its eyes seemed locked only on the first player, the one who'd always been the dazzling Sin. Even though the rest were supposed to get some rewards too, some even started pushing and shoving on the floating bridge to fight for rankings, but the slime didn't give a D***men. Who cares about you lot? Instead, it was Sin who said, "Give me some spotlight," and immediately, all the stage lights gathered on him. The slime even played the bootlicker and said, "What would you like to say? Should I prepare you a microphone? Just make the lights brighter. And I want purple lights." "Sure thing." Adjusting that now. The slime followed step by step. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Su once again walked to the center in front of the roulette wheel. By now, game time was nearly up. Sin had already become the first player. And not just first, a massive gap between him and second, and an even bigger one between second and the rest. Everyone wanted to see what the hell this guy was planning next. "I told you, none of you belong here." Suddenly, he looked up again, turning to the players in the game. "Eyes on me. Or rather, what you've been playing with isn't even fun. Time to watch something truly interesting. Maybe you'll even get to satisfy those dark little thoughts of yours and hope I lose." Saying that, Lucius spread his hands, the expression on the lust mask full of smug superiority. Sad face. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto someone in the center of the crowd. Well, you've got quite a few stars too. "Wanna come play?" he said, patting the roulette wheel in front of him. And the person he was looking at was Xia Antong. At this point, she had 15 stars. Because of the high number, she too had a glowing, colorful star on her chest, with a 15 beside it. Being singled out in the crowd, Xia Antong trembled all over. It felt like all eyes instantly snapped to her. It was not a good feeling. And she knew why Sin suddenly picked her out. Maybe he'd recognized her, but so what? No way the strongest player would care about a former teammate like her, especially when their last round together didn't end pleasantly. And Thailand bot. Being targeted by him probably wasn't a good thing. For a moment, she felt like she was being eyed by a venomous snake. She quickly lowered her head, took a few steps back, and casually said, "No thanks." Then, using the all-seeing eye to keep watching him, she ran to a hidden corner and played dead. Can't see me, can't see me." Lucy didn't say anything else. He tried to lift his arm, only to find his left hand couldn't really move. The earlier piercings from the torture devices had left some damage in the muscle. TCH, annoying. Switching hands, Lucy took the colorful star off his chest and placed it on the roulette wheel's single red groove in the center. "I'm betting this. Let's go. Don't waste time." The slime hesitated beside him. "How many are you betting?" "All of them." "How many? Are you deaf?" The slime locked eyes with Lu Su and suddenly started trembling all over like it was totally high. Then, the spotlight above Lu Su flared up with dazzling brilliance, and the slime shouted, "All right, no more bets." The highest star player of this round, Sin, has chosen to place all 29 of his stars into the one and only red groove on the central roulette wheel. "Everyone, watch closely." Its voice cracked from excitement. And really, it didn't even need to announce it. Everyone was already watching. The red groove, just 1 out of 180. A 5 times multiplier, the highest in the entire round. But the chance of hitting it was insanely low. No one could understand. Their eyes were full of disbelief as they looked over, wondering why he'd do something like this. Wasn't he already in first place? 1 out of 180 odds. What was he thinking? Even Xia and Tong, who was hiding near the slot machine, looked over in confusion. Did the mask take over his mind? Why? With so little game time left, why take such a meaningless risk? That didn't match the way he'd been acting before. She'd always been curious, how would Sin, who didn't care about winning or losing, flip things around after being isolated? Now that he already flipped it, he's going again? Start. The slime's voice trembled, so excited it couldn't speak properly. Without any delay, the game began. The roulette wheel started to spin. The small ball began to bounce. The sharp clicking sounds echoed straight into everyone's hearts. Everyone stopped what they were doing. All eyes locked onto the spotlight below, watching the purple-masked man smiling beneath it. One man's gamble held the hearts of everyone present. The ball's speed slowly began to drop, and it really was heading toward the red groove. Everyone held their breath, afraid to even blink and miss the result. Even someone like Xia and Tong, with the all-seeing eye and cold logic, felt her heart skip a beat, her pupils shrinking. As the final few bounces landed, time seemed to freeze. The ball slowed and finally came to a stop. Clack. Red. In that moment, that final click, it sounded like the world cracked apart. The entire space seemed to fall silent. On Luce's chest, a glowing, colorful star appeared, and beside it, 145. Just as the slime was about to scream its lungs out and break the silence, Luce spoke first, cutting off its words and breaking the stillness. He took the colorful star from his chest again and placed it right back on the red groove. His voice was calm, his tone so steady it made you feel like his heart rate never went above 70. One more. Again. The slime's entire green body was trembling like crazy. He had never even considered that things would unfold like this. What the hell? Again? How much are you betting this time? If I don't go all in, what's the point? Luce shot him a glance. Be quicker about it, don't ask every damn time. I always go all in. Got it, sir. No more bets. The player with the highest star count this round, Sin, has chosen to once again place all 145 of his stars on the only red groove of the central roulette wheel. Once again, the slime shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice already completely breaking. The massive roulette wheel began spinning once more. 145 stars. What kind of number was that? No one knew. Once the quantity exceeds a certain threshold, people's brains just go numb. At this point, no one else even wanted to bet anymore. Everyone had become just spectators. In this gamble, the highest level Lusu had achieved wasn't about how much he won or lost. It was that in this very moment, he had shattered everyone's psychological defenses. Everyone had the same thought, he's betting over 100 stars each time, what's even the point of risking your life for one or two? Once the psychological barrier breaks, the entire game suddenly becomes incredibly meaningless. 145 stars. If he actually won this round, they couldn't even imagine what kind of number that would be. They had no concept of it. Almost everyone stared at the spinning wheel and the small ball bouncing across it, all silently hoping Lucy would lose. And yet, at the same time, they couldn't help themselves. They were also wondering if a miracle might happen again. Would a miracle happen? At this point, Xia and Tong could no longer focus on two things at once. She had originally intended to monitor Sin's moves with the all-seeing eye while still playing the slot machine on the side. The slot machine's images spun at hyperspeed. Normal human eyes obviously couldn't follow, but her skill set focused entirely on vision and data processing. Our Omicron V. So she could barely make out the strip patterns and figure out some kind of rhythm. She didn't rely purely on luck when playing this game. Her win rate was over 50%. But even she had stopped what she was doing, turned around, and with shaking hands, focused completely on watching this insane gamble. The Lust Mask's desire for attention was absolutely off the charts. From the beginning, Sin never cared about hiding his identity or being targeted. He'd always put himself right in the eye of the storm. And now he didn't even have to do anything anymore. Just standing in front of the roulette wheel made him the center of attention. That thing he said earlier seemed to be coming true. I'm the only player here. At this moment, Xia Ontong's mental defenses had also crumbled. She felt herself start to give up. Originally, this ocean casino-style game should have been her area of expertise, and she'd been doing everything she could to chase the highest score. But now, even if she bet like her life depended on it, there was no way she'd ever surpass Luce's 145 stars. And those behind her probably couldn't catch up to her own 15 stars either. The gap between 15 and 145. Thinking about that made her gaze go a little blank. Right at that moment, a voice appeared beside her. It was so quiet she hadn't even noticed it until now. Which was insane, considering her whole body was rigged with detection gear, fully armed to the teeth. Don't you think? This is kind of boring too. Antong practically sprang up like a coil, jumping a few steps back, staring at the slime who had suddenly appeared so close. This guy. Boring how? Antong asked cautiously. I've been watching you for a long time. Before he suddenly blew up with that crazy score, you had the highest star count. But the way you play is really boring. Card counting, probability machines, only playing games with a win rate over 50%, stacking 1 star at a time. Let me see. Oh? Not bad, you're up to 15 stars. Among the many mediocre people here, you're kind of outstanding. The slime spoke in a bizarrely sarcastic tone. It sounded like praise, but every emphasis fell on the words, mediocre people. It was basically just mockery. Seeing that Antong didn't respond, the slime went on. Seriously, compared to the other losers, you're less of a loser, but this is a casino. You really give off this boring vibe. You've been watching him this whole time, haven't you? These little metal balls in the air keep circling around him. As he spoke, the slime turned around and pointed toward Luce standing at the roulette wheel. At that moment, as the spinning slowed down, everyone's eyes seemed glued to the wheel. No one even noticed the conversation happening between Antong and the slime. Antong's expression didn't change. She kept calmly observing the slime in front of her and said, I know my own place and abilities. I don't think Lady Luck favors me. In a casino, the more afraid someone is, the more they'll keep losing. And the ones who fear nothing? They're the ones who end up losing everything. It doesn't make any damn sense, but that's how it is sometimes. Just because one path is wrong doesn't mean the opposite is right. I chose my way. At least I haven't lost. Haven't lost. The slime just laughed, turned around, and said nothing more. Little lady, sometimes, if you haven't won, that means you've already lost. By now, the central roulette wheel had gradually stopped spinning, and only a few minutes remained in this 3-hour game. The small ball bounced a few times above the groove before wobbling and finally settling in the red slot. No one cheered. No one shouted. Everyone just sucked in a breath of cold air. It was like being in a dream, utterly unreal. What just happened? He won again. Are we really just NPCs in this game? Antong stared at the result in disbelief. Her logic told her this was an impossible event. Almost instinctively, she turned to look at the slime. Did you rig this outcome? I know what you're about to ask, little lady. The slime twisted his head around, a creepy smile contorting his green body. Had nothing to do with me. Don't waste time. There's still a few minutes left. Hurry up and start the next one. Luce had no intention of letting the gambling stop. He took the colorful star off his chest, the one that represented 725 stars, and once again placed it on the red groove point 2 times in a row, a 1 in 180 chance. He actually pulled it off? Even though each event was independently distributed, this kind of game result was clearly unacceptable to everyone. Especially the audience. Especially the millions watching the strongest player. No way, bro. Can someone explain what the hell this means? This luck is insane. Luck? Are you stupid, dude? How could this be luck? Was there cheating? Or did Sin figure out some kind of trick? Any hidden info? Anyone got a microscope? Check if there's anything we missed when they explained the rules earlier. Almost no one believed that Sin had really done this just by luck, 2 times in a row, 1 in 180 odds. And not just them. Inside the arena, over 40 players realized Luce had won again and finally started making noise. Everyone was saying something different, and the once luxurious hall turned into something like a marketplace. As they watched Luce once again place his entire fortune, an unimaginable number of stars, onto red, everyone's brains began to glitch. What gives him the nerve? Why does he dare? Does he really have a guaranteed win? In that moment, people even started loudly questioning the slime about the fairness of the game, but the slime didn't respond at all. He just felt annoyed by the noise. Let me tell you all a secret. In front of the roulette wheel, Amid everyone's doubts, Lucis suddenly spoke. On the purple mask, a chilling smile reflected in the light, and the voice behind the mask said loudly, "Actually, I've got magician hands. I can control air, luck, and probability. When I play this game, I always win. If you want to win too, I suggest betting with me. Time's running out. The game's almost over. Come on, bet on red. Wager everything you've got. Trust me." Luce's voice was loud, echoing through the entire space, riling everyone up. But at this moment, no one moved. Everyone's minds were completely maxed out. Now, no one could think, judge, or make any kind of decision. Over 700 stars, just thinking about it made their brains crash. No one could keep playing the game. Remember, everyone started with 3 stars. Even if you counted all 100 fake humans, even 200 people together wouldn't add up to 700. And he had 700 by himself? Their overloaded brains froze. Nobody knew if they could believe Sin anymore or what to do next. 3, 2. Xia Antong's gaze was dazed. A strange impulse suddenly rose in her heart. She suddenly felt like she should rush up. She took 2 steps forward, but her enhanced brain snapped her back to awareness. She froze in place, cold sweat soaking her back. What the hell? Just now, why did I feel that way? That wasn't me. Someone was controlling me. 1. Everything happened in an instant. Even though a lot went through her head, in reality, Lusu had just finished counting 1 second. No one dares, huh? Looks like none of you really want to seize the opportunity. Lusu looked bored. In the end, it was still just him playing the final game. The entire roulette wheel still only had one bet his. The wheel began to spin. Xia Antong instinctively looked up, and her whole body trembled when she locked eyes with Sin. On the purple mask, a teasing smile appeared, then he turned back around. Xia Antong suddenly felt something was really wrong, like she'd missed something in her reasoning. That feeling earlier, was it him? Xia Antong suddenly realized she'd been watching the whole game, yet she still didn't understand what Sin was really trying to do. Every time she thought she had him figured out, she'd realized she was completely wrong. There was no pattern at all. And now, the game had started again. He had once more placed all his fortune on a 1 in 180 shot. 725. If the slime couldn't manipulate probability, and he couldn't either, then, did he have some luck-boosting item? That theory seemed way too busted, but it was the only explanation that made sense. Right now, Lusa had total control over everyone in the room. Every heartbeat followed his gamble, every breath was ruled by that tiny little ball. Lusa stood with his arms crossed, smiling at the roulette wheel. It seemed like he was the only person there not feeling tense, the only player involved. New Thailand Bati. Even the slime was trembling all over, like he was about to climax. As the ball began to slow down, it was like lightning flashed through Xia Antong's mind, lighting up all the darkness and unanswered questions. Maybe, the truth was, there was no secret at all? Probability can't be controlled. Sin never had any guarantee to win. He was really just playing. The 2 previous wins? Just pure luck. And the reason he kept going wasn't because he was certain of winning or had some kind of trick. It was, he just wanted to keep playing. Playing the lowest odds, with everyone's heartbeats on the line. Keep playing until he lost everything. He wanted to play until he lost everything? So, in the end, he wanted to lose? The moment that thought entered her mind, Xia Antong felt like everything around her suddenly made sense, like a pitch-black window had shattered and all the answers were clear. Except, the idea itself was completely absurd. He entered the Hell Mode game. He was the strongest player. He'd always chased perfect completion. Why would he want to lose? Xia Antong was frozen. At that moment, she felt like her whole body had been paralyzed, stuck in this hall full of madness, disconnected from everyone else. Only a few seconds remained. The roulette wheel, almost like it was on purpose, slowed down together with the last seconds of game time. The ball landed on the red groove, but then bounced. And landed next to it. The wheel stopped. Everything ended. 725 stars, lost at the last second, back to 0. The moment Xia Antong saw the result, her brain felt like it exploded. She looked down at the 15 stars on her chest. A strange, icy chill wrapped around her. Suppose, and I mean suppose, he played this game just to lose all his stars. Then is there something wrong with my current situation? Xia Antong was a bit petrified as she thought, after Sin's terrifying 725-star count instantly dropped to 0, her 15 stars would now put her in first place again. But she didn't feel the least bit of relief or joy, only an indescribable sense of dread, like she'd overlooked something important again. If you interpreted this normally, the only way to explain Sin's actions was that he'd lost his mind or gone completely insane. But history had already proven, it's the people who think that way who are actually crazy. Alright, game time's up. All games end immediately. Any ongoing bets stop right now. As the little ball finally came to rest in a groove, the 3-hour game time happened to end right then. The slime controlled the timer to hit 0, then loudly announced it, doing his part as the game host. Afterward, his chubby green body duanged a couple times, then turned to Sin and said, "What a pity. Our player Sin wasn't chosen by Lady Luck at the last moment. But although he lost 725 stars, he gained joy. He's undoubtedly the best player in the world. So far, even though his stars are gone, it's clear he was the first here to chase thrills and fun. Let's all give him a round of applause. With that, it started clapping and cheering, as if praising Sin for his performance. But at this moment, many of the audience misinterpreted what it said as mockery. Is this what they call the true master of sarcasm? That sarcasm is on another level. This slime's got away with words. Huh. Totally crashed and burned. Still wanted to play with 725 stars? Became the strongest player and let it get to his head. Regret it now, huh? The only ones clapping with the slime were the skeletal fakes. The other players remained silent. Of course, one more person clapped, Lusu himself. Hee, what a shame. How did I not pull it off again? Such a pity, points down to 0. Lusu clapped while speaking, but though his words sounded regretful, his face didn't show it at all. The smile beneath the purple mask only grew wider. Arbadas. What, no one's cheering? Shouldn't we be a little happy? Lusu glanced around the room, smiling as he spoke. I lost, and no one's gloating? What's wrong with all of you? As he spoke, he even seemed a little annoyed. The brows on his purple mask furrowed as he scanned the crowd, even locking onto Li Wei at one point. It was like he was waiting for him to kick him while he was down. Li Wei. Finally, after a few rounds of back and forth from the slime and Lusu, the numb crowd slowly emerged from the abyss of the gamble. And in that instant, everyone's emotions exploded like a time bomb. Some finally realized Sin had failed at the last step and pumped their fists like they'd won a war. Others were filled with deep regret for losing everything over those 3 hours. Some even collapsed to the ground in tears. No one knew exactly why they cried. Only a handful quietly let out a sigh of relief. They hadn't gotten involved in any of Sin's games, nor had they been roped into anything by people like Xia and Tong. They'd played cautiously, some didn't even play at all. Now, their star count still hovered around 3. Compared to most people who'd lost everything, their situation was actually pretty good. Alright, please control your emotions. We're moving on to the next segment. Seeing the crowd more or less settled, the slime didn't waste time and spoke again. After all, if he dragged it out, he was afraid Sin would start roasting him again. Originally, this game was supposed to be a welfare round, something to bring you joy and excitement. But look at you guys. Not taking the game seriously, and now you're either full of resentment or totally on edge. Not fun at all. Hee, of course I don't mean you. That last line was directed at Lusu. Everyone stayed silent, no one responded to what the slime said, mostly because there was nothing to say. But right after that, everyone froze. The slime's tone suddenly turned eerie and deranged as he continued. So, I'm quite disappointed in most of you. Now, the 10 players who participated in the fewest games. I might have to ask you to leave. As his words fell, before anyone could react, the floor beneath 9 people suddenly opened up. Without a single word, they plummeted into the pitch-black depths below. There was no warning, no prior signal. Those 9 people had 0 mental preparation, not even an exit token ready. And during the fall, trying to use one was just too hard. Just like that, they were silently swallowed by the Black Sea. No one knew what happened to them. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected such an instant death punishment. The first person to feel dread was Xia Antong. She had clearly seen that those 9 weren't the ones with the lowest star counts. One of them even had 4 stars. That meant the game's criteria might not be based solely on star count. Right now, with her holding the highest count at 15 stars, it felt like a hot potato. A bad omen. Why only 9? The slime looked a bit confused, scanning the room before locking eyes with Li Wei. Oh right, there's you too. But you're under protection at the moment. Li Wei paused, not quite understanding what that meant, but the slime didn't explain further. Well then, we'll move on. 11th person with the fewest games, goodbye. The floor under another player cracked open. But after what had just happened, he was mentally prepared. His exit token flashed, and he left the game. He lost everything, but at least he kept his life. Now can we say, people with more than 3 stars should exit? In the dead silence, a trembling voice asked Otto. What's this, you want to leave? The slime turned its head, voice tinged with amusement, and spoke to the person who had just asked. Why yes. Worst case, I lose something, I'll bet on it. The speaker had 2 stars on him, looking like he'd just been dragged out of the ocean, completely soaked. He was simply scared stiff. He hadn't played many games total. Those 2 stars came from the Ladder of Life game with Lu Su, where he earned them by placing high. He had absolutely no desire to keep playing. This game had scared him to his core. In here, it was either insanely powerful lunatics, skeletons scarier than ghosts, or scheming top-tier players. It was filled with madness, death, pain, and now that the game had finally ended, he couldn't take any more. Last time he had no stars and was too afraid to exit. Now, with 2 stars, he didn't want to stay even a second longer. Oh? You want to leave? The slime asked. Why yeah. Before he could even finish the last, the floor vanished beneath his feet, and he dropped down. Whether or not he had time to use his exit token, nobody knew. The exit I mentioned earlier was for the previous segment. As for now, I haven't said anything yet. Why is everyone so impatient? Anyone else want to leave right now? Not a single person spoke up. The slime's sudden personality shift and cruel methods stunned everyone into silence. Of course, someone it couldn't intimidate was never planning to leave anyway. Alright, no one's speaking up, haha, but honestly, I can tell most of you are already getting bored. If you want to leave, fine by me. I'm too lazy to stop you. But before we end the game, there's one final little segment. Let's play it together. As it spoke, it waved its hand, and 5 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping 5 people on the scene. Because of how brutally it had done the 0-frame starter move earlier, 4 of them immediately pulled out their exit tokens, nearly bailing on the spot. But this time, things were different from before. Relax, we're already in the next phase now. The slime continued, and everyone's eyes sharpened. Among the 5 light beams, Sin was one of those caught in the light. Also caught was Li Wei, the one previously said to be under protection by the slime. Alright, like I said at the very start, if you're truly here to play, then even if you lose in this game, that doesn't mean it's all bad. I stand by my words. You 5 are the players who spent the most stars in the previous games. Those willing to take risks in the game, even if they fail, are respectable players. So in the next phase, you are protected. You won't be chosen in the vote. Lucid didn't react much to that. He glanced around. No need to explain his case, he'd lost 725 stars, not to mention others before that. Li Wei started with 5 stars, now had 0, he just had to arm wrestle with Lu Su, and lost in a hilariously tragic way. The other 3 either long-time unluckies, reckless high-stake gamblers, or folks who just went too far. Each of them wore expressions of surprise, none of them expected to get a bonus like this. Lu Su, however, frowned, looked up at the lights, and the purple mask showed a very displeased expression. Carrot. The slime caught on instantly, quickly waved a hand to turn the light covering Lu Su into purple, and fawningly said, How's this? Your light is unique in the entire venue. Lu Su nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the big boss was pleased, the slime let out a breath of relief and continued. Alright, next comes the game rules, listen up, everyone. It's a very simple game. Voting. How's that? Pretty simple, right? No mini-game, no bet, in just a few seconds, each of you will see a number appear above your head. Then, each of you will submit a number, your vote, for the person you find the most boring and annoying in this game. After all, this is a joyful casino. Anyone who brings down the vibe doesn't belong here. Before the slime even finished its sentence, nearly everyone turned their eyes towards Sin. Their meaning was practically written across their faces. Hey, did you all forget what I just said? Those 5, because they spent the most stars, are protected in this round of voting. No numbers will appear over their heads. Of course, they still get to vote. Once all votes are tallied, the 5 players with the most votes, might have to say goodbye. The sea is waiting for you. The slime grinned nastily, then looked at everyone. Got the rules. Countdown, 5 minutes. Begin. The moment the game began, based on each player's current star count, a number appeared over each person's head. Well, now, it was clear at a glance who had many stars and who had few. It all happened too fast. As the game start sound dropped, Xia and Tong was completely numb. What kind of wild plot twist was this? Who the H*LL would come up with rules like these? Well, okay, the slime wasn't human anyway. But this kind of vote, it didn't match the name of the game at all. Ocean Casino. Voting out the 5 most disliked people, honestly, who had personal grudges at this point. Especially when Sin was under protection. Everyone here was a competitor from the same phase, there weren't deep connections, so who would they vote out? The answer was obvious. They'd definitely vote out the players with the most stars. Let's not forget, her 15 stars were mostly won from these same people. The numbers were oh so helpfully arranged by star count. That big glowing 1 floated above her head, like it was afraid people wouldn't notice. Xia and Tong realized at least a dozen people had turned their gaze toward her, and without hiding it, started writing down a number. 5 minutes. In a moment like this, the all-seeing eye was utterly useless. She couldn't think of any way to escape this. Blankly, she took out her exit token. The 5-minute time limit was just way too short. Compared to the previous absolute death rounds, this voting system really wasn't much better. If the game time were extended to an hour, maybe there would have been room to play things out. Everyone was just after more stars. Aside from Sin, who had offended people frequently in previous games, there wasn't really much bad blood among the others. If more time had been given, there'd be room to maneuver. The high-star players could team up and try to win others over by giving away stars, trying to split alliances and get themselves out of the crosshairs. Worst-case scenario, give away all 15 stars as long as you don't get voted out. But that kind of possibility was completely shut down by the slime's game rules. Because you only had 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, there was no time to think, to plan, and the worst part? The people voting didn't even want to think about it. If the time was longer, maybe people would wait and talk it out. But now? No one was waiting. Plenty of them had already voted. Sigh, everyone. Right now, because Jiao had never done anything reckless, he actually had the second highest star count. Just as he was about to struggle to say something, he realized something was off. It was like everything was already too late. Yanhong's star count was more mid-range. He wasn't in a position that usually got targeted. But watching Jiao situation spiral, he could only feel helpless. In the outside world, the staff constantly monitoring them couldn't help either. All they could do was rely on the players' own judgment. The top-ranked players were all pale, wanting to say it was unfair. They were told this was a gamble. No one expected the rules would protect the ones who lost more and screw over the winners. Seeing the protected ones with smug expressions like they were enjoying the drama, the top players could only stew in silent anger, turning it into bitter frustration. All they could say was how mode games really are impossible to predict. As time ticked on, Jiao couldn't think of a better plan, so he took out his exit token too. The other top-ranked players were about the same, pretty much ready. Anyone who could rank top 5 at this point obviously had skill and played carefully. But faced with this kind of scripted elimination, no one could accept it. But Xia and Tong wasn't thinking about that anymore. She was just wondering how Sin had figured all this out. Just from that one line the slime said at the start, as long as you're still in the game, failure isn't necessarily a bad thing. And he just went all in against 725 stars without even blinking. Alright, time's up. Everyone, stop writing. The 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. The slime's voice, which was starting to get on everyone's nerves, rang out again. Now let's tally up the votes. Let me take a good look. Who's the most hated here? The slime waved its two chubby hands in the air, like it was trying to pull something out of thin air. All right, it's you five. As the words dropped, 5 special beams of light shone down, covering 5 people, including Xia and Tong. They were the top 4 ranked players, plus 1 person from around 10th place. Most people had voted for those in the lead. The lower-ranked players didn't get many votes. That 10th place guy just pissed someone off and got hit with 2 votes. Instantly eliminated. As for Xia and Tong, being first meant she got more than half the votes. She was locked in. What a shame. Looks like everybody really hates you guys, huh? Well, too bad. Rules are rules, everyone, now. Just kidding. Surprise, huh? Halfway through the sentence, just as everyone had lost all hope, the slime flipped the script. Xia and Tong had been clutching her exit token this whole time, ready to quit the moment the weightlessness kicked in. But now, this sudden breath of relief made her chest rise and fall violently. She nearly lost her balance. She had been hoping for a twist, but didn't expect there really would be one. Haha, just joking. If no one's jealous of you, you're probably a nobody. How could I let you get eliminated just from votes? Besides, I made it super clear earlier, didn't I? Okay, the 5 of you who got voted and the 5 who were protected, everyone else can leave. Same rule as before. You've got 10 seconds. If you don't walk out yourselves, I'll help you out. The slime waved at the remaining 20-something players like it was shooing away garbage, telling them to get lost. Didn't even spare them a glance. Those 20 players hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. After a short moment of processing, they quickly disappeared. Of course, there are always unlucky ones. A few stray organs appeared again on the polished floor. Next second, everything on the floor vanished and the area became quiet again. Only the 5 who'd spent the most and the 5 who were voted out remained. All right, the useless ones are gone. Let's move on to the next phase. You 10 are both the strong and the losers. So, the 10 of you will take part in a special redemption round. After speaking, the slime let out a cackling laugh, clearly proud of its arrangement. It really made you wonder if it just came up with this on the spot. Is it a 5v5 match? Having narrowly dodged elimination, Xia and Tong asked with a grim expression. Oh, nope. The slime replied, then gave Xia and Tong a huge grin. 1v1, death match. As for the matchups, don't worry your pretty little heads, I already set them up for you. No need to thank me. Just match your opponent by the color of the light. After that, 5 colored beams descended from the sky, 2 of each color, pairing up 2 people each. When Xia and Tong saw that her light was purple, her heart dropped. Then she looked around, and sure enough, the other person bathed in purple was Sin. Her vision darkened. Since entering this game, she felt like some unseen force was constantly targeting her. So much for a twist, it was no different than before. This was despair after Hope Point 10 people were paired up in twos. Everyone turned to look at their opponent. Once both sides confirmed, the slime laughed and started bouncing around. All right, interesting, very interesting. Then it settled. I'm sure you all understand. Now, in order to ensure the games are independent and don't interfere with each other, we'll be opening up individual rooms. Are you all ready? Okay, if you're ready, let's change locations. As the words fell, a flash crossed the eyes of the 10 people, and they vanished from the spot. Lu Su and Xia and Tong entered a purple room. The two stood facing each other, roughly 10 meters apart. The room's furnishings were very simple, just a table in the middle, 2 chairs, and the rest. You could say it was completely bare. A very minimalist design, purely a space opened up for the purpose of gambling. But the entire room, the walls, the furnishings, everything was purple. The same shade of purple as the lust mask on Luce's face, clearly a case of special treatment without the slightest attempt to hide it. Looks like we're going to have a match, Luce said casually, showing no sign of unease. He strolled toward the table. Long time no see. Why'd you rush off in such a hurry last time? Pulling out the purple chair on his side, Luce sat down with complete ease. Xia and Tong, however, was clearly filled with a sense of fear. Her brows were tightly furrowed as if lost in thought, and she still hadn't moved toward the table. Oh. Looks like the 2 of you are ready. Just as the atmosphere between them started getting awkward, a ridiculously cheeky voice piped up. Slime appeared in the room out of nowhere. Excellent. The person with the highest star count going up against the one with the highest star consumption. I really nailed this pairing. Xia and Tong twitched at the corner of her mouth, looking speechless as she stared at Slime. Do you perhaps have some fundamental misunderstanding of the words excellent pairing? I just want to ask, is the game's rules set in stone from the start, or can you adjust them on the fly depending on the situation? Xia and Tong asked. What are you saying? What kind of question is that? Slime instantly got flustered. All the rules and setups in the game follow the principle of fairness and impartiality, but not transparency. There's absolutely no problem. Alright, go ahead and sit down. I'm about to explain the rules. Or do you have some special request? Not planning to sit. Xia and Tong stepped forward, pulled out the chair, took a deep breath, and sat at the gambling table. Seeing the two seated, Slime nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, the game between you two is actually very simple. Rock, paper, scissors. As he spoke, 9 cards appeared in front of both players. Lusa looked down and noticed the 9 cards on his side were face down, while the 9 on the opposite side were face up. They each had different symbols on them, clearly showing rock, scissors, and paper. The order was completely random, with no discernible pattern, but each had 3 cards. Alright, you both should see it clearly now, and I'm sure you've noticed something. Why are your own cards face down, while your opponents are face up? Simple. Because from the other side's perspective, it's the same. There's no difference. It's my special setup, you can both see your opponent's cards, but not your own. Oh Thailand bot. Play will be alternated. The rules are just standard rock, paper, scissors, which I'm sure you're both familiar with. Whoever wins 5 rounds first wins the overall game. Alright, take a moment to think. Once you're ready, you can begin. As the voice faded, both of them looked down to examine their cards. This version of rock, paper, scissors was pretty weird. Since they alternated turns, each person could see what the other was going to play, but had no idea what their own card would be. Which meant it was highly likely to be a psychological game, or perhaps strategy based on the distribution of rocks, papers, and scissors. Sitting at the table, Xia Antong's brow had twisted into a literal character. In Luce's memory, his old deskmate had never shown such a distressed expression. And through the lust mask, he could clearly sense that her emotions were now completely engulfed by fear, hesitation, and tension. Luce furrowed his brow. I don't think there's much need to think about rules or strategy. Luce was the first to break the silence, sliding his chair half a meter back and lounging against the backrest lazily. This game doesn't need to continue. You've already lost. Use the exit token. It's pointless. Anyone who steps up to the gambling table with fear in their heart will never get a pleasant surprise. The lust mask showed a trace of a mocking smile. Facing Xia and Tong, it was as if Luce didn't regard her as a threat at all. But hearing those words, Xia and Tong actually calmed down a little, straightened up slightly, and said, You're right. Losing courage before the battle, there's no point in fighting anymore. But fear is something humans inherently need. When a sheep faces a lion, the one that doesn't know fear is always the first to die. So, Luce leaned back again, almost putting his feet up on the table. If you know you're a sheep, then just get lost. I think you've misunderstood something. Xia and Tong took a deep breath, like she'd made some kind of decision. What I meant was, I need to become another lion. With that, she pulled out several syringes again and injected them into her neck and temples. This was clearly an even heavier dose than last time. At the same time, she took out 2 golden discs and stuck them onto her temples. She fiddled with her helmet, and the all-seeing eye shifted form. The back of her head was now completely exposed. Her waterfall-like black hair floated freely in the air, moving without wind as if she were submerged in the ocean. It even seemed to have grown longer. Through the lust mask's perception, Luce noticed her emotional aura vanish in an instant like melting snow, now completely undetectable. Luce gave a slight smile and sat up a little straighter, leaning over the gambling table. It was still the same person, but her expression and gaze had changed completely. Facing the smiling purple mask, she now wore a matching smile. Apologies, Mr. Sin. Thank you for your goading tactic and your patiently delivered mockery. That little girl from earlier probably disappointed you, huh? Let's reintroduce ourselves. Shall we begin now? Luce looked with some surprise at Xia and Tong, who now seemed like a completely different person. Under the current conditions, The lust mask's emotional manipulation had become extremely difficult, nearly impossible to sense. Was that drug really that effective? If it worked that instantly, he kind of wanted it too. Moreover, just in terms of aura and presence, her overall level had risen by a whole tier. At the very least, at this gambling table where fists and firearms were sealed, she was now someone qualified to sit across from him. Heh, what's this? Switched out to someone else? You got split personalities. Lusa looked at Xia and Tong across the table and sat a bit more upright as he spoke. Not quite switching to someone else. Xia and Tong tried her best to keep her flying hair under control. She still had no idea why her hair turned like this every time. Just like when you were 10 years old, same person, but naturally your thoughts and mindset were totally different from now. Oh. Lusa nodded. So basically, you're saying you've aged quite a bit. Xia and Tong. You sure have a talent for analogies. With that, she stopped exchanging jabs with Sin and lifted her gaze to take in the purple room, her eyes unfocusing as her mind began to rewind everything. In that brief moment, she had completely forgotten that the person sitting across from her was the terrifying world number one. She was simply enjoying the sudden surge of power. It was just like when Lusa first broke through his genetic lock and added points to his strength, that euphoric rush of power far beyond his comprehension. But Lusa's power was permanent and constantly increasing, so he eventually adapted. Her current mental strength, however, hadn't adapted yet. Unadapted power was the most exhilarating. Looking around at the purple room, it felt like the perfect mental shield, cutting off all external information from the world. But as soon as her mind began to recall, the entire timeline started replaying in her head. The whole world surged toward her like crashing waves. Every person's image, every frame that had once flashed through her mind but hadn't been paid attention to, was now crystal clear. Smiles at the corners of people's mouths, furrowed brows, colors on the bones of the fake humans, walking gaits, the surging black sea, a beam of light, a gust of wind, they all echoed through her mind. Every connection that could have been missed was now extremely obvious. She realized that Jiotian must have come from a violent authority, but definitely not the military. That Li Wei's one-sided disc herniation might be an occupational illness from truck driving, that his bone structure was off. Probably had cosmetic surgery recently. She remembered the suspicions about classmates in her class. Luce's ability definitely related to physical enhancement. The classmate by the window was probably a chosen one too. Just no one had said anything. Alpha Nomicronius. Even more chaotic, incomprehensible information poured in, but instead of pain, she let out a low moan of pleasure and opened her eyes. In that instant, the flood of information was instantly cut off and locked onto one target. The man before her. He was the key to everything. The most important thing at this moment. The moment Xia Antong's gaze refocused and landed on him, Lusa felt for a second like his underwear had just been seen through. Good thing he had the less mask on, it wasn't just for covering his face. Otherwise, he'd wonder if he'd just been recognized. And then, the first clash between the two had already begun. Nothing to do with the cards. Not used to it, huh? Xia Antong looked at Sin and smiled. That mask of yours is lust. Doesn't suit you, does it? You don't handle it nearly as smoothly as the previous masks. Luce's index finger was tapping lightly on the table. At her words, it suddenly stopped. Xia Antong twirled her long hair around a finger and continued. Your masks represent the 7 deadly sins. Each one gives a different ability bonus and also a side effect. The stronger the side effect, the stronger the bonus. So every time, you deliberately dive into the side effects in exchange for more power. But this time, it's obvious you're not comfortable. Which proves that this whole lust, OCD, vanity thing, it's way too far from your true personality. You're absolutely not like this in real life. But the masks you handled so well before, that proves those qualities were already part of your nature. Wrath, greed, chaos, madness. You're used to those. Gang member? Underworld? Or maybe you just had a really tragic life. She kept dissecting from an information standpoint, her eyes fixed on Sin's hand that was drumming on the table. She knew he must also be using some kind of mental ability, trying to disturb her emotions. They were doing the same thing, both trying to disrupt the other's mind and gain a mental edge. But when she saw that hand, Xia Antong was truly shocked. Before, she hadn't been sure. Now she realized this world's #1 was terrifyingly young. Right now, major organizations had profile sketches of Sin pegged as a 30 to 40-year-old with either a mental illness history or a criminal background. But this hand, she remembered clearly, it was original, not some regenerated product from the game. You're actually this young. Xia and Tong stared hard at that hand. Suddenly, a flood of inexplicable information surged into her brain, and even in her current state, she felt mentally overloaded. Why did this hand feel so strangely familiar? Huh? She felt weird. A stabbing pain pricked inside her head. She suddenly had an urge, wanted to pull another injection from her backpack to push her limits even further. But right now, her body was already nearing its threshold. Bang! Suddenly, an unpleasant sound snapped her out of her mental world. She realized Sin had slammed his index finger down hard on the table. A dent had formed on the purple table. That's how much force was behind that one tap. Lusa leaned back slightly in his chair, clapped slowly, and smiled. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Looks like I finally gave myself a halfway decent opponent. Good analysis. You almost stripped me bare. But I only have one question. What's the cost? What's the price? There wasn't the slightest trace of emotion on the purple mask. It still wore that same devil-may-care expression. Even having so many personal thoughts laid bare didn't seem to affect him one bit. With one hand supporting his chin, he watched the girl across from him with a look of playful interest. Xia and Tong had been smiling too, but the corners of her mouth twitched a bit unnaturally, though she quickly returned to normal. Thinking back to that sinking feeling every time her brainwaves got amplified, she felt like she'd just had a social death. It was like posting a late-night emo story on your feed, then seeing it the next morning. Can't help it, good times are always short-lived. Xia and Tong quickly adjusted her mindset. Of course, she wasn't the kind to get mentally wrecked by just a few words from Lu Su. Like it was nothing, she casually asked. By the way, have we met before? Of course. What, did you lose some memories after unlocking your brain? Lu Su's expression didn't change at all. Weren't we just teammates in the last game? Xia and Tong stayed silent. That sentence felt off. Why would he say we were just teammates in the last game? Isn't that a little too specific? Whenever someone gets too specific with their words, it always feels like they're trying to shift your attention. And this line was clearly trying to say that the last game was the first time they met. Why emphasize that? TCH. But judging by his micro-expressions and movements, Lu Su gave absolutely nothing away. Xia and Tong couldn't figure out anything. She suddenly felt like she might be draining too much mental energy on this. What if that was exactly his trap, to exhaust her? Hard to say. Excuse me, you too. On the other side, the slime was sweating nervously at the heavy atmosphere between the two. It carefully chimed in. How about we play while we talk? Can we start the game now? It was speaking to Lu Su, but the corner of its eye kept darting towards Xia and Tong. TCH. Something's off. Why does this girl feel like a completely different person now? She's nothing like earlier. Sure. Lu Su and Xia and Tong said in unison. Then, the 9 demonstration cards in front of each of them disappeared. The slime shuffled the deck again and started dealing. The rules had already been explained. 9 cards per person. Each player could see the other's cards, but not their own. In other words, you knew what your opponent played, but not what you yourself would play. As the cards were being dealt, Xia and Tong suddenly looked up at the slime like something had clicked. By the way, you seem really familiar with him. Then her gaze turned to Lu Su. And you also seem familiar with it. Have you two met before? Xia and Tong found it odd. After all, she'd watched every single game of Sin and had never seen this slime before. Lu Su showed no reaction, but the slime's gelatinous green body visibly shuddered. It hurriedly responded. Met? Haha, haven't we been together for hours in this game already? I've been watching him the whole time, haha dot. Xia and Tong. Lu Su. Could you at least try to hide your guilt better? Both of them shot the slime a look of contempt at the same time. And Xia and Tong was feeling more and more that something was seriously off. That line from the slime really reminded her of what Sin had just said, weren't we teammates in the last game? The tone was suspiciously similar. In Nigeria Nairai. Hiss. Why did it feel like after expanding her brain, there were even more things she couldn't see clearly? All right, cards have been dealt. You may begin. There's no countdown in this game. Play at your leisure. With that, the slime went duong, duong, and hopped off to the side, staying out of it. Luce's finger kept tapping rhythmically on the table. The sound wasn't loud, more like the tick of a grandfather clock. According to the game rules, it was Xia Antong's turn to play first. Before she could move, Luce spoke up first. This finger of mine is meant to mess with your mood. Hope you keep an eye on it. A completely open tactic. From this moment on, whether she paid attention to it or not, her emotions would inevitably be disrupted. Immediately after, the lust mask displayed a wicked smile and said mischievously, "Also, this state of yours has a time limit, right? Our game doesn't have a time limit, though. So tell me, if I just drag this out until your time runs out, what kind of view do you think I'll get to see?" Through the lust mask's senses, he could clearly detect a change in Xia Antong's heart rate. But she adjusted quickly, smiling as she replied, "If that's what you want, go ahead. You'd only be winning against me after all. It's just that you'll probably find it boring. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tried to make me pop a pill." As she spoke, Xia Antong pointed at her first card. Then, her finger slid across the surface of each card without even looking at them. She kept her eyes locked on Lusu instead. Even though she couldn't see his eyes, his heartbeat, pulse, and the shimmering light on his mask were enough for her to read. The 9 cards in front of her were 3 rocks, 3 scissors, and 3 papers. She didn't know which were which. But judging from Sin's reactions, she could more or less guess which 3 were the same. After scanning through them once, Xia Antong casually picked a card and tossed it. Paper. Once played, the card flipped over and became visible to both players. Seeing it was paper, Xia Antong knew where she stood. But her eyes didn't linger anywhere. She calmly looked at Sin. Heh, Luce chuckled. His turn. He only needed to play scissors to win this round. The only problem, nobody could see their own 9 cards, or which one was scissors. You know who you're dealing with? Suddenly, he looked up at Xia Antong. You're facing the strongest player, the one who's never lost. So you'd better keep every eye you have on me. Focus up. Xia Antong's expression didn't change. She knew that from this moment, his psychological games had already begun. Luce reached out and pointed to his first card. The purple mask was full of smiles as he stared at Xia Antong's eyes. Tell me, this card of mine, is it scissors? Xia Antong. No answer needed. Then Luce moved his finger to the second card. This one scissors? My card here, is it scissors? Hearing that voice in her ear, Xia Antong didn't hesitate at all. She immediately shut her eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Always remember that. No microexpression or behavioral analysis beats reading someone's eyes. Eyes are the biggest source of leaks and also the most deceptive. But she didn't have the confidence to fool him with just her gaze. If anything, it might backfire. So her only option was to close her eyes, steady her breath and heartbeat, and clear her mind. When facing a top player, don't try to mislead them, just give them zero information. That's the best tactic. So right now, to outsiders, Xia Antong looked like a meditating monk, or like she'd just fallen asleep. But Luce didn't really care about that. His emotion perception didn't need eye contact or any external cues. He just had to add some qualifiers before his questions. This third card, is it scissors? Fourth card, is it scissors? 9 useless questions in a row, one after another, yet Xia Antong didn't even twitch. Not even an eyelid moved. But Luce was like a spider, crouched in a web woven from emotions. If the prey moved even slightly, he'd feel it instantly. The slime was rubbing its hands together in the corner of the room, quietly watching how things played out. All right, I'll go with this one. Only when Luce spoke did Xia Antong finally open her eyes and look at the field in front of her. But Luce hadn't played his card at all. On instinct, she glanced at his cards. And in that split second, she realized crap. She'd given something away. Ha ha ha. Just messing with you. And confirming my guess at the same time. Like you said, I'm still not fully used to the abilities of this mask. Luce watched her eyes and expression shift in a flash and burst out laughing. He waved his hand and picked a card from his set of 9. He placed it in front of the card Xia Antong had played earlier. Confirm. The slime couldn't help but chime in. Confirm. Reveal the cards. The cards placed in the center were now fully visible to both players. Xia Antong had played paper, and sure enough, Luce had played scissors. 1-0. Lucis smiled at the card in front of him, his tone clearly teasing. From the moment Sin started asking one card at a time, she already knew it would be hard to keep anything from him. At the very least, she was sure his lust mask's power wasn't something like mind reading. It must be linked to emotions. That's the most troublesome. Everyone has emotions. The real kicker is you can't tell whether your feelings are your own or triggered by the opponent. And once you start thinking about that, you're probably already caught in the trap. Xia Antong didn't waste time lamenting a lost round. She simply replied, "Your turn to play first." Lucis saw that his emotional disruption didn't have a strong impact, so he nodded and said, "In this game, whoever plays first is definitely at a disadvantage. Once you play a card, you know what you played, you start anticipating things, you start forming thoughts. Your brain stops being fully under your control. A with circumflex nu yes. Let's see, this one." He casually picked one from his remaining 8 cards and tossed it forward. The card landed in the center and flipped over. It was a rock. Xia Antong didn't know her cards yet, but if she wanted to tie the score at 1-1, then her goal now was to find a paper. And of course, she could find it. The first time her fingers swept over the cards, she'd already picked up on the matching cards from Lucis' pulse. At least, she had a rough idea where they were. But she didn't rush to play. Looking up, she saw that irritating smile on the lust mask again. She knew he'd played that card on purpose. If she wanted to win, she had to play paper. But clearly, Sin knew she could identify which cards were paper. This round was basically being handed to her. But everyone has 3 rocks, 3 papers, and 3 scissors. If she hurried to tie the score now, she'd be using 2 of her 3 papers in just the first 2 rounds of a 9-round game. That would be a huge disadvantage for the rest of the match. So after a quick thought, she skipped the cards she'd already deduced were papers and pointed to one she hadn't figured out, could be rock or scissors. "Let me ask, what card is this? Slime?" The slime looked totally dumbfounded for a second. Was she really just asking outright without even testing anything? But Lucid didn't seem surprised. After glancing at it, he replied, "We both already kinda understand the base of each other's abilities. No need to drag this out. That card's a rock." Luso knew that whether he answered or not, it would still be a kind of answer for Xia Antong. At most, he could muddy the waters a bit and stall for time. But he didn't care for that. "All right then, rock it is." Xia Antong responded with equal trust, tossing out the card the moment Luso finished speaking. Rock versus rock. Round 2, a tie. With the pattern reshuffled, Xia Antong now acted like she had X-ray vision. She directly pulled out a scissors card and said, "My turn. Let's finish the first full rock-paper-scissors cycle." She tossed the scissors on the table, essentially throwing the problem she'd just faced right back at Sin. If Luso wanted to win, he'd have to play 2 rocks in a row now. "Gotta play it balanced, huh? Then I'll toss out scissors too." He said it super casually, yet he pulled out a scissors card from his unseen hand with uncanny accuracy. "Audience? Wait, you two were at each other's throats before. What the hell is going on now? Are we seriously playing with all cards revealed or something? You think we're stupid, don't you?" At this moment, the audience watching the standoff between the two naturally made up the largest part of the crowd. It's just that since the two were now in duel mode, the audience's in-game chat had been automatically muted. Wait, what? Didn't I already read the rules before? What's going on here? It's like both sides are playing with their cards face up. Do they both have X-ray vision or something? I've been bouncing back and forth between their live streams, yeah, in their own perspectives. They really can't see their own cards at all. Then how can they just say what they want to play and actually play it? I don't get it. Can someone explain? At this point, it was totally normal for the audience not to understand what was going on. After all, no one could have imagined that just from the first round of questions, the two had already basically reached open hand play. They already had a rough idea of the distribution of cards in their own hands. Maybe they didn't know every single card precisely, but at the very least, Xia Antong knew her card types, and Lucid definitely knew where the scissors were. So yeah, no wonder everyone was watching in confusion, thinking it was straight up godlike. Don't bother analyzing anymore. Just checked. Whoever's fighting against Sin right now is actually Blink. Huh? Blink's playing again. Last time they were teammates, and now they're matched straight into a life and death duel? Isn't that a bit too cruel? It's hell mode after all. but judging from their expressions, it looks like they have zero emotional connection from before. Upper-tier players really are cold-blooded. Since they couldn't make sense of it anymore, the audience had started chatting idly, just waiting to see the final outcome. Scissors? Only Xia and Tong reacted in shock when she saw Lucy throw out a scissors card, choosing a draw with her. She didn't believe Sin couldn't even find a single rock. This scissors play of hers had been planned. If Sin wanted to play it balanced, he would have had to play paper, but that would mean voluntarily losing, which was impossible. Between scissors and rock, whichever one you played would break the balance first, so might as well just go rock and win. Why choose scissors for a draw? Oh, Thailand bot. Ha ha, didn't see that coming, huh? That's the whole point. I played scissors just to see that confused look on your face. Lucy looked at her baffled expression and instantly lit up like he'd already won, laughing so hard he bent over, fingers tapping the table even faster. Xia and Tong. She could only respond with silence. Then, with both of them having pretty much guessed all the cards in front of them, the game continued tedious as ever. After 3 rounds, the game was bound to get dull, since it was basically just them playing rock, paper, scissors with open cards, taking turns to go first. Naturally, whoever played first would lose. By the end of 6 rounds, they'd each won 2, lost 2, and tied 2, 3 rounds left. As for the cards left on their sides, Xia and Tong had paper, paper, and rock. Lucy, on the other hand, had rock, rock, and scissors. Beads of sweat were forming on Xia and Tong's forehead. She didn't know why this was taking such a toll. She spoke up. At this point, it's basically open hand, right? We both probably know exactly which card is which in front of us. So really, there's no point in continuing this game. After she finished speaking, she turned to the slime and said, "You're not going to suddenly change the rules now, are you?" No, definitely not. As for how to handle a draw, let's talk about that later. It's pretty much guaranteed to end in a draw anyway. Xia and Tong picked one of her paper cards and threw it out. Under normal circumstances, Lucy would definitely find that scissors card and win this round. Then the remaining 2 rounds would be 1 draw, 1 loss again. Yeah, logically speaking, that's how it should go. The smile on Lucy's lust mask grew wider. He reached out to grab the final scissors card in his hand. But just as he was about to touch it, he suddenly looked up at Xia and Tong and said playfully, "You really want me to pick this card, don't you? You want to win that badly? Putting in so much effort, huh? Controlling your heartbeat, your emotions, your blood flow, your expressions, even brainwashing yourself, just to make me think, from the signals I get off you, that this one's the scissors, right? But actually, it's rock. Am I right?" Lucy tapped the card lightly with his finger, a mischievous smile spreading across his face like a prankster. Xia Antong's expression changed almost instantly, from mildly sweating to fatigued and drained. The color drained from her face. "What are you talking about? It's just a card. Didn't you already guess what it is?" Xia Antong's voice was hoarse. "Oh, so now you're not admitting it?" "Afraid I'm bluffing you." Lucy shrugged. "Actually, this started from the very first round. When I asked about scissors, on the surface you didn't want to give away any info, but deep down, you were already playing counter-strategy. You deliberately controlled all your biological instincts, brainwashed yourself and, in your own mind, swapped the position of a scissors and a rock. To be honest, I really did fall for it. You're incredible in that regard. From now on, no lie detector or mind-reading device in the world will ever work on you. But like I said, I'm the ultimate, all-powerful, never-defeated, strongest player ever, so naturally I have my ways. GGG. By the end, Lucy was totally letting loose, even throwing in the classic villain laugh. And that 3rd round, you deliberately played scissors in that situation, just to bait me into playing rock. Because that way, there would only be 1 rock card left to swap positions with, and your mental strain would ease up a bit. The more stressed you are, the more likely you are to slip up, right? But I didn't play rock. Rock was my best choice at that time, but I skipped it. Even though I wasn't sure then, now I am. Truly brilliant strategy. Honestly, I wasn't completely sure until now. You almost beat me. Almost. But sadly, I'm just way too strong. Still, you've definitely earned the right to sit across from me. Burning that much physical and mental energy just to beat me, you were ruthless with yourself just to fool me. Thanks to your all-out effort, This otherwise meaningless game actually turned out to be kind of fun. And I'd say it made full use of your legendary weapon too. Not bad at all. Lucius said it with a smile, but no matter how he said it, it always gave off a mocking vibe. Xia Antoing's expression slowly calmed down. She knew her strategy had failed. There was no point in continuing. Once she relaxed her body, the forced control she'd exerted on her physiological state had essentially become abnormal self-inflicted damage. For a moment, a strange flush spread across her face. Suppressing her fatigue and frustration, she asked as calmly as possible. I want to know, how did you figure it out? Lusu immediately chuckled. Don't be so down. Even though you didn't fool me, it was still a draw, wasn't it? Getting a draw against me is already an impressive achievement. You even played first 5 times. Ha 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 ha, that's a big accomplishment. No matter how the tiebreaker plays out, you can still say you tied with the strongest player. Yeah, that's a great bragging right. Xia Antong only asked one question, but the Sin across from her seemed to get carried away, talking even more than before, in a much more talkative tone. Xia Antong. Even though Sin said all that, she didn't quite feel the same inside. Because in the rules of this game, all the difficulty was focused on how to guess your own cards and avoid letting the opponent guess theirs. The rest, the card types, were just icing on the cake. If it came down to full open hand, it actually didn't matter. With fully revealed cards and alternating turns, the player who played first could always force a draw. Just arrange your open cards, and as long as both sides were thinking clearly, it would inevitably end in a draw. That's why Xia Antong put in so much effort, keeping her eyes wide open to brainwash herself into swapping the order of the opponent's 2 cards in her mind. Although challenging the strongest player wasn't originally her intention, since the game gave her this fate, she chose to give it her all. Unfortunately, the strongest is still the strongest, she lost. Even if it was a draw, it still counted as a loss. The most critical issue was, while she was reading the opponent's facial expressions and blood pressure, she clearly realized Sin wasn't hiding anything at all. In other words, he was totally relaxed, truly treating it like a game. In reality, Lusa currently doesn't have that kind of ability. Xia Antong took a deep breath and was about to say something when Lusu interrupted her, proactively answering the question she had asked earlier. As for how I figured it out, Lusu shrugged. I didn't completely figure it out. This finger of mine, you thought I was trying to mess with your emotions, didn't you? Actually, no. It's a reader. As he spoke, Lusu lifted the finger he'd been tapping on the table this whole time. Xia Antong looked at that finger and suddenly felt like she couldn't breathe. To avoid being affected, she had tried to block out any awareness of that finger as much as possible in her mind. Nigerian IROS. But looking at it now, it seemed like that had only made it easier for the other party to read her, because she'd completely ignored it. It's like a sampler, syncing with your emotions. But when I asked about scissors in the first round, I picked up on some slight fluctuations. But then when I threw out scissors and didn't play paper like you'd planned, I saw your subconscious emotional reaction. After that, it became pretty obvious. Xia Antong let out a long sigh. When it came to Sin's various abilities and mental tricks, her guesses hadn't been enough. All right, no wonder you're Sin. I guess I still don't know you well enough. No, actually, you know too much about me. Lusa suddenly said something completely out of nowhere. Behind his mask, he looked at the girl across from him with amusement. To him, this game really didn't matter. Because the key to everything wasn't in this game at all. Still, the ability Xia Antong had shown really did exceed his expectations. Even though the win or loss didn't matter, being tricked would still be a little embarrassing. He placed his hand on the cards below, gently touching the one that Xia Antong had mentally swapped into being scissors, but was actually rock. This card is rock, right? If I play it now, then with you going first next round, your 2 cards would match up perfectly to counter mine. You'd win. As he spoke, the Lust Mask's grin deepened, and he leaned in just a bit with a deliberately annoying expression. Do you really want me to play this card? That smirk was absolutely oozing with nasty amusement. Even Xia Antong was a little speechless watching him. Did this guy dump all the Lust Mask's side effects into twisted humor? Guess the extreme of lust might always be a little messed up. She had already accepted her loss. Before her state faded completely, she still tried to adjust her mood. A draw is a draw. Facing the strongest player was always going to be tough. If both of you have confirmed the outcome, please consider speeding up the game. Just then, the slime spoke up from the side, turning to Xia and Tong. Since you played first in this game, if there's a tiebreaker, the instance will be set in your favor. You're still here? You got nothing better to do. Lusa glanced at the creature that suddenly popped out and looked at it with deep dissatisfaction. Slime. Play your card, Xia and Tong said. Since the opponent had already seen through her, there was nothing more to say. It was bound to be a draw. As for the tiebreaker advantage, she didn't have high hopes. But just as she looked up, her gaze met the Lust Mask's unusually smug smile. In that instant, she suddenly felt something was off, like this game wasn't actually over yet. I want to ask you a question, Lusa smiled. Why so serious? Just play. No need to take it so seriously. Saying that, Lusa picked up that card in front of him and tossed it out. Since you want this card so badly, I'll give it to you. Are you sure about that? The slime froze for a second, wondering if its brain had malfunctioned. TCH. Can you shut up for once when I'm trying to look cool? Lusa glared at it. Slime. The card was revealed. Rock. It really was the rock card. Xia Antong's mind went blank. The slime had nothing to say. Even the audience was completely dumbfounded. Everything happened so fast that most people didn't even have time to react. But Lusa didn't feel anything was wrong. On the contrary, he leaned back in his chair with the air of someone in control. Do you know what your biggest problem is? The most important thing I said while throwing you off. Boss, maybe take a look at your card? The way you're sitting kinda looks like you lost. The slime's brain froze for a second, then offered what seemed like a kind-hearted reminder. Lusa couldn't take it anymore. He whipped out Hell Roar and blasted the slime on the spot. When someone's showing off, don't you dare kill the vibe. Xia and Tong. Did she notice something? Of course she didn't. There's no ******ing way she could have noticed. She blinked like crazy, staring at the card Lusa threw out. I won? I beat the strongest player? Was he going easy on me? Or am I hallucinating? Of course, once the facts were confirmed, she quickly calmed down. What does this mean? What is he doing? Sin had already guessed her strategy. He knew the card was rock, not scissors. In other words, he did it on purpose again. Showing gentlemanly conduct to let her win? If Xia and Tong really dared to think that, then she must be insane. Unconsciously, she thought of Sin's 725 stars earlier. He's throwing the match on purpose again? What did he see this time? Xia Antong's rusted brain started working backwards, but reverse thinking was hard to begin with, especially in a game like this. It's easy to think about how to win. But what kind of logic is behind choosing to lose? She looked suspiciously at Slime, but Slime just looked innocent and even said to her, then congratulations. At this point, Lusu, who'd kept the suspense going long enough, finally spoke up. Honestly, all the talking is pointless. This game was meaningless from the start. I gave you that drug mostly so I could feel better about it. I didn't want to lose to an idiot. I told you before, you're facing the strongest player, and you'd better stay sharp and give me your full attention. That sentence was the biggest lie. And out of everything I said, that was the one line you never doubted. Your biggest problem is that you focused on me too much. Lusa spoke while drawing a circle on the table with his finger. Then he tapped the center of the circle with his fingertip. There's a concept in visual effects. Not sure if you know it. When all your focus is on one point, you ignore everything else. Your weapon is the all-seeing eye, but you stared at me too much. From the moment I entered the game, I could feel a heavy sense of dread. It was coming from you. Our Alpha Omicron Beta. You paid too much attention to me and ignored. This is a game, remember. After he said that, Xia Antong's pupils began to dilate. In the rewind of her mental palace, she finally started to face it all. Maybe she was too afraid. Maybe it was the unpleasantness from last time. Maybe she just wanted to prove herself too badly. Or maybe Sin was just too flashy this time. In the world constructed by the all-seeing eye, it was like only Sin was in color, everything else was black and white. This is a hell mode game. Was she too arrogant? Seeing the change in her expression, Lusa turned his mask toward Slime, who was still quietly standing there after taking a shot from him. I'm just going to point out a few things. This game said that the more stars you have, the better the reward. said low stars come with penalties. But it never said anything about stars being related to game clearance. Also, this annoying guy said it right from the beginning. Thrill and fun are the real themes of this game. Winning or losing? Not so much. Slime didn't say a word, standing there silently for reasons unknown. Lusa turned back to Xia and Ong. Let's look at who stayed each round. Who was left in the first game? Gambling addicts who lost everything but didn't dare leave, afraid of losing body parts, and players who thought they were strong. The second time, who stayed for the resurrection round? The strongest ones who got voted out. And the 5 gamblers who lost the hardest. The ones who left were all happy. But who were they? The in-betweens. In short, trash. That was the official label Slime gave them when they left. Trash. From that point on, Slime never said anything to lighten the mood again. That feeling Xia and Tong had before, like it's become a different person, became even stronger. So instead of saying those who left got a chance to clear the game, maybe it's more accurate to say they were eliminated. Rather than elimination, it's more like the game was filtering them. The key to this game might not be about how you move forward, but how you stay. After Lusa finished, he kicked his feet up onto the table and turned to Slime. Am I right? Xia Antong's mouth hung open, her eyes blinking rapidly like she was trying to process it all. She suddenly felt like the whole world had become clearer. The mountain that had weighed on her chest finally settled down, making her thoughts sharper. Looking at it now, so many things that confused her before made sense. Her lips trembled, but she still raised some doubts. But having a lot of stars definitely means better rewards. You didn't have to throw away those 725. With how much people hate you, even if there was a vote, you'd definitely be the one they kicked out. You could have still joined this so-called resurrection match. But I never thought I'd win with 725 stars anyway. Lusa shrugged. Besides, the most important part is that just wouldn't be thrilling. Haha, gotta remember the game rules. With that, Lusa's urge to show off had been fully satisfied. Everything was out in the open. The last 2 cards didn't matter anymore, so he casually tossed them away. Alright, that's it. With your skill, you should have figured out the real key to this game. You won. Yep, beat the strongest player. You can go home and write this in your family records, maybe even give it its own chapter. Room 1 game over. Winner, blink. Slime's voice rang out, and the next second, the entire room vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. At the same time, for more voices sounded. The other resurrection players also exited the game and stood on the ship. As if everyone's games had ended at exactly the same time. Some were happy, some were upset. Slime announced the final 5 results. The ultimate battle was finally over. In this 100-player game instance, a victor and losers still had to be decided in the end. But after Slime finished reading out the names and the light beam enveloped the winner, the remaining 8 players were all stunned. They all turned their eyes, in perfect unison, to the high-spirited Lu Su. You lost? Jiao Tian, Li Wei, and the rest, whether they won or lost, were all staring in shock at the spot where Sin stood. It was like there was no need to say anything. The most basic assumption in everyone's hearts was that Sin would definitely win. Especially in this kind of head-to-head against a person, not a game or the game host. Jiao Tian was completely stunned. He was one of the winners and had just breathed a sigh of relief, only to come out and find the one he'd been trying to recruit all along had lost. Then he looked at Xia and Tong in shock, thinking, where did this expert pop out from? Though the official team knew she had once teamed up with Sin, nobody knew she was this strong. The first thing he did was ask Yan Hong and the other staff outside via his live stream. What happened? Hard to say. Don't know if he had a relapse or if he's got some other plan again. Even the staff couldn't give a clear judgment. In any case, just be glad you got out of the game safe. Li Wei was even more shocked. Just a few dozen minutes ago, the match he'd just put together got completely crushed by Sin. Back then, he'd tried to recruit Xia and Tong to go against Sin, only to be mocked for overestimating himself, saying he'd never go throw his life away. And now you're telling me you actually won? Li Wei wasn't even looking at Sin now, just stared at Xia and Tong in complete confusion. The world had officially become something he could no longer understand. But after a brief moment of collective shock, everyone quickly noticed something was off, the expressions between the two. Blink still looked completely dazed, lost in thought, even while standing in the winner's light, hanging her head in defeat. And Sin was still the same as ever, cynical, unbothered, like always. The mask on his face stayed tilted at that iconic 45-degree angle until the end. He always acted like a proud peacock. Game host, are you sure the winner is correct? Jiotian couldn't help but ask, feeling like something was off. Of course, the moment he opened his mouth, he regretted it and quickly shut up. But Slime was already in a terrible mood and turned around to snap. What? You think you shouldn't have one? If you want, we can say you lost instead. Jiotian. Jiotian shut up right away, pretending like he hadn't said a thing. Humph. Slime let out a very annoyed snort and continued. Alright, that's it for the resurrection match results. You five may be trash, but at least you caught a break and won the match. Now you can leave. Same rules as before, more stars means better clearance rewards. Slime once again did that same dismissive taking out the trash gesture. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiotian suddenly turned to Lusu and said, Comrade, don't do anything stupid. Being number one doesn't matter, your life is what counts. With that, he didn't dare say anything more and left immediately. Li Wei was one of the winners too. Though he lost hard to Lusu, he still had some strength left when facing others. Sin, our boss once said something. As long as you're still alive, Tiandahui will always welcome you back, even if you're starting over. Then, without waiting for any reply, he vanished as well. The meaning behind their words was basically the same. Lusu should use the exit token. If you're always walking by the river, eventually your shoes get wet. Even the world number one loses sometimes, you take the loss and start over. All four of them left, leaving only Xia and Tong, the only one who knew the truth. She looked at Lusu with a complicated gaze. What if you judge this wrong? Just go. Lusu waved his hand, sounding a bit bored. It was like the game earlier had given him enough adrenaline, and now he was just annoyed, not in the mood to say anything else. Xia and Tong didn't get sentimental either. Even though she now knew what Sin had suspected, she still felt lucky to be getting out now. After all, she wasn't the type who liked taking risks. If she stayed, who knows what she'd have to face. The 5 winners had all left. To walk away from a hell mode game alive was already a kind of win in itself. Of course, the first thing they all did after leaving was pull up the livestream again. To check what was going on with Sin. Maybe something big was about to happen today. The remaining people were all trembling, staring at Slime. What were you staring at? Game's over. Slime was in a very foul mood, cursing loudly at 4 of the 5 who were still there. But now it was obvious it was avoiding eye contact with Lusu. The earlier attempts to please him were all gone. Everyone had taken out their exit tokens, waiting for the final judgment. What were you waiting for? Go shower or something. Bye. With a wave of Slime's hand, holes opened under the remaining 5. The ground dropped out from under them. They exited the game. Xia and Tong, who was now intently watching the livestream, furrowed her brows. Could Sin really have judged wrong? In an instant, 4 beams of light lit up. 4 people had used their exit tokens, choosing to throw away everything they'd gained in the game to save their lives. Oh yes. Only Lusu remained, staring down at the dark sea below, black enough to crush anything, waiting silently. And his body never dropped. He just floated there quietly, until the ship's floor beneath him sealed back up. In the vast room, Lusu and Slime stared at each other. In the end, it was Slime who broke. You really do have guts. There's no one left to go up against you. What are you trying to prove? No one left. Lusu swaggered forward. Aren't you still here? Slime's former cowardice and flattery vanished completely, replaced by a terrifying pressure that radiated from its whole body. It stared at Lusu with deadly intensity. UVE got some nerve. Do you even know how big this world is? Just because you're the strongest player, you think you can look down on everything. How big my nerve is, you already got a taste of it the last time we met, didn't you? Quit pretending. It's just the 2 of us now. Want to catch up? Or maybe reintroduce ourselves. Miss Doctor, or should I say, Mr. Slime. Outside, at this moment, Xia and Tong, Jiotian, and the others staring at this livestream were all looking like their brains had short-circuited. What the H*LL are these 2 even talking about? So you 2 really do know each other, huh? Antong sat in front of the computer, feeling a bit speechless. If that's the case, then it can only be a beginner level? In other words, Sin is probably one of the first batch of chosen ones. Right now, the ones ranked near the top are basically all from the first batch of chosen ones. As for Tion, things were a lot more official on his side. No matter what Lucy said, everything was recorded. Leave a case record first, then talk. What are you even talking about? Slime waved his hand in frustration, looking like he had no idea what Lucy was saying. Don't fake it. We've definitely met before. You've always had that aura around you. Back then, I was still young and reckless, didn't know better, and accidentally killed you. Right? I didn't know much about beings like you either. Are you her? Or is there some kind of connection between you two? Trying to get top secret info from me with nothing but words? That's AF ****ing pipe dream. Oh yeah? That's fine. This is a top secret message that in itself counts as a message too. Slime. Alright, enough with the crap. You, here to challenge me. What else? Otherwise, this game wouldn't end. Also, chasing thrills and pleasure, how come you're suddenly getting cold feet? Lucy still looked the same as always, not even a bit of change, which seriously pissed Slime off. But Slime was in no mood to joke around now. His whole presence was getting heavier and more intense. At that moment, even Lucy's Godslayer badge activated directly. NOES. This green blob thing was actually a high-tier entity. Maybe you don't get how serious this is. There's no backing out from a challenge with a god. The moment you agreed, your exit token. Before he could finish, Lucy directly pulled a handful of exit tokens from his backpack and tossed them right at Slime. You're calling yourself a god now? These things are seriously useless, and yet I get one after every round. Slime. After a long silence, suddenly, the entire figure, or rather, the expression of the green goo, twisted and distorted into something vicious, carrying a sick, twisted grin. Exactly like that female doctor from before. You are still so damn annoying. Then let's begin. As he spoke, the whole space shook slightly. It was like something exploded in the air, yet nothing seemed to happen. The only change, Lucy was suddenly sitting in a chair, his entire body locked down by metal hoops, unable to move even his neck. He tried to break free, but to his shock, he found that his strength was useless here. He couldn't escape the metal restraints. Don't bother struggling. You really thought you were facing that woman again. Oh? But your vibes are really similar. You both love playing the restraint game. Back then I might not have been cooperative, but I'll try my best now. Though if you're hoping for that kind of thing, I'm wearing a mask, so it's kind of okay, but logically it's a no-go. Anyway, what kind of play are you into? Outside, Antong and Tion watching the video nearly fell out of their chairs. What the **LL kind of beginner level did he go through? Slime. #. With his whole body restrained, the only weapon Lucy had left was his mouth, and at this moment, his mouth was proving pretty effective. Cut the crap. Fine, since you walked into my trap, I won't hold back. Now, here are the game rules. Truth or dare. You can ask me all sorts of questions, or make all kinds of requests. Questions must have answers that I know. Requests must be within my capability. I've got 3 lives. Every time I fail to answer or fulfill your request, I lose 1. If all 3 are gone, you win. But if I answer or do it, then I'll do something to you that brings me pleasure. As he spoke, the chair behind Lucy suddenly sprouted countless spikes, some even aimed straight at the base of his neck. Lucy, what does that mean? What if I ask you something you don't know, or make a request you can't fulfill? Simple. Doesn't count. Try again. Lucy? Ha 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 ha. In short, you need to ask something I know, but don't want to tell you. Or ask for something I can do, but don't want to do. Ha 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 ha. Just letting you know, my bottom line is real low. Seeing Lucy actually pause for a second, Slime burst into laughter, like all the grievances he'd suffered were finally being released. Well? Regretting it now? Too late. Regret's useless. You'll pay for everything you've done. In the end, Slime seemed to go completely insane, his voice turning shrill as he screamed at Lucy. Just like a woman catching her cheating husband in the act. Soon, on the purple mask, lust mask variant, that usual smug look appeared again. Lucy looked at Slime and said, Why the face? I think this is kinda fun. So, when do we start? Right now. Slime duonged into position across from Lu Su, looking like he wanted to bite him to death, as if ready for revenge. Totally different from how he treated Lu Su before in the game. Lu Su was about to ask if he could make a request now, but quickly shut up, realizing that might count as a question. So after thinking for a second, he asked, I want you to make me an all-knowing, all-powerful god, and then you become my dog. Slime. That one froze Slime for 3 seconds, then he replied flatly. Doesn't count. Try again. Clearly out of my capability. Trash, Lucis said with disdain. Then just make me an all-knowing, all-powerful god. Doesn't count. Try again, so you think the hard part was the second half. Make me Emperor of the Universe. Doesn't count. Try again. Make me Emperor of the Galaxy. Doesn't count. All requests like this are obviously a no-go. Are you brain dead? Make me the most powerful in the solar system. Lucis stayed unfazed, stubbornly continuing to ask. Are you brain dead or what? Slime went into oxygen deprivation mode, furiously slamming the table. These kinds of requests to power you up, I definitely can't do that. Even if I could, it'd only be temporary in this game. No permanent boosts. If you want to waste time, go ahead and keep asking. Slime was already numb from rage, like his emotions had gone past the red line and somehow stabilized again. He sat back down. Lusa looked at him with disdain, thinking, that's it? You're breaking already? Why so pressed? Alright then, give me 100 mythical tier weapons. Doesn't count. Try again. Give me 100 legendary tier weapons. Doesn't count. Give me 99. Slime mentally snapped. Are you seriously sick in the head? You think I'm just here to hand out free goodies? You think the point of playing this game with you is to spoon-feed you rewards? No way. I can't do it. All the reward points, weapons, badges, sealed artifacts, it's all based on gameplay. Slime almost passed out mid-ramp from lack of air. He was truly, utterly numb. Originally, he had intended to ruthlessly torture Lu Su. Instead, he was the one being completely tortured. Then his voice turned cold as he stared at Lu Su and said, If you want to stall, then stall. You have no idea, in our dimensional plane of life, time is just a meaningless number. If you want, you can stay in this game for 1,000 years, and in the outside world, it might be just a blink. Lucis slightly tilted his chin and gave Slime a curious glance. Thanks. He hadn't even asked anything serious yet, and Slime was just out here dumping info like crazy. Slime. Though Lucis didn't say anything outwardly, he did let out a small sigh of regret inside. Looks like the idea of piggybacking off the game to boost his power for free was a total bust. The air went quiet for a while. Lucis tapped his fingers on the chair's armrest, creating a steady, rhythmic sound. Just like the game between him and Xia Antong. Oh, right. Bring the US president and the Japanese prime minister here and have them slap each other in the face in a match. Slime? Hearing that absolute garbage request, Slime's expression twisted. Rejected. Try again. Right now, I can't allow too much influence on your world. That single sentence, though simple, revealed a massive amount of information. People like Jiotian, those in official organizations, immediately sensed something off, their faces growing serious. This was what the government and the whole world had always feared most. Just what level of impact could this supernatural game have on the real world? If the things in the game could manifest in reality, it would basically spell doomsday-level changes. Lucis' eyebrow twitched slightly. He caught the key point right away. Can't have too much influence. Which meant, it could have influence. Now we're talking. Let the probing begin. Lucis started narrowing the scope of his requests bit by bit. Fix global warming. Doesn't count. Try again. Also, that's clearly more difficult than getting 2 presidents to slap each other. Bring in a dozen little black guys from Africa and throw an orgy with them right here. Doesn't count. Try again. Honestly, I seriously want to kill you. The two entered a phase of wild back and forth. Lucis' questions were becoming increasingly twisted and absurd, leaving Slime speechless. The topics were making the viewers' scalps tingle. They couldn't help but marvel at how ed up sin was. Make everyone grow taste buds in their intestines. Doesn't count. Try again. You really deserve to die. Make 30 mosquitoes show up in player Jiotian's house. Doesn't count. Wait. Slime had gotten so used to saying doesn't count that he hadn't even really heard what Lucy said, but then he suddenly froze. Let me do the math. He started moving his meaty hands around like he was casting a spell, then looked up and said, "All right, this request is doable. Then with a wave of his hand, it looked like nothing happened. But outside the game, Jiao stared dumbfounded at the screen, eyes wide at Sin's request. Bro, what the H*LL is wrong with you? Since 30 mosquitoes is just too damn many, basically the moment Slime finished speaking, Jiao already heard the buzzing. But after cursing Sin in his heart, his face quickly grew serious again. If all this is real, then this could be the game's first direct manipulation of the real world. That's huge. Find those mosquitoes. Use the electric swatter and count if there are 30. He immediately gave orders to all personnel at the workstation. Even though he already had the answer in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. On the other side, Xia Antong's expression also grew serious. She stared at the screen in front of her, listening to all the real-world impacting requests. She had already noticed something odd. There wasn't a single bullet comment in this live stream room. That's not normal. Which had to mean that not many people were watching this game. But given Sin's reputation, that was impossible. So there was only one conclusion: this so-called god battle wasn't open to everyone. She proactively typed on the screen and said, "Blink, anyone watching? This is blank. Jiao, yeah, looks like not many people can see this current livestream. Blink, I suspect it's a special effect triggered by this god battle. Most likely, only people who've joined the casino game can spectate. Blink, do you have the mosquitoes yet? Jiao, yep." The two exchanged a few quick words and confirmed the situation. This was definitely not a normal occurrence. After the Chosen's game, the world really was changing every moment. Back in the game, Slime stared at Lu Su, baring his teeth. "All right, I've completed your request. Now it's my turn. Jia. Prepare to bring me pleasure. Have you ever imagined what it's like to mate with countless non-human creatures? Heh." On the purple mask, a twisting shimmer of light flowed. Sounds like a thrilling new experience. This mask really was amazing. It practically wiped out his bottom line completely. Slime. TCH. If you're enjoying it that much, then it's no fun anymore. The slime quietly pondered for a while, as if trying to decide what to do, but from its higher-tier perspective, Luce's current excitement wasn't an act. TSK. Its pleasure came from watching others suffer and struggle, then using that to bring itself joy. If it actually let others feel good, then it wouldn't be enjoying itself, would it? The slime thought for a while, and considering Sin's earlier twisted remarks, ultimately decided to give up. Forget it, we'll leave it at this for now. There's still plenty of time. In an instant, there was a sharp crack, like something piercing through a hard surface, being stabbed clean through. Lucy didn't notice at first, but something felt seriously off on his back, so he looked down. That's when he saw it. His chest had been pierced straight through by two excavator-like shovel things, even spreading open. If you looked closely, you could see bits of his insides through the bloody mess. It was a strange feeling, like he was staring at someone else's body. Blood instantly soaked everything, and a wave of weakness washed over him. The human body is a curious thing. Unless it's instantly obliterated or crushed, death usually comes as a process, no matter how horrific the wound. And now, Lucy was clearly walking that path. Just as Xia Antong had breathed a sigh of relief that the final punishment wasn't semi-burning scene, her breath hitched again. The current scene was a bit too R-rated, so unsettling that her body instinctively tensed, her brows furrowed tight. In her eyes, all of Sin's previous actions weren't useless at all. First, he tried every way he could to gain something from the game. Then, he started testing whether the game had any impact on the real world. That wasn't just about him anymore. From a certain angle, what he was doing benefited the world. Even the punishment afterward was a kind of test, to see if the opponent had the authority to directly kill him. If they could do that, then the game wouldn't be worth playing. Normally, they shouldn't be able to, but still, betting your life on that? Probably only Sin would dare try it. Though she wouldn't say she had a good impression of Sin, right now, of course, she hoped he'd win. The effects of the drug were nearing their limit, about to wear off, and that wave of emotion seemed like it was about to hit her. All kinds of tangled thoughts surged to the front of her mind. For some reason, A heavy sadness crept in, and the words Sin said to her during the last game echoed in her ears again. Along with that came memories of Lusu. Xia Antong forcefully rubbed her head and muttered to herself. Don't. Just wait a bit more, let me finish watching. It's not time to get emo on Nettie's cloud right now. Inside the game, Lusu had no idea someone outside was thinking about his two identities. Faced with looming death and the weakness in his body, the first thing he said was, Arnu Thailand bot. TSK, you didn't mess up my mysterious cloak, did you? Just so we're clear, that doesn't count as a question. Even if it's kind of a trash item, it's still worth some cash. The fact that you can think of that right now is honestly impressive. The slime said this while pulling out an hourglass from who knows where and placing it on the table. I assent your cloak self-repairing? Quit whining. You should focus more on your current situation. I admit, your physical capability is pretty strong for your low-tier species, that is. But that's about it. In 10 minutes, you'll start losing consciousness. In less than 20, you'll be embracing the goddess of death. If you want to chat, we totally can. It's not game content anyway, just eats away your lifespan. Looking at Luce's current state, the slime seemed quite satisfied, like it was admiring its own masterpiece. Oh, I see. So should I pretend I'm in unbearable pain now to help you get your kicks? Luce said teasingly to the slime in front of him. The slime's expression instantly soured. With a cold snort, it said, Give it a rest. You really think I'm that dumb? Wait, so you're not? The lust mask's expression was genuinely shocked. Sigma, degree winky face. Slime, hashtag. You don't have pain sensation, or maybe your definition of pain is different from others. It's something like that, right? But I don't care. Then what do you get off on? Or did you go straight after that female doctor last time? Decided to enjoy some healthy vanilla sex and give up on BDSM? Slime. Heh. Physical pain is the lowest form of stimulation. I'm just waiting for your facial expressions later. As it spoke, the slime's voice turned creepy, almost oddly seductive, eerily similar to that female doctor from before. Look at this hourglass. This is your life, a life that's arrogant, the strongest in the world, slipping away right in my hands. When the final minutes come, the final seconds, when you're completely cornered and realize there's no way out of this game. That moment of despair and struggle, that's what I crave. As it spoke, it stared at the constantly shifting hourglass. Its green body even started to tint pink. I'm not sure. Are you brain damaged or something? Luce gave the slime a weird look and said, My next request, give me a perfect healing. Fix every wound on me and pull this thing out. Slime. Sure. Doesn't matter. With that, all his wounds and blood vanished. Lusu instantly regained his vitality, and the hourglass on the table reverted to its original state. But then, the slime hit him with another wave of punishment, impaling him all over again. It's just a loop, no big deal. The slime sat calmly across from him, looking bored. I told you, if you want to stall for time, we can stay here 1,000 years. I don't mind. If it means I get to see your expressions, I'll wait. I have patience you can't even imagine. His tone made it sound like he had already won over Sin. But everything has its variables. Because he forgot to count for one thing. Chosen of agony. Pain points +4. The slime looked up and saw Luce's mask. That completely crazed, almost euphoric look couldn't be hidden. You said it, right? You meant it, right? Then let me sincerely thank you. Let's play here for 1,000 years. Luce's smile at that moment was completely genuine. WOC, there's actually something this good? He still didn't know if the divine selection of pain had a cap, or how it actually worked. But 1,000 years? Sure, let's play for 1,000 years. Maybe by then he'd have become the emperor of the universe. Despair? What despair? What the hell is this slime even talking about? For a moment, Luce looked at the slime with such a gentle expression it made the slime squirm uncomfortably. Last time he met that female doctor, he awakened the divine selection of pain and went from a nobody who had just reached adulthood to the strongest in the world. Now this slime showed up. Looks like it's here to help him become the emperor of the universe. Whether or not these two were the same person was hard to say, but they were definitely connected in some deep and mysterious way. What a good guy. Wasn't this guy basically his lucky charm? Every time they met, he got a huge surprise. So cute. I want to raise one. The slime was creeped out by Luce's gaze, but still said stubbornly, Whatever. Are you having another episode? Fine, go ahead and rot in here for all I care. Alright then, let's get started. Copy, paste, spam a few lines. My request is, give me a perfect healing. Restore all my injuries. Okay. The slime's answer was very brief. Just after fully healing all of Luce's injuries, it waved its hand again, instantly reopening the exact same terrifying wounds. Divine selection of pain, pain value +3. Seeing the numbers actually go up, Luce felt ecstatic. My request is, give me a perfect healing. Restore all my injuries. Okay. My request is. After looping several times, Xia, Antong, and Jiotian, watching from outside, were completely stunned. This guy was seriously looping? What's the point of this? We don't get it at all. Is he actually enjoying this? What started as a bloody, disturbing scene, thanks to repetition, had dulled their nerves to the point of desensitization. Am I just dumb or something? Xia, Antong gently tapped her own forehead. There's just no way to analyze this. After racking up almost 20 points of pain value, Luce repeated the same formulaic request again. But this time, the slime twitched and didn't respond right away. Yes. Tisk. Something feels off now. Was he being played? Judging by the look of things, this little B***starred really might be planning to do this for 1,000 years. He only said 1,000 years in passing, but if it actually dragged on for that long, he'd go crazy. This guy's definitely hiding something. The slime's expression grew suspicious. Seeing it hesitate, Luce felt a jolt in his heart. Crap, was he being too obvious? Time to put on a little act. He instantly lowered his head. A theatrical expression spread across his mask as he muttered to himself. What do I do? Gotta think of something. I can't keep looping like this forever. But there's no choice. Gotta keep going or I'm dead. D***MN. I really regret this. There's no way out now. Slime. You're just now starting to act in front of me? Don't you think it's a bit ing late for that? Watching the exaggerated expression and movements, and hearing the self-talk that was loud enough for it to catch every word, the slime almost peed itself. That acting wouldn't cut it even for a low-tier talent agency. This guy's brain is definitely broken. The slime puffed up in anger, literally puffed up, its green gel body swelling with rage. Looks like there's some kind of deal between you and pain. Its tone turned serious. The cryptic line went completely over Xia Antong's head, but Luce narrowed his eyes. It actually knows about my divine selection of pain? No, that can't be. If it did, it wouldn't have used this physical torture approach from the start, looping like an idiot with me. It probably knows something, but not clearly, not details like the pain value. Still, this is a golden opportunity. It must know things I don't. This game is seriously one big benefit dump. I reject your request. As it spoke, one of the slime's 3 blood drops disappeared. But it wasn't done yet. Also, I request the game to fix the bug and prohibit this command. You can actually fing block it? Luce cursed right away, heartbroken. But the slime didn't respond. Its green body suddenly flickered, followed by a pained grunt, like it had suffered some backlash. At the same time, an old, seemingly useless medal Luce had obtained long ago suddenly activated. System attacker, epic, triggered. Bug found and forced to be patched. Game reward bonus obtained. The slime took a long time to recover. It looked like it was seriously hurt. It glanced at Luce. Of course it can be blocked. It's a bug to begin with. You actually had that kind of medal. But it doesn't matter. You're going to die here. The rewards won't mean **T. Let's continue. You can't heal yourself anymore. As it spoke, the countdown hourglass reappeared on the table. Pure white sand trickled down slowly inside it, marking Luce's final moments. Didn't think you'd actually take one of my blood drops that fast. But now you might not have much time left. After finishing, the slime watched Luce with great interest, watched him bleed and weaken, watched the fall of his arrogant attitude into a slow, painful death. Right now, Luce looked deeply gloomy. My precious free pain value. He was full of regret, feeling like a complete idiot. He should have just faked it from the start. You've made this game so boring, you be **starred. Do you believe, if I wanted to, I could ask a whole bunch of questions you really don't want to answer? The purple mask slowly lifted. His expression was tinged with cold malice. Seeing Lucy get mad actually delighted the slime. It let out a mocking snort. "I don't believe you." And then the new punishment dropped. A wire-like thing suddenly wrapped around Lucy's right leg, slicing through flesh and tightening around bone. That counted as another question. Looks like I'll have to start asking some soul-piercing questions. Lucy's purple mask once again twisted into that mocking, taunting grin. Listen carefully. Based on the recent logic, if I'm pain, then what are you? If I'm pain, then what are you? This question stunned the two people watching the game feed. Jiotian's brain felt like it was twisting. What the H*LL kind of nonsense is that? Jiotian sat in his chair furiously scratching his leg. He hadn't paid attention earlier and got bit by several mosquitoes. Now he was wondering if he should apply for more intel from above. Why the H*LL couldn't he understand anything? Xia and Tong, who hadn't completely sunk into emo mode, realized something. Pain had now appeared twice. And it had been mentioned by two different people. Which meant it probably wasn't just an adjective, but actually referred to a specific kind of existence. She had studied all of Sin's games in detail, so this had to be from one of the beginner levels. What the H*LL did that guy go through back then? So mysterious? But no matter how those two tried to figure it out, no matter if anyone in this world could understand what Lucy was saying, at the very least, the slime understood. As soon as that sentence came out, the slime's fluid-like body instantly stiffened, like it had turned to stone. Looking at Lucy's smiling face, it showed no expression, as if hesitating. It lowered its head, and even glanced at its 2 HP drops. Heh. Lucy laughed directly. That hesitation of yours already gave a lot away. Proves there really is something related to pain. Talk. Don't dawdle. Save yourself a drop of blood. By the end, Lucy's voice had turned dripping with sarcasm. Even though he was the one chained to the chair, threatened with death and torture, it completely felt like he was the one cornering the other party. Jiotian was dumbfounded just watching. Fine, telling you isn't that big of a deal. Your analogy is extremely off. There's really no good answer here, but if I have to say something. If you're pain, asterisk, then I'm pleasure. Pain and pleasure. The slime's voice was fuzzy. In the end, it blurred one word, never actually saying I am pleasure. Looked like it was deliberately avoiding something. Lucy immediately caught onto that and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. So your status is kinda low, huh? Can't even say whatever you want. What's wrong with pleasure, huh? I am pleasure. Say it with me. Say it loud. That's my next request. You. The slime's green face flushed darker from rage, the whole thing practically falling apart, and it seemed to gather all its courage as it said. I am pleasure. Die. Request fulfilled. Lucy's left shoulder twisted 360 degrees almost instantly, though it didn't rip off completely. Because of that twist, his whole posture on the chair turned unnatural, like he was suspended by a rope. But Lucy didn't care. It was just pain points, after all. He kept laughing madly, the purple mask on his face trembling slightly. Nope. Not loud enough. Say it with me, I am pleasure. And the volume's gotta hit at least 200 decibels. Shout it out. At that moment, the slime seemed to fully give up. It was shaking with rage, then suddenly roared. I am pleasure. His roar echoed across the entire ocean casino. For a moment, the whole space went silent, as if everyone was stunned. But Lucy's eyes were wide open, and he shouted in approval. Nice. That's the spirit. We crawled out of blade and bullet. We don't back down. Ha ha ha. As his cheers rang out, the next punishment also landed on his body. His whole appearance now barely resembled a person. But his mental state? Totally intact. I don't care. I don't care what you make me do. As long as I can, I have no limits, no bottom line. But you. The slime slammed the table with full force, completely unfiltered now, shouting at Lucy and pointing at the hourglass. The sand's speeding up faster and faster. All your arrogance and cockiness right now, 10 minutes from now, it's just my spiritual nourishment. What are you so anxious about? I'm the one dying, not you. I'm not panicking, so why are you? I want to panic, because I'm pissed off now. The slime answered truthfully, and then hit Lucy again with a vicious blow. Oh? Actually, tripping you up is super easy. It's not hard at all. Wanna bet I can stump you with any question? I don't believe it. The slime replied and immediately accelerated the drain on Luce's life. Really? Well, since this is the gambling ship, how about we make a bet? If I succeed with my next question, you lose 2 HP drops. If I lose, I die instantly. I'm guessing your game has restrictions and can't kill me directly. That's fine. We'll bet, how about you crush my heart on the spot? By now, Luce's face was frighteningly pale, but his mask showed none of it. He was still exuding unstoppable confidence and the aura of a winner. The slime was stunned that Lucy was still in the mood to gamble. But after looking down at its remaining 2 HP drops, it replied, "You're going to die anyway. Why should I gamble with you? Game rules don't allow it. Besides, what I want is to see your struggle and effort fail at the very edge of life and death." After speaking, that counted as another answer, and Lucy took another heavy blow. The hourglass symbolizing life sped up even more. Haha, great answer. But I also really want to see your face when you realize I passed the round easily even when you thought I was dead meat. You don't believe me? Fine, don't. Then I'll just say this. My next question will cost you another HP drop. After saying that, Lucy seemed to remember something that made him happy and laughed for quite a while. And right now, laughing only worsened his injuries. His twisted state was a total show of contempt for the game. No matter how fast life drains away, I'm confident I can land a fatal blow. Hey, listen up. Here's my question. What's the real purpose of the Chosen's Paradise game? As soon as those words fell, Jiotian outside the game shot up from his chair and couldn't help but shout. Nice. Even someone like Jiotian could instantly grasp the brilliance in that question. If there was any secret, or conspiracy, behind this suddenly descended game, then this question had definitely hit the other side's fatal weakness. And really, it was like he asked on behalf of all humanity. As expected of our comrade. Sure, he's usually kind of nuts, but when it counts, he's got the awareness. Only issue now was, how could a slime, a game host, possibly know the answer to a question like this? Jiotian's concern was, if he didn't know, then wasn't it all pointless? But clearly, he underestimated what kind of entity the slime was. Luso knew. Last time, after killing that female doctor, the badge he earned was the Godslayer badge. Sure enough, in the current game, the slime's expression turned incredibly stormy, face dark and ugly. Clearly, Luce's question had struck a nerve, rattling him. Haha, yes, that's the look. Hold it right there. Hey, anyone watching from outside? Take a screenshot for me, send it to me later. The lust mask's wickedness and cruelty were well known to everyone, and now that the slime looked embarrassed, it was the perfect time for some ruthless mockery. Saw the chance and immediately struck hard with sarcasm. Seeing that the other side couldn't give a response right away, Lusu immediately continued. Stop pretending, I know you don't dare to answer. The game rule is, if you know and don't answer, then I win. You shameless thing even tried to change the rule. What's that supposed to mean? You know but don't want to say, and all that crap about having no bottom line, trying to steer my thinking into your emotions. But actually, there's no need for any of that, right? I can totally ask questions you know but don't dare to answer. What the H*LL does wanting to answer have to do with anything? Lusu was now full-on savage, completely calling out the slime's little mind games without mercy. Watching the other's expression, Lusu only laughed even more freely. Quit pretending. You don't have the rank. There's no way you dare answer something like this. You're just hoping that after telling me, I'll die right here. Too bad, I've got an audience. I don't know about the others, but I do know there's at least one creepy woman crawling in the dark watching my every move right now. See, Anton? Excuse me, why are you calling me out like that from inside the game? How the H*LL do you know I've been observing you the whole time? Was I that obvious? This kind of explosive headline, once you say it, I know she's gonna spread it everywhere. Even if you kill me, it's useless. Besides, I doubt you even have the right to say the real answer. God, what a narcissist. Sia and Tong muttered outside, slightly speechless. But in truth, she had been recording the whole thing, just like every other game. A withering above Nues. Meanwhile, Jiotian looked a little heartbroken, and the other workstation staff around him were watching with teasing eyes. Someone even piped up. Looks like he totally forgot about you. Not necessarily. When he let the mosquitoes loose earlier, didn't he still think of him? At least he didn't call him that show-off guy anymore. Back in the game, on the Ocean Casino, the slime's face looked absolutely awful. Faced with Lucy's aggressive provocations, he had no counter. In the end, he didn't say a word, just stared at Lucy and reduced his own HP by 1. Now, he only had 1 HP drop left. Looks like it's not that hard after all. Doesn't seem nearly as one-sided as he made it sound at first. Finishing you off is easy. You're far from being as unrestrained as you claimed. Lucy wasn't even surprised by this win. In fact, he looked like it was perfectly natural, like victory had always been expected. The slime's entire green gelatinous body trembled before he finally said, "Taking me down may be simple, but not as simple as your life slipping away. As he spoke, he pointed at the slowly falling hourglass, which now seemed to symbolize the last flickers of life. You've already asked the most excessive question. People who collapse just before the finish line often feel more regret than those who die at the start, don't you think?" It had to be said, ever since Lucy entered the game, this was the closest he had come to death. Unable to use healing potions, his powerful strength suppressed by high-ranking restrictions, he once again felt what it meant to be small. But his execution and mindset had never wavered, not even once did he shrink back because of looming death. Under the lust mask, he could experience any emotion, except panic. What's the rush? There's still time. I'm not dead yet. Chill. Lucy wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to drag this out and earn more pain points. But life came first, he wasn't greed, and wouldn't gamble that recklessly. Can you switch to a more human-looking form? That way I can enjoy your expressions more. This blobby shape makes it hard to read. Slime. No reply, but action was immediate. Its entire body shrank and shifted, eventually transforming into the female doctor from before. Except this time, her outfit was still as revealing, but her whole body was green. She frowned deeply at Lucy, like there was a huge grudge between them. Gone were the madness and carefree attitude from earlier. As for her expression, hard to say. Her face was green after all, kind of hard to tell. Actually looked kind of funny. The slime didn't want to talk anymore. She just completed the transformation and the punishment directly, then stared silently at the hourglass. But what really frustrated her was this. She still hadn't seen any change in Lucy's mental state. The slime strongly suspected that, even if the guy bled out and died here, he'd probably still die with that same arrogant look on his face. The more she thought about it, the more that green face turned towards a steel blue hue. "All right, that's enough. Keep playing and I really will die," Lucy muttered to himself, though it wasn't clear who he was talking to. My next question. From the perspective of if I'm pain in this game, am I one of a kind? The entire ocean casino started shaking violently the moment Lucy asked that question, as if the wind and waves on the sea suddenly grew monstrously fierce, about to swallow and crush the ship whole. That kind of massive turbulence would have had a normal person flying all over the cabin by now. But at this moment, neither Lucy nor the slime, now in the form of a beautiful female doctor, moved at all, like they were nailed to the ground. Lucy's blood was flying through the air. Already on the verge of death, his vision was blurred, he couldn't make out the female doctor's expression. But he didn't believe this tremor was just a coincidence, just a storm. Suddenly, before the slime could speak, Lucy shouted again. "Hey, tell me. Answer me. It's fine, no one else understands what I'm saying, only you do. Those outside spectators don't get it, but you can let them hear it. I don't care, what are you afraid of? Don't you want me dead? Then come kill me." As his voice grew hoarse with shouting, the hourglass on the table was nearly empty. The fine white sand trickled down bit by bit, but Lucy didn't care at all. At this point, all his strength and life force were likely concentrated in his throat, just to support him in saying these words. Outside the game, Jiotian and Xia Antong had both sat upright, watching the in-game footage in awe, listening to the words coming from Sin's mouth. They didn't understand it, but they could see that on the slime's green, pretty face a light veil had formed. It masked all his expressions, muscular details, and even his voice. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The slime glanced longingly at the hourglass on the table, then its entire body shattered and twisted. The final drop of blood on its body also burst apart. It was like something had jammed. The white sand on the table, which had been falling continuously, suddenly stopped. It was like time itself had halted. Above their heads, a swirling, twisting white light tunnel appeared and began sucking in everything, the shattered ocean casino, the broken slime, all pulled in together. A with a Q new Byepsiliness. No one and nothing could resist that force. Only Lucy remained still in place, fixed his chair unmoving. Lucy stared into that blinding white light, at the fragments within the white hole. It was as if within those shards of the slime, a malicious gaze was staring right back at him. You're watching, aren't you? You don't have the right to speak, do you? Our paths will cross again, guide, haha. That mission you didn't finish last time, no way you'll run from it next time. Pain and pleasure. I'll see you again, and I'll get something from you. Something I don't even know yet, something I want. Lucy, in a near-death state, shouting you won't escape at the other side. It was almost laughably overconfident. Chosen of agony. Chosen's paradise. In his chaotic mind, messy thoughts kept echoing. Lucy slowly closed his eyes, and on the purple mask, a smiling face hung there. Anyway, he had won. Then, the entire ship vanished, and the white hole disappeared as well. Just as Lucy was starting to wonder why the game settlement hadn't started yet, he looked up. Under the blood-red full moon, he saw a spectacle beyond imagination. Beneath him was the endless Black Sea. Though it was water, it felt like the heaviest substance in the world, surging as if it could engulf everything. And, looking up, a giant skeleton of indescribable scale, so massive it seemed to stand outside the planet itself, towering into the sky. From below, it looked like the skeleton was holding up the entire sky. The red moon above? Just one eye inside its eye socket. Looking further to both sides, he could see mountain-like finger bones, as if they were holding something aloft. No ship could sail on the Black Sea. Previously, it was this giant skeleton that had been lifting the ship and walking it forward. But, was the ship really that big before? Lucy felt like something was off with his sense of scale. His mind was in total disarray, disjointed and incoherent. It was like his psyche had been polluted and suppressed from beginning to end, making it nearly impossible to think. What he didn't know at the time was that this was already a protected state, thanks to the Sin Mask. The pressure from that terrifying skeleton was beyond imagination. He felt like his life was no longer under his own control. Bang! Suddenly, he felt like his body had exploded, dead under that terrifying gaze and pressure. But in the next second, he realized it was an illusion, because a crisp voice rang beside his ear. Game over. Due to special circumstances, proceeding directly to settlement screen. Perfect completion. Achievement unlocked. Due to unique conditions, automatic body repair in progress. Lucy managed to twist his neck slightly and looked down at his body. All his parts were being automatically repaired and realigned. A warm sensation wrapped around him. He began to wonder if he really had come close to dying this time. And that's why the system went straight into recovery after a perfect completion. Lying back for repairs, Lucy started reflecting. That kind of power. I can reach it too, right? Honestly, this round of the game had great meaning to him. Like it had opened the door to a brand new world. What about the reward? Don't tell me there's no reward after a perfect completion. Lucy frowned slightly and muttered. As if the game could hear him, the game announcement followed right after. Total participants, 5, 925, 843. Total completions, 1, 756, 459. Perfect completions, 3, 346. Your completion rating, SSS. Perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect completions, 5. Reward settlement in progress. Reward points, 6,000. Reward items. Intermediate healing potion *5. Advanced healing potion *1. Exit token *1. Basic charge canister *20. S-tier sequence, sealed artifact, hourglass of life. Epic tier weapon, dice of fate. Only points 1, 2, 3 unlocked. Perfect completion bonus. Due to excellent performance, granted 1 unit of 2-realm backpack slot. Special event triggered. Bug found in game. Metal effect triggered. Extra reward received. After this final message appeared, the game screen seemed to freeze, spinning on a loading loop for a full minute. That amount of time left Lucy in a daze. He thought to himself, what, even a supernatural game has internet lag now? Or, was there something else going on here? Finally, the final result finished loading. Extra reward, token of pleasure *1. Huh, token of pleasure? Since it was earned by pressuring the slime, Lucio wasn't too surprised to receive this extra reward. The only issue was the description of this thing. Token of pleasure, type, unknown dot. Grade, unknown dot. Effect, unknown dot. Description. Lucio? What the H*LL kind of explanation is that? He had the illusion of being played, finally getting what should have been an awesome bonus, only to find it completely useless. Did the game system not know what to give him, so it just handed over some random junk? This is targeted suppression, huh? A bit speechless, he took it out and looked at it. It was a gray diamond-shaped object, with 2 characters written on it, pleasure. Why does this look like an item that hasn't even been unlocked in the game yet? Lucio threw out a complaint, but didn't think too much of it. If it's useless, so be it. Maybe it'll come in handy the next time they meet. He didn't believe that slime was truly dead after being shattered and sucked into the white hole. That thing was definitely abnormally hard to kill. Leaving it alone, Lucio moved on to look at the other 2 new things he obtained. Hourglass of Life, S-tier sealed artifact. S201, Hourglass of Life. Besides Confessions of the Disillusioned, this was the second S-tier item he had gotten hold of. All things must come to an end, and I am the recorder. Description. Drop a person's blood on the top, and you can see their life's flow. Special use. Discover it yourself. It definitely has 1. Warning. Karma is a cycle. Cause and effect reflect on each other. Use with caution. Do not casually drip your own blood on it. There's no need to know when you'll die. RA with tilde and E section. After reading it, Lucio had that old man on the subway staring at his phone expression. Discover it yourself. It definitely has a use. What a magnificent description. It made Lucio want to throw the thing out. And the other epic tier weapon was even more ridiculous. Epic tier weapon, Dice of Fate, currently only points 1, 2, 3 unlocked. Description. Possesses a powerful causal ability under certain conditions. Once a clear definition is made, a roll will adjust the result based on the number. Additional note. I know you probably didn't get that. Just toss it for fun. Additional note 2. Once all points are unlocked, it can evolve into a legendary weapon. Lucio. He was starting to understand these 2 items were pure ocean casino style. In a regular game, items given out would be straightforward, with accurate descriptions. But in different games, the rewards always seemed to carry their own game flavor. Just like when he beat Tom in the prison and got Confessions of the Disillusioned. The 2 high-tier items obtained this time were also full of the ocean casinos, gambling vibe. Either unknown or highly uncertain, probably something that required some exploration. But these kinds of uncertain items, when paired with many of Lucio's masks, actually felt more compatible. His body was almost fully repaired. Lucio stopped looking at the rewards and instead scanned the settlement screen. His gaze landed on the number of participants. A thought popped into his head. His memory was decent, and he was pretty sensitive to numbers. It was very clear this round had way fewer participants than the last one. Almost a fifth less. But as far as common knowledge went, the number of chosen players was steadily increasing. Except for the Hell Mode games, which had extremely high death rates, other relatively normal games shouldn't have caused such a large drop in numbers. In other words, more and more people were qualified to become players, but fewer and fewer wanted to. Everyone was afraid. Either early players had decided to take their winnings and stop well ahead. Lucio wasn't sure if he had anything to do with it. After all, he'd always attracted attention, and the nature of his games probably scared most people off just by watching. It wasn't so bad before, but now with the leaderboard, he was likely going to scare off countless others. But he couldn't help but recall that planet-sized, terrifying skeleton. This game probably doesn't let you stay out of it just because you're afraid. Just as he was thinking that, a ding rang in his mind. The game had sent a new notification. Friend request detected. Someone has played with you multiple times. Recommendation: add this player. As world number 1, Lucio knew plenty of useless people harassed him daily. So that so-called friend system, he had always ignored, never even checked if anyone tried adding him. But now, the game system had actually taken the initiative. He opened the Friends page, selected Delete All, and 2 different names remained. Sia, Antong, and Geotion. Because they had already met twice in-game, the game had specially marked their requests in red. We recommend using the friend feature to explore more future fun in the game. The in-game reminders were definitely diligent. Lucy tried to ignore it, but it kept repeating. After thinking about it briefly, he figured it's just in-game communication, like doing beginner quests. So he accepted both requests. On the other side of Huagua, Jiao, who was busy combing through intelligence, suddenly received an in-game notification. Your friend request has been accepted. Jiao froze. He turned his head and saw Sin had accepted him. After a brief moment of shock, Jiao was ecstatic. Sin actually added me as a friend. You have to understand, his request had been sent ages ago. He didn't even hold out much hope. And now success. Was this finally acknowledgement from the official team? Or maybe he was planning to join them. Or perhaps there was some kind of cooperation in the works. In his wild joy, he restrained himself and sent a simple message. Hello. Lusa left it on read. As for the other side, Xia and Tong got the notification but had absolutely no reaction. Or rather, she was reacting to something else entirely. What is it that we live for? At this moment, she was in her own spacious, private room, completely curled up on the chair. The drug's effects had worn off. The last bit of rational time she had left was already spent watching Sin complete the challenge. Most of the questions Sin asked, she didn't even understand the meaning of. She just felt odd without knowing why. She had been thinking about it for a long time, but the tide of negative emotions was about to drown her. There was no time left to think. All she could do was record every scene she could and wait to analyze it later. Now, she had already been overwhelmed by that tide. So pathetic. Why did I lose again? I'll never fool anyone. Was my birth a mistake? What's the meaning of life anyway? I just want to be a snail curled up in the dirt. This time, the mental backlash was much worse than before. That complete loss of rationality, the overwhelming contrast, it had left her utterly drained. The mental collapse triggered physical laziness. Hugging her knees, she curled up in her chair, trembling. A wave of intense depression, inexplicable sorrow, and despair crashed down on her, even giving her a sudden urge to end her life. Maybe I should just die already. Thankfully, she had anticipated this state under normal conditions. The whole room was soundproofed and had all sorts of safety measures in place, with doors and windows sealed. Plus, the overwhelming helplessness made her too tired to move, so at least she wouldn't really kill herself just because the game ended. Right then, she also saw that Sin had accepted her friend request. He accepted? He probably cleared the game perfectly again. Maybe he's here to mock me. No, wait, someone like him wouldn't even bother mocking me. After trying so hard, I'm still just a clown. Just let me die. At this point, she had no ability to think for herself, just pure emo, and she'd need time to digest it. Who knows what she'd think of her own behavior once she recovered again. Elsewhere, Lusu had completed his recovery and was about to fully exit the game interface. Since he already had 3 two-world backpacks, after thinking for a moment, he decided to take his mysterious cloak and that motorcycle with him, along with that dice. With grave beta. Then, Lusu drifted off into sleep. When he woke up again, Lusu found himself back in his shabby little room, like he had entered another world. Gotta admit, the in-game recovery was top-tier welfare. His whole body felt amazing, like he had just had the best sleep ever, and his condition had peaked. The game has ended. Please stay tuned for changes on the peak ranking. There may be some adjustments to the next game. Please stay tuned. With the end of a new game, everyone's peak rankings had naturally shifted. Especially in the early stages of this kind of game, where the gaps between players weren't huge, each new game reshuffled the deck. Among the last 30 players in the top 100, nearly all were replaced. Those from behind had caught up. Even among the top-ranked players, there were some minor changes. For example, Luso noticed with a glance that the self-proclaimed Tiandahui boss, Sun, had moved from 8th to 7th place, up by 1 rank. Of course, a few names among the top players had disappeared. No one knew if they used an exit token, chose not to participate, or died in the game. However, among them, the name Sin remained absolutely unshakable, first place again for the second round in a row. Even second and third places had swapped, but he didn't budge an inch. His videos had been seen by many. Globally, there wasn't much debate about Sin's ranking anymore, especially when it came to his number of consecutive perfect completions. Lu Su had 5 consecutive perfect completions. The kicker? Including the beginner stage, Chosen's Paradise only had 4 stages total. The reason for 5 was simple: Lu Su had also cleared one challenge mode. Since he chose Hell mode and completely dominated, it also counted as a perfect completion in challenge mode. So now, his 5 consecutive perfect completion streak was an unmatched miracle in the entire world. Lu Su's eyes scanned the data of a few other top players, and, seeing that no one had challenged his position, he closed the game interface. Back in his tiny room, he instinctively picked up his phone and saw a message from Xia and Tong. Lu Su paused and touched his face. Only then did he remember that right now he was supposed to be Lu Su, not Sin. But after reading the message, he couldn't help but pause again. Xia and Tong, what do you think is the meaning of being alive? Lu Su? So this was her side effect, huh? Lu Su, laughter. Lu Su, screenshot saved. After saving the blackmail material, and seeing she didn't plan to reply, Lu Su chuckled and started casually browsing the news. Everyone's focus was about the same: how dangerous the game was and whether to join in future rounds. Of course, interest in Sin was always high. But because the final battle with the slime wasn't viewable by spectators, lots of people were confused. No one knew what happened at the end, yet Sin pulled off another perfect completion. But that imagery of organs casually falling out had already left psychological scars on many viewers. As time went on, people's excitement for the game gradually started outweighing their fear. Also, Lu Su noticed some posts saying that things from the game had started appearing in reality and affecting the real world. Like in one horror-themed game, after a player exited, they found a pair of embroidered shoes at their front door. They passed out from the shock and were rushed to the hospital. Seems like his little mosquito test with those 30 bites hit exactly the right moment. All players, please take note. At that moment, the voices of the game echoed in the minds of billions of chosen ones, startling even Lu Su. Now announcing the latest notice regarding the next game. As everyone knows, each game in Chosen's Paradise features different difficulties and contents. To make things more thrilling, we've made some adjustments to the next game. Some games will now take place in the real world. Chosen's Paradise is temporarily descending into the cities. Descent into the city. When Lu Su heard this, he was completely stunned, his brows furrowed instantly, finding it hard to believe. So direct? Not even a hint of a buffer? That the Chosen's game would eventually affect the real world, this was basically a consensus. But how exactly it would affect things, and how it would show up, had always been guesswork. No one had any concrete idea. And since it was only just starting to have an impact on the real world, logic would suggest that the effect should build up gradually. But now, just as the impact began, it was descending into reality already. What kind of move was this? An apocalyptic drop-off? Lu Su thought for a moment and mumbled strangely. Wait a sec, what about items and scenes? Based on all his past experiences, the scenes in-game and those in the real world were vastly different. Some were completely altered by magic. Like lava, the Black Sea, tons of things that simply don't exist in the real world. So if the game descends into the real world, what happens to all that? Are they gonna remodel entire cities? Wouldn't that just plunge the whole world into chaos? Lu Su couldn't shake the sense of impending doom, but after thinking it through a little, he felt like that was impossible. If they could actually reshape cities on Earth at will, then back when he tried to get a few little blacks into the game, it wouldn't have been so hard. Most likely, the game's modifications to cities wouldn't be that extreme. In other words, the main competition in the next game is probably between players. Maybe even between players and people from the outside world? While he was thinking that, the game sent out another update. Boom. Something seemed to explode deep in his mind. An image of Earth appeared as a hologram, suddenly expanding, then shrinking. Countless red dots lit up on it, blinking like some kind of special warning markers. Please be advised, the following 100 cities are candidates for the game's descent. In 3 days, 10 cities will be chosen as trial sites for the great game. Players selected to enter these cities will be the lucky ones. We suggest everyone give it a shot. Since spots are limited, most players will still join the regular game as usual. Epsilon section. This is a heads up, please prepare yourselves. The game welcomes players, and we believe the world will welcome players too. Chosen's Paradise always used such confusing slogans, and there was never any attempt to negotiate with humanity. After the announcement, the game interface finally quieted down. If you thought about it carefully, it kind of felt like a marketing ploy, like they were trying to hype players into joining the game. Lusa looked at the red dots and started searching with his phone to check which cities they were. He hadn't even heard of a lot of them. Many cities had really distinct regional traits, like Yakutsk and Bangkok, the world's coldest and hottest cities. Some were areas with unique terrain, climates, or rainforest-type zones. At a glance, they looked like natural game maps. But some of them, Lusa could tell at a glance, would be a nightmare for the local governments. Because those were cities with massive populations and strong economic power. Chicago, Tokyo, Melbourne, Athens. Some of these were even national capitals. If the game suddenly descended there, it'd be a huge mess. Feels like Chosen's paradise is starting to bare its fangs to the world. Forget it. Not my problem. Let the meat-eaters think about that stuff. After frowning for a bit, Lusu decisively stopped thinking about it. It wasn't even certain he'd be assigned anyway. And even if he was, as long as he wasn't sent to somewhere in Huagua, that'd be a win. He had already confirmed that, among the 100 candidates, only 2 were in Huagua. One was an island city, the other he suspected was due to the Shenangjia region. All in all, that was already pretty lucky. He pulled out his dice of fate from his 2-world backpack, deciding to give it a try, but of course, not using himself as the primary target. After thinking it over briefly, when I summon the Black Knight later, he'll immediately start running his mouth and his first sentence will include hello. He casually made a harmless prediction just to test it, then tossed the dice into the air. The dice spun a bit, then landed on the ground with a 1 showing. Dice of fate roll, 1 dot. It seems the gears of fate have jammed. Negative effect dot. Lusa didn't really get it, but he didn't care. He just threw out the metal ball Black Knight descend. Metal reshaped with creaking sounds, like a transformer. That badass motorcycle instantly took over the whole room. Hey, long time no see. You. He started talking the second he appeared, couldn't even hold it back. His mouth was already moving, but just as he was about to say, hello, something went wrong. Because of his massive size, his positioning was a bit off during expansion. The rear wheel landed on the bed. With the tight space, it was hard to transform properly. His body twisted awkwardly in midair and collapsed toward Lusu. In that split second, Lusa didn't even have time to react. Seeing that huge thing falling his way, he instinctively lifted a leg and kicked. Whoa, ***T. The Black Knight was heavy as hell, but Lusa's strength was even scarier. One kick sent him flying, crashing sideways into the wall. With a loud bang. Whoa, ***T. The Black Knight couldn't finish his line. All he could do was curse in frustration, lying there pitifully. Seriously, what kind of birds ***T nowhere are you living in? Can you get a bigger room or what? With that, he reverted back into the metal ball. Lusa stared for a moment, then looked down at the dice on the floor. Despite all that commotion, the dice hadn't even flipped. The gears of fate, a 1-point negative effect, caused him to not say, hello? That was fate in action? Huh? Wasn't that just for my kick? Holding his own dice of fate, Lusa tested it many times with some irrelevant stuff. The effect was pretty interesting. If he had to explain it, it seemed to match the result shown by the dice. It was just a bit of a stretch, making Lusa wonder if this was really the dice's doing. If it's related to fate, then is this thing foreseeing fate or changing it? If it only foresaw fate, then it's honestly not that useful. But if it could change fate, then wouldn't that be a bit too god-tier? After thinking about it over and over, Lusa didn't dare to mess around too much. He grabbed his dice of fate, threw on his wind coat which transformed into a school uniform, and headed to class. Actually, given how things are now, going to school was already something totally unnecessary. Classes could have been cancelled altogether. After all, with how much the game had impacted the world, every industry had taken a massive hit. Lots of things were frozen. No one knew whether key positions might be filled by players. And what if some players went off the rails due to their newfound power? It was like industrial society had been put on pause in an instant. Most governments were just barely managing to keep agricultural production going. Now, the main purpose of going to school was more like population tracking. They were trying to ensure that people still held their familiar social roles, that they could still be noticed in the social fabric, and to prevent huge groups of people from suddenly going missing and becoming societal drifters. That would really cause chaos. And as for school content, it wasn't even important. Most of the time, it was just self-study. How many times has it been self-study now? Lucius sat at his desk, bored out of his mind, watching his classmates. Young people's energy seemed endless. The classroom was as noisy as ever, not that he knew what they had to talk about. But now, as a seasoned player, Lucius found himself with a strange kind of instinct. He seemed to have a knack for noticing when someone's aura had changed. That kind of change was irreversible. Once you were familiar with it, it was easy to pick up on. They were probably chosen players. And as time passed, the ratio of chosen was clearly on the rise. Xia Antong walked in through the door. Looked like she was late today, but no one cared. Lusa looked at this girl who seemed quite different from her in-game self and noticed her mood seemed kind of low today. She walked to her seat with her head down and then just stared blankly into space. Her mood didn't seem fully recovered yet. Ahem. Xia Antong glanced at Lusu. She looked kind of awkward, her expression a little stiff. So, my sister was messing with my phone yesterday. She didn't send you anything weird, did she? Lusu? He could see her face visibly turning red, and her whole vibe starting to crack as she said, "Do you think I've lost my brain, or are you the one who got dumber? How did you even come up with that line? It's fine, wasn't it just some emo text? I won't go print it out and stick it on the school bulletin board or anything." Xia Antong took a deep breath, her fists clenched. That stuff really wasn't sent by me. How do you know what I was talking about? Lusa shot back. Xia Antong. The last dose of drug she took had been way too strong, even for a skilled brain manipulator like her. She hadn't really recovered yet. Honestly, she was still feeling down. Rationality had taken over now, so she could keep herself in check. When she woke up the next day and saw what she had texted Lusu, she felt like the sky had fallen. Long periods of low mood could make people feel dumber. Trying to explain it away too much only made it worse. She could only tough it out and pretend like nothing had happened. Wait a sec. Suddenly, something didn't seem right. Her high IQ was back online. Wasn't her impression that Lusa wasn't the type to joke around like this? Had he always been this way? She gave him a quick up and down glance, feeling instinctively drawn to look at his hand. Her brows furrowed slightly. A side effect of brain overclocking was that her brain sometimes did its own thing. She didn't even know why she was doing certain instinctive actions. Arano Beta. Lusu also sensed something was off and subtly covered his hand. In the last game, that woman had stared at his hand for ages. How's your recent game experience been? Xia Antong asked casually. Have you ever been in a hell mode game? Having gone through a hell mode game herself, Xia Antong was wary. That was a whole different world from normal games. The pressure of death was overwhelming. Lusu. It's been alright. Haven't run into anything too hard. Be careful. If you're in another one in a few days, memorize the maps of all 100 cities first. This game's getting scarier and scarier. Xia Antong wasn't as lively as usual. She chatted with Lusu for a bit and then laid her head down to digest her emotions. What the hell? Why does seeing Lusu make my head even more scrambled? Oh right, Xia Antong seemed to remember something. Wanna add each other as friends? Lusu. Their conversation didn't have much substance. Lusa couldn't even remember how he got home. Anyway, in the end, they didn't add each other. After interacting in-game, chatting in real life made Lusu feel full of holes. Luckily, she was still emotionally down and didn't think too much. She didn't seem as sharp as she was in the game. Thank goodness, he probably didn't blow his cover. Please make necessary preparations in advance. Please choose whether to join as a spectator or a player. Player. Lusa had long since gotten used to the process. For him, not participating wasn't even an option. No need to explain. He just joined. But very quickly, something different popped up. Ding! Congratulations, Player Sin. Due to your outstanding performance, you've been selected for a special mode in this game. This time, your game scene will be the real world. Luce's pupils shrank. He'd really been picked. Please prepare accordingly. Game location: Tokyo. Besides being set on this planet, everything else follows standard game rules. Exit tokens can be used. No need to worry about language barriers. Game difficulty: Hell mode. Game loading: Tokyo Battle Royale. Tokyo? Lusa wasn't really prepared for this kind of thing. The maps of major cities that Xia Antong had suggested, he hadn't looked at them. How the hell could anyone memorize all that in 2 days? But on the other hand, seeing that it was Tokyo made him feel it was at least a bit closer. In the past couple of days, between what he heard from Xia Antong and regular news reports, Lu Su had already gathered plenty of information. Word was that once the game descended into reality, the whole world really did become a complete mess. 100 cities, backed by dozens of countries. The United Nations turned into a chaotic marketplace within just 2 days. They couldn't even agree on a halfway decent response plan. Some of the more extreme regions, particularly those with strong religious faiths, initially exploded with fierce resistance, claiming the game's arrival was a blasphemy against their beliefs. Many regional leaders slammed their desks, declaring this must be stopped, that the game's intrusion into reality had to be halted. We must take up arms, strengthen our defenses, and be ready to fight with our lives if necessary. It was passionate and dumb, with zero feasibility. Never mind what they were going to fight, or why any unnecessary casualties or regional destruction would be pointless. Even if they managed to kill high-ranking players from another country, that would only bring bigger problems. In the end, 2 days was way too short. The consensus solution was to evacuate residents from those 100 areas as quickly as possible. And for large, densely populated cities where full evacuation was impossible, an international agreement was put in place to restrict players. No player may harm real-world civilians or destroy public property without cause during this game. Violators will face international legal consequences. That rule was something Xia and Tong told him. When Lu Su heard it, he almost burst out laughing. This world really was held together with duct tape. Though a lot of the chaos was out of people's control, it all showed one thing: most folks had no real way to handle unexpected change. And Tokyo was clearly the kind of place where mass evacuation would be impossible due to population density. So aside from moving out key government personnel, the rest were told, under the banner of freedom and democracy, to evacuate only if they wanted to. If everyone tried to flee, it would jam up all nearby traffic, so the government, crying to the UN for help, downplayed the danger to its citizens. Sure, just some players coming to play a game. What could go wrong? Game prep time has entered countdown. Please complete final preparations. Original Sin Mask has been used. Would you like to activate a previously unlocked form: greed, gluttony, wrath, or lust? Almost by instinct, Lu Su was about to say no, intending to roll with a random, not yet unlocked mask. But last time with lust, the experience had felt off. The mask's nature clashed too much with his own personality, and its buffs weren't all that useful. With diuresis, yes. And this time, the game was being held in the real world for the first time ever. Lu Su decided to show it a bit more respect. He'd always tried to keep his real-life identity separate from his in-game persona, especially while he wasn't strong enough to be invincible. Since this was happening in the real world, a first-time format, he decided to play it safe and maximize his power. No unexpected messes. Yes, I'll use a previously unlocked mask. This was the first time Lu Su had made this kind of choice at this step. Even the game system seemed surprised. It paused for a beat, then displayed. Alright. Please select a mask. Special note: previously used mask forms can now enter overload mode at any time. Warning: it is advised not to enter overload mode lightly. Greed. Lu Su scanned the available masks and ultimately chose the first one that had ever accompanied him and whose threat level he could control better. Wrath and gluttony, once overloaded in the real world, were outcomes he didn't even want to imagine. As for lust, he really didn't feel like touching that one again. As that familiar blue mask pressed against his face, a dizzy spell washed over him again, that same sensation he always felt before entering a game. Once the dizziness in his head had settled enough to bear, that solid sensation underfoot returned. Lu Su slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to be standing in a strange alleyway, surrounded by narrow walls, just wide enough for one person to pass. Maybe this was some kind of national architecture, reflecting the local culture. Lu Su stood there, waiting for over a minute. No new game prompts appeared, and he couldn't help feeling confused. What was the game's content? Just Tokyo Battle Royale? Who was escaping? Who was killing? Why wasn't anything being explained? Also, was this really Tokyo? Where the hell had they dropped him? After standing still for a bit, he got restless and stepped out of the alley. After taking a couple of turns, the view suddenly opened up, He had walked right onto a city street. Lusa blinked a few times. The city ahead looked strangely familiar. He reached out, wanting to touch something, but felt nothing. It was real. The real world. This wasn't some alternate dimension. This was still Earth. That fact made Lusa feel an odd mix of unease and emotion. Maybe it was because of his ties to his homeland, but this street didn't feel all that foreign to him. It didn't feel any different from walking around back home. He seemed to be in some central plaza. On a mall's giant digital screen, a breaking news alert played. The Chosen's game has officially begun. Tokyo has been confirmed as the target arrival city. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant and avoid excessive interaction with suspicious individuals. This was a real alert on the streets of Tokyo, and Lusu, the player who had descended from 1,000 miles away, was now watching it live. Right then, a wave of absurdity washed over him. The surreal contrast almost made him laugh. This disconnect was insane. Interesting. So, what's the actual game content? Beep beep. Suddenly, a car horn blared. A vehicle, looked like a taxi, pulled up and a head popped out. Bro, get in. Lusu? For a moment, he felt a bit confused. Lusu searched his mind and could confirm he didn't know this person. This is a foreign land and still part of the game. How did someone suddenly jump out and tell him to get in the car? Who even are you? Mistaken identity, maybe. After saying that, Lusu casually touched the cold mask on his face and thought, wait, that can't be right. How do you even mistake someone when they're wearing this mask? Quit the nonsense, bro, get in first, we'll talk later. Lusu looked at the bald brute. His face was all rough, and you could even see some tattoos near the shoulder area. No idea what they were of. The guy didn't sound polite at all. It didn't sound like he was trying to pick up passengers, more like he was giving Lusu an order. If you were a little timid, you might think you just ran into some gangster. Lusu? Listening to this weird conversation, Lusu sized up the driver and thought he'd been in the game for a while, but hadn't met such a bold contestant in a long time. Did he recognize me? Or is he an NPC? No normal person would act like this. Lusu didn't hesitate. Once he put on the mask, there wasn't much left to be afraid of. Just getting in a car. Not like he had any money on him anyway. He casually pulled the door open, didn't say another word, and got in. Where to? The driver really sounded like a driver asking. The soundproofing's decent in here. Cut the act. Just say what you gotta say. Lusu said. You tell me where first. The driver started the meter right away, sounding super impatient. Lusu, if you don't say anything, I'm just gonna drive wherever. And without waiting for Lusu's answer, he started the car on his own and began weaving through the street. Once the car started moving, the guy started speaking again. His voice was loud, like he was reciting something. In the history of our nation, we admire the spirit of the samurai. Battle, honor, death. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and stuck it in his mouth. I don't like the smell of smoke, Lusu said. But the guy acted like he didn't even hear it and just kept talking. Back in the ancient warring states period, our ancestors had a way of dealing with prisoners, release them. Of course, within a designated area. And the samurai would use their skills to track, hunt, and kill. That was the best form of training, and it also gave the prisoners a chance to survive. After all, as long as they didn't get caught, they were fine, beta-us. Lusu sat in the back seat and said nothing. He didn't know where this cab was headed, but listening to the guy ramble, a thought occurred to him. Don't tell me this is a game storyline. Up to this point, nothing had hinted at game content. Is this an in-game NPC? Talking to me? After all, if he could recognize me and wasn't even scared of the mask on my face, then maybe he really is an NPC. Time passes, the world changes quickly. That way of doing things no longer exists. But we have to admit, it was a great method of selection. So now, in the modern world, we have a new opportunity to recreate this game between samurai and death row prisoners. Or should I say, between hunter and prey. And this time, the prey, foreign outsiders, have all been carefully selected. They have both brains and brawn. Should make the game more exciting. We've given this real-life game a name, Tokyo Battle Royale. After he finished, the bald guy paused, then exhaled like he was relieved and said, Ugh, F***K. That part's really a pain to say. I can barely memorize it, but it's required. You're a player, right? That background story, that's the game's lore. You guys. As he spoke, the bald guy glanced in the rearview mirror. But the moment he looked, he almost screwed up the gas and brake, nearly flipping the car. Right above his head, there was a gun pointed straight at him. Wait. You. The bald guy was stammering. What are you scared of? Aren't you the game's NPC? Lu Su also felt a little weird at his reaction. Forget it. I told you I hate smoke. A fierce glint flashed in the bald guy's eyes, and he actually ignored Luce's words completely. He picked up the cigarette and took another drag. Chill out. I know you're a player, but there's no need to be so worked up. The game guaranteed it during pickup. You can't hurt me. Besides, I haven't finished talking. If you attack me now, it won't benefit you. Heh. Luce sneered inside. So what? It's not my first game. I straight up killed the guide NPC in the tutorial last time, and the game still went on just fine. A smile gradually crept onto Luce's face, like he'd found a fun new toy. Nice. If you're not even scared of me, of course you wouldn't fear a gun. Looks like this island nation still got some gutsy folks. Just as Luce finished speaking, the gun went off. The muzzle twisted slightly. Hell Roar instantly turned the cigarette in the bald guy's hand to ash and blew a hole straight through the car door beside him. Bang! With a loud bang, the whole car shook. The driver hit the brakes hard, his fingers burning in pain, and turned around with a shocked look. Thurf********. You psycho. Huh? Lucy was confused too, touching his mask. You seriously don't know? Am I not that famous in Japan? But Xia Entong said Sin is world famous. He even sees himself online all the time. Bald guy? He was completely stunned by that reply. There are actually people like this? The busted car turned into a nearly empty alley. Lucy said with some curiosity. What, you really don't recognize me? Should I? The bald guy looked fierce, but remembering what Lucy had done earlier, he was still a bit wary. Besides, all your faces are under basic disguise. Disguise? Yeah, so you pray don't stand out too much on the street. No matter how you looked before, outsiders see you all as regular Japanese folks. Who are you? Some kind of famous player. The bald guy looked at him cautiously through the rearview mirror. Oh, I see. Lucy nodded, pulled up the game interface, and hit cancel. Wearing the mask was just a way to separate game and reality. Other than that, there's nothing to hide. In the rearview mirror, the office worker face of the Japanese man disappeared. The light shifted and a devil's blue lust mask appeared in its place. Hello, Lucy said.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.